Finally, we are here watching along with you guys on cricket.com. My name's Abni Shagde in the comfort of my studio at cricket.com's headquarters in Bangalore. And speaking of Bangalore, that is playing host to this match, which I watch along for, of course, India, Afghanistan. India winning the toss and batting first, and already runs on the board 3 for none. Sink your streams in because we're watching on Sports 18. Before I introduce my guest, Rohit Sharma getting runs, and that's all we want to see. Speaking of Rohit Sharma, one of the biggest fans of Rohit Sharma joining us right now. Good Kirat. How are you and how's Rohit, man? Because you've been absolutely spot on with your analysis in some quarters.
See, Rohit started off well. There's obviously visibly a lot of pressure on him. His entire persona is reflecting that, and rightly so. Hoping he can, score some runs today, because he really needs that. I've been doing good. I feel that I need to, make a trip down to Bangalore because I feel you're not getting enough food, or maybe people there are not feeding you enough because you visibly look weak. I'm not saying
That's
fit.
why I got the food.
You
I got
visibly look
my
weak.
nutrition bar. I got my chips, which is good to see. Let's get Nikhil's thoughts right now. Nikhil, good to see you as ever. What are you expecting? First things first, we're winning the toss, all right, but we're batting this time. Thanks fucking lot for that.
Yeah, I mean, 2 games late, but at least we're doing that. And good test also. I think Bangalore's deck hasn't always been a road. I mean, even right now, you can see some movement early on. And both in the pitch report, it reckoned it could be too paced. So that's a better challenge to have in terms of as a side batting first. So get in and then go big. Oh, is
Oh
that
my word!
okay?
The
This is one
absolute
guy, I believe.
eruptions in the office happening right now. Like I said, sink your streams in on this watch along. Sports 18 is what we're watching it on. And of course, feel free to ask Gurkirat the Knicks anything in the next 3.5 hours. At least that's what we think, so that the game's going to go on for that long. Right, I've just come back from fan gangs as well because it's happening outside the Chinnaswamy. So I might have to leave the 30th over of this watch along. Somesh, favorite Rohit will score, asking Narain 1, 2, 3. At least he hopes so. But even Som, who's a diehard Rohit fan, doesn't want Rohit in his T20 11. Let us know your thoughts about that as well, because I asked plenty of fans around the Chinnaswamy who they want as captain, and the answers will baffle you. So that will hit our screen soon as well.
Oh,
Rohit
yeah.
trying to swing it away. He'll get another leg by. So he's still not off the mark, essentially. 8 leg buys so far in this over. Kukirat, what are you looking forward to this evening? Because pretty much the series hasn't really told us anything, or has it? And I'm drinking tea, Rohan. I'm drinking tea.
I think biggest positive is easily Shivam Dubey. Him scoring those runs is easily the biggest positive. You know what you get from Akshar. You know what you get from Arshdeep. Today Avesh is playing, so India would like to see him display a semblance of control. With Bishnoi, I've been slightly disappointed because I feel he's again resorted to bowling a little fuller, and
Yeah.
whenever he's bowled a little fuller, it's not worked out for him.
Why does Rohit look just so scratchy right now? Is it just me? By the way, introspect, really appreciate your question. What do you make of that change, Nix? Because 3 changes for India. Do you agree with all of them? Starting with this one?
Yeah, it's about giving everybody games. So yeah, Paj, you can go first.
Yeah, like it's about giving Sanju a game, but the question is then how much do you gain by giving that one solitary game? Because Sanju was not a part of that T20I squad versus Australia. He was not. He did not play the South Africa series as well. Jitesh has played it, so you might as well, because you might give him one chance, and if he doesn't do much, right, you'll anyway drop him, and you would have robbed Jitesh of a chance. And if he does well, then you are in a spot of bother. Okay, now who do we select? So yeah, it's just about okay, giving him a game. Let's see, but I'm never been sure that how can one game be read too much into.
Yeah, Navodit makes a good point as well. Nix, where do you stand in that?
The place is this now. It's just stick to one. Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, that is what it would be, because there aren't too many games. But I mean, after a point of time, you've kind of just given up, and you're just going by what you think will happen, and that is what is happening. So they don't think like that. They are still thinking results first. They are still thinking कि पहले Afghanistan से नहीं हारना है. And maybe this is the thinking that costs you the knockouts also, because there also that's what the problem lies. You are then going defensive. कि भाई, how do we not lose this? So hopefully that is something that they'll shed off after this IPL. I don't know when that will happen, but as Padi said, difficult to read into it after just one game. And again, we'll never know. We can only assume because nobody will answer.
Yeah, absolutely. But meanwhile, in respect, saying the zero scores, loving Rohit here, not letting him go. I'm keeping an eye on my phone, watching this watch along, and I've realized that only 8 likes. Get some likes going, guys. All you 35 people, lovely people watching the legends as usual. And
Oh,
Rohit, is he off the mark? No, he isn't.
came back in
He isn't
sharply.
off the mark yet. Darshan Senthil, good to see you. Should Dubey and Hardik be bunched together for the same slot, despite both being batting all-rounders? They're very different players. Gukirat, your thoughts?
They'll get bunched together because from the outside they look like similar players, batting all rounders who can bowl. But if you look at their respective strengths, now Shivam Dube's strength is hitting spin, and he's doing it well enough even to off spin. Which is considered as a negative matchup for left-handers. So yes, Darshan's right that they are very different players. Hardik definitely a far better bowler. Hardik has shown it over the course of time, and even though Hardik, is cognizant of not pulling up an injury on the field, he's still a far better fielder than what Shivam Dube is. So yes, they are different cricketers, but they will always be bunched together because from the outside it looks like okay, both of them can provide you with the balance. Like Shivam Dube can give you that sixth bowling option. With Hardik being there, you can look at him as a fourth or a fifth bowling option. Sometimes when the ball's swinging, Hardik can be that fourth bowling option. And Hardik's not as explosive against spin. His batting has been found out of late, and he's tended to play the role of an anchor. So yes, different in terms of roles, but as a package, you can understand why they are looked at as similar players.
Okay, super answer and super question as well from Darshan. Keep your questions coming through. Nix and me were politely clapping because Rohit Sharma got off the mark. And it's going to be interesting to see how Afghanistan go next because 4 changes for them and pretty much it's 8, 9, 10 Jack, right? So it's pretty much a new attack.
And it's you don't mind that. Again, as a side, you want to test people. Maybe yes, as Paji said, the same logic applies to a game. Say how much will you read into it? But then these are all the chances that you have, so you want to make the most of them. And again, they are also like my series is done, so you see all four of the main guys are out. So it's good to have replacements then ready and see how they are and in what role can we use them better because they have a lot of all rounders. Naib, Jannat, and they can Omar, they can all be used whenever they want them to. So that I think it's a better headache to have if you have people ready to do that job. So if Farid Malik comes good today, if something happens to Fazal, there is still a half ready backup in Farid Malik in that sense. So let's see how that goes for Afghanistan.
Okay, and let's see how much India get. Remember, lads, let us know in the comments how much you think India will get at the Chinnaswamy tonight. And if you guys are watching, have friends around the Chinnaswamy, tell them that I'll be there after the game because we are going to pick some minds of the Indian fans out there. M. Rajesh, good to see you. All these wicketkeeper drama just for KL to keep wickets in the World Cup. That's something we spoke about in the Monday Night Live. And I think Greg also made a good point about Sanju Samson. I feel sad for him. Chun Chun Kelunga, good to see you as well. Saying, can we see Akshar and Jadeja both in the T20 World Cup? I don't think so. One plays, one sits out. Your guess is as good as mine. Rohit cuts and cuts for
Finally,
4. So finally a boundary of Rohit's bat. And it's good to see Rohit get some runs because there was some absolutely diehard Rohit fans outside of the stadium, guys, and they were hoping that he doesn't just open in the World Cup, but captains as well. I don't know how it sits with you all because Gurkirat, you made a good point in the first watch along. Mind you, the first watch along is in our top 5 watch along ever in terms of 8K views. So good on everyone. Hayes, I'll take your comment in a while. But Gurkirat, you made a really, really good point. No matter who's captain India in the last 3-4 years in T20 internationals, the philosophy remains the same. It's still timid cricket. So it doesn't matter who captains, essentially.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying, and I'm not sure how much can you blame the backup captains as well or temporary captains, because uh, you are not giving them any security in the sense, okay, that okay, this is your team, you can build from here. At this point of time, if you were to select India's 15 tomorrow for the World T20, I'm not sure who you can really, say is responsible or is the one calling the shots in selecting those 15. Because Rohit, barring these three T20s, has not been a part of the T20 setup. So we really can't, say that it's a team that has been selected entirely by him, or how much input has he given. And is it even fair for him to give those inputs because he's not been with the team? You could say the same for Rahul Dravid as well, because there has been VVS Lakshman who's been a part of the setup, and the selectors also were changed, midway.
Oh, 1 second, good Kirat. It's gone miles in the air. Who wants it? Two are hovering. It's Nabi, the president, cool and calm under pressure.
You know,
And Jaiswal, well, we can't fault him. But I mean,
Nikhil's expression sums up why, when Afghanistan cricketers are under a ball, under a high ball, you're slightly nervous. But yeah, cool, calm and composed by Navi there. Good catch.
okay, Hayes goes on to say a lot of things in the comments, which is good to see. Hayes, please like the video. We'll, of course, adhere to all your comments and everyone else joining us right now. Let's address or face the elephant in the room, guys. 1 of 7 balls, he goes on to say, next, captain the T20 team, you're joking me. It's crazy how fans can latch on to players. Now, if Rohit goes on to score 100 here, I wonder if he's and his sentiment changes. Meanwhile, we've put out a great article, which goes on to say a struggling Rohit snub can lead India to its best 11. Go check that out if you guys are into written content. There's more content in terms of the cricket.com website and app. I mean, generally, Nick's, we're making our reservations at cricket.com for not just now or the last week or the last month, but we've been saying it for a while. A lot can change in the next 3-4 months with the IPL and injuries and form, right? So, do you still have conviction in Rohit, or you're not writing him off entirely, right?
See, nobody is writing off anybody entirely if you know they are going to play. So I think that acceptance is now coming into the minds of every cricket fan that there is right now. Okay, this is what is going to happen. And I think at the back of the mind, you always knew okay, this was more likely. Now you can have your own view about it, whether it is fair on the system or unfair on the system, but this is what it felt all the time. You also spoke about this so many times in our watch-alongs and videos that eventually, oi,
Oh, 1 second! No!
the
Virat's gone for a first ball duck! Are you
oh my
joking?
god.
At his second home or his home, Chinnaswamy, the fans won't see it today. The Afghan fans are celebrating. Gurkirat can't believe it either. But this is all about the philosophy he's buying into, so let's not criticize the king.
See, nobody is going to criticize anybody basis of one shot, but not the first time that he's gotten out like that. So something,
Exactly.
so something to think about. He got in a similar fashion in the World Cup also. So yeah, I mean, you can happen for instinctive shot there. But what a start for Afghanistan, 18 for 2. And people were wondering about spinner, but the game hasn't even gone till then.
Yeah, Chetan Krishna Atri, good to see you in the comments as well. 18 for 2, India kind of little hiccuping, even though they have an unassailable 2-0 lead here. Now, it'll be interesting to see how things go about with Sanju, I'm guessing, and Dubey right now batting first, because both of his performances have come with regards to chases, and we've known what he said about MST and that advice. But Gurkirat, how do you expect him to pace his innings now, given that India have lost 2 within the third over?
No, I think he'd still be given the role that after, if you do feel that a bowler is someone, like if a bowler who you think you can match up to well enough, you should take your chances. And I think Dubey will try and do that, because at some point of time you also have to keep in mind that you're playing in Chinnaswamy, where 180 on most days is not a good enough total. So you need to probably push for those extra 15-20 runs, which honestly has been the challenge with this Indian team over the last 2 to 3 years in
Yeah.
T20s. So I think Shivam Dubey will bat the way he knows, but let's see how and coming to that dismissal, I think the extra bounce probably is something that surprise Virat, and because he had probably decided even before coming to the crease that he's going to attack the first ball, I don't think he could make that last minute change.
Yeah,
But
what a
not
scalp.
not the worst thing to happen in the bigger scheme of things, because now it puts pressure on the remaining batting lineup and tests them that how committed can be how committed can this Indian team be to this philosophy that okay, we want to bat first and we want to bat in a certain manner. So
Hmm.
good test, because the other player who also got out is someone who's taken the responsibility of giving you a head start in the power play. So a good test for both these. But I'm not sure if Rohit would have really wanted to be in this situation after the lack of runs, because now the is on him again to get a decent score and make sure that India get to a reasonable total.
Yeah, imagine Rohit bails India out of here. I mean, people will get back into that bandwagon saying Rohit should go anyway. Wait for our fan cam saying cricket.com/TV. Indeed, you should go check it out. It'll drop soon. Lots of people saying lots of things. Who should open for Team India? Who should lead Team India at that World Cup? And many more little hidden gems from the fans around the Chinnaswamy. Top over this thing in respect. Absolutely. Remember, I know I'm giving it away here because we've not gone for the silky sting behind me. We've gone for a reflection, which is unintentional, of course. So if you guys are watching it from any copyright perspective, please, we're just trying to do our job. I'm trying to cover the action with my head. And Chetan goes on to say Virat has got out this way against England in the World Cup as well, yeah, and nearly against Australia in that first game. If whoever it was put him down, took that opportunity. But
Mitchell
look,
Marsh.
92, 3 overs, and Omar Zai is going to continue just 2 in his first over, remember. And it makes you think how Rohit and Dubey are going to be playing this right now. Let us know in the comments. I don't know if this has been asked, but what was this last time we'll see Virat bat in a T20 International in India? Same with Rohit. It's a good point that you mentioned over there. But
Never
it
say
depends
never.
how India. If India win the World Cup, then you're right. Maybe it's weird.
Yeah, your statement has summed up a lot of things,
Okay, which is
which is that you say that if India win the World Cup, then you could be right, which basically means that if
ooh,
they don't win, then there are again chances of them staying on in this format,
yeah,
and
of
you
course.
are
2026
again.
India may
Yeah,
ek aur baar.
and again, it's about putting the individuals ahead of the team. So that is something that we have discussed at length. So yeah.
See, that is what we all want essentially because we're lovers of sport in general, but we know how business is operated by the BCCI and we can't really mince our words about it because, as much as we suspect there could be a whole young brigade in this T20 setup, there will be familiar faces that will be traveling to the World Cup. Let me know some more thoughts right now. He's going on to say this is a sticky pitch. Noodleax was Asan saying, I missed Avnish's reaction. Go and rewind. Remember, you can set your streams in a way that you're watching on TV, you have your laptop open with us there, and we'll take every comment. We can promise you that. So Dubey right now 20 for 2 India, but Dubey still, only time will tell how it goes. School kid 1234 saying, do you think Kohli has generally decided to show more intent this year? Question mark. What do you have to say, boys?
Against pace, his intent has not been a problem in the power play. It's not about this year. You could look at the last IPL. You could look at the 2022 IPL. You could look at Kohli playing for India in 2022. Against pace, his intent has not been a problem. If
Yeah.
anything, I think Kohli has been smart enough to realize post the 2020 IPL or the 2020 IPL, the first IPL during the lockdown, he figured out that against spin, I will get caught up. I am not able to score as quickly as I want, which is why he's shown many times far more intent against pace, which has led to a few dismissals. If you look at the last IPL, there was his dismissal versus CSK to Akash Singh. He just came down the track and just swung for the hills. Against
Oh, 1 second. There could be a third. Oh,
Oh,
just evading Ibrahim Zadran, who was backtracking. Nearly another one for India over there. Paji hands and head. And there's lots of chirp happening out there, Nix. I mean, it's quite crazy. Akil and I are going on to say I would love a 50 or 40 balls from Rohit for some X-drama. He's stirring up the pot, Akil. He's stirring up the pot. Meanwhile, given that Nikhil, Gurkirat and Mia all smiling at the screen right now, take a screen grab, Mr. Twitter, Melville Menez, and sell it on X. And encourage people to like this video because it's going to be a topsy-turvy night. I can tell you that. Lots more fascinating subplots with Sanju Samson still waiting in the heart. And Dubey gone! What a ball that is from Omar Zai. Jesus Christ. Have
Ball.
Afghanistan turned up or what? That is a
And this
catch
is
as well
why,
from Gurpal.
yeah, and this is why I keep saying you can't always assume कि हर deck 180 का होगा. I said this
Yeah,
in quite a few watch-alongs as well. कि
yeah.
you can't go on in an every T20I thinking कि 160 track है ही नहीं. That is, this is tricky. We talked about this right at the start of the show as well. कि sometimes Bangalore does start sticky. You'll have to पे अटेंशन टू दैट डिटेल एंड नॉट जस्ट से कि भाई मेरे को तो 6 ओवर में 60 चाहिए, 3 चले जाए तो चले जाए, तो चला गया 3, तो नाउ एंजॉय. सो दिस इज नॉट टू द टीम बट टू अ लॉट ऑफ फैंस कि इट इज वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू जज अ पास स्कोर ऑन अ डेक इवन इन द फर्स्ट 3 overs. So sometimes I feel कि we are very very harsh on teams batting first thinking कि इतना तो होना ही चाहिए, but it is not that easy, and which is why you see this intent also just from the previous ball of Rohit that he wanted to hit the big shot because in his mind he knows कि भाई बैंगलोर तो ज़्यादा चाहिए, but it's only when you lose, and which is why you wanted the team to keep doing this, which is why the more you bat first the better you get at assessing conditions and assessing those pass scores कि इतना तो मेरे को चाहिए, इसके बाद maybe I can manage something.
I think that's a spot-on analysis from you, Nix, especially the fact that we are so caught up in the T20 scheme of things these days that we automatically assume, given venues as well, Chinnaswamy
Yeah.
8, 180, 190 hoga. But like you said it in your opening piece when you saw just two,
Yeah.
3 balls right in that first over where there is a little bit of swing on offer, and Omarza exploited that quite brilliantly. 21 for 3. Now, what are you hoping from a Sanju Samson fan perspective? Gurkirat, ooh, Rohit. Has he taken that one? That would be crazy. Meanwhile, Crick Nerd saying, I hope this match will be enough to tell Afghan team that sometimes it's okay to start with 2 pacers. Not always you need Mujib, the new ball bowler. Yeah, absolutely. Gukirat, Sanju Samson, because Dubey, that chat didn't last very long. What about
Yeah, but
Samson?
he got out to a very good ball and then a very good catch by Gurbaz. I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair to Dubey, it's not like he was swinging. I think he realized that maybe because when Farid Ahmed, the left armer, also came on early, it was not that he was straight away looking for his shots. He just wanted to take a few deliveries and that is something that he did in the last IPL as well, wherein he did not straight away attack pacers. He took 5 or 6 balls to judge what kind of lengths and pitches. So Samson, I don't
Sorry. Just before you go into that Samson point, Ritvik Gautam makes an excellent point. Do you think there's something like an entry point for Shivam Dubey? Because third over does feel a little strange for someone like him. Or do you still kind of stick him with that position no matter what?
There is what Ritik is saying. There is some merit to it. That yes, but then if you're looking at him as someone who is a part as a permanent part of the 11, especially if Hardik doesn't get fit in time, then you will also have to expose him to
Oh
different.
my word!
And
Oh
this
my
could be
word!
the
No! I can't even finish my chocolate bar and we've lost 4 wickets. What's happening, Bangalore? 22 for 4. And Sanju Samson, a first ball duck for him. Oh, I can't talk.
Again, they're batting on a deck that is there in their head and not there. I mean,
All I'm going to
it
say is I
is.
feel sad for fans who come from Kerala to watch this game for Sanju and Virat. Both have got first ball ducks. God bless you in your long journey back home. But yeah, Nick, continue your point because they're not reading the pitch and they're not assessing conditions according to you.
I mean, it's not the first time that it has happened, and it feels weird कि if people are sitting so far outside can feel कि भाई ये doesn't look like the sheen that there is there on the deck. It could do a bit, starting up, and almost everybody has got out to a cross batted shot, apart from Dubey, who got a good ball. Jaiswal got out to a cross batted shot, wanting to heave. Kohli wanted to pull early. Samson is again looked to pull.
And
So
Rohit nearly got out
and
playing
Kohli
across.
really got out. So,
Yeah.
matlab, it's see, I am all for showing intent, but that intent has to be matched by the situation and your best chance of it coming off. So this is not the time for you to say कि भाई मैं 3 6 मार दिया तो game change नहीं हो जाता है. There is not even batting left. Forget
But
about what
Nate,
is
I
the
just want to
falling.
play devil's advocate here. Isn't there a fine line between counter-attacking in these situations, or how
Yes,
would you play it?
That's what I'm coming to. You can be completely counter-attacking however you want to, but give yourself a chance.
Yeah.
How likely is that shot going to come up for you in your first 5-6 balls, as opposed to just giving yourself some time? ठीक है, 5 से भी मत दे, 2-3 बॉल तो दो. Just get yourself used to the deck and then play your shots. That is, it is as, I don't know, as cricketing simple as it can get. Okay, give yourself some time. That, and again goes back to the point. Keep batting first. The more you bat first, the better you'll get at assessing these situations. के okay, when can I go slightly harder? इस deck पे चलेगा वैसा risk लिया दो. And also it's a shot that you're looking at कि भाई कहाँ पे मारने जा रहा है, किसको मारने जा रहा है. तो पर पता नहीं, some things feel
Now,
obvious on the
what
other side.
to continue from what Nikhil has said. Now, what happens is that the next time Indian team bats first, and they come across a deck which is not exactly flat, but not as, you know, like this one. In their minds would be, oh, we collapsed last time inside the power play, so we have to be a little more conservative. So you are caught because you're not batting first enough. You're always caught at two opposite ends. Sometimes you're too conservative, and sometimes you are overly aggressive, and you're struggling to find that balance. Which
So today is
again
a
goes
classic
back to the
example of
point.
that then, no?
Yeah, can be said that, but this is something which is bound to happen if you're not going to bat first enough.
I agree with you. What has happened to the Bangalore wicket, even Australia pitch is quite tricky. Yeah, we remember that. Rema Jalal, good to see you. And you must be absolutely over the moon as an Afghanistan fan. Do tell a lot of other people about this game, this watch along right now. We'd love to get some more Afghan perspective. India, absolutely. The backs against the wall, 22 for 4 after 5 overs. Rinku and Rohit out there. It'll be a fantastic watch along. Sorry, let me just take that point with Rehmat and we'll come back to Neural criticizing Samson shot, and I'm pretty sure Sanju fans won't be proud of that. Go back to that Rema Jalal point, producer, because he goes on to say, I believe today is Afghanistan's day. You're using the new ball and the right ball. The bowlers in action, aren't they? And change of personnel. It's something that I was just asking Nick's. I don't know when you joined the stream right now, but we were talking about Afghanistan's changes, in particular 8, 9, 10, 11. And it'll be interesting to see how their spinners go as well, even though Omarza and Ahmed have had an impressive outing so far. And 9 extras, remember. So India essentially 22 for 4. Rohit
Short.
cuts and he gets a boundary.
Short.
And there are a couple of Afghan fielders in that ring who are absolutely livid with their third man. I don't know what was that about. But let's see how much Rohit Sharma will get tonight. He's 12 of 14. Let me know in the comments how you guys want Rohit to fare. And I say how because out there are lots of devils. Some people want him to fail. Some people want him to prove his critics wrong. Which camp are you guys in? Are you team Rohit for the World Cup? Are you team someone else for the World Cup? I really, really want to understand all your thoughts. Ravi Singh, Darshan, there is, of course, Sagar Chandra, Greg, Anurag Jha, and many more people. Pulkit as well. Good to see you. He goes on to say, is this Bangalore, South Africa? And Ravish going on to say, I just wanted this type of collapse once to just make me realize that Kohli was the one who was a glue through the end so that in the 16 to 20th over mark, your Hardik and Jadeja could utilize attack. I mean, Ravish, now you're playing devil's advocate.
Given given it would have been apt had Ravish just sent a comment saying "Dar ka mahal hai."
Yeah, for sure. By the way, the amount of likes today will equal how much Rohit Sharma will score. So if you want Hitman to get some big runs, please like this video. Hayes, meanwhile, oh my God, I nearly jinxed it. You try to whack that to MG Road Hard Rock Cafe somewhere.
I tried a lot of this stuff in the World Cup. Towards the second half, it did not work. If it doesn't work today, Rohit fans will come after you.
No, I liked what you started here in the World Cup because people even called out that in the comments as well. So give me whichever you feel like is apt for today, Gurkirat, in terms of likes, and we'll shout it out. Meanwhile, he's
Let's
saying, I
just
bet.
say number of likes will be India's total. So we need as many likes as possible.
Okay, as many likes as possible. Remember, it doesn't seem like the Chinnaswamy-esque kind of pitch, but it's changed over the years. I bet this is how the deck would be in the West Indies and the US, slow and sticky, 160 average score type. Tonight, tell us how much India will get and what is the average score you guys feel here. Let's ask our experts because they've seen at least 5.3 overs of this game so far. Gurkirat, what do you feel? 140 is a good challenging score, or do you think more?
See, at this point of time, if India get to 160, they'll take it. But there is no guarantee that that 160 could be enough, because we have seen pitches change,
Yeah.
conditions change.
Oh, great take.
Oh,
What a good
we've
take.
like the World T20 in UAE comes to mind. So at this point of time, India would be more than happy with 160. And who knows that, after the 10th over, the pitch might get better.
Yeah.
So you could get to 160, but will it be enough or not is very difficult to say.
100%
Because
makes sense.
one thing I've seen and I've observed is that if you are hitting the shot of good length, you are getting some extra bounce. So that I think the two dismissals of Virat and Samson can be put down to that. Uh, as far as Omarzai moving the ball is concerned, I think that has a lot more to do with his wrists and how he's just moving the ball rather than on the deck itself. So that is my assessment. Yeah.
It's an important point that you mentioned there about hitting the deck tonight. India, remember, have Avish Khan in their arsenal tonight, so let's see how he can cause some damage. Parth going on to say Sanju shouldn't be anywhere near the T20 international team. His numbers are horrible. And many of you all having your opinions about KL and Rohit as well. I think I saw Happy Dhaliwal over there with his comment. Good to see you, Happy, if that is your scheme of things and your name. Nix, what's your assessment with regards to the question I asked Gurkirat right now? Average score right now with regards to India, 4 down within the power play.
See, firstly, great Riku shot. I think they should just not worry too much about what will happen in the second innings. It's not in your hand. All you have to do is get yourself to that 10 over mark. At this point of time, you take a score of 60 or 65 for loss of no further wicket. And you just break it down very simply कि वहां तक तुम 65 तक पहुंचो,
Yeah,
15 overs, try and accelerate, get to 100. Then last 5 overs, you lose max 1 wicket, you still have something to work around with. And that's how I look at it. And then in that process, you end up with 150, great. But my point here is, which is how I feel a lot of sides do bat first, is you have to break it down, but don't. I feel sometimes it's not worth looking to over target. So my line of thought is, I would rather want to be in the game rather than being completely out of it, trying to chase a score that is beyond me. So like I don't want them to chase 180 and thinking कि भाई 180 के चक्कर में मारो. If it gets very better to bat, you can't do anything about it. You can't play 180 on this counter at this point of time. So you give yourself best chance. I'm not saying कि भाई 3 के रन से बैटिंग करो मारो ही मत. Try and mix and match, go at a runner ball as much as you can. That's the bare minimum. And उसके ऊपर whenever you get the chance, you'll have to see, you'll get the bad balls as well, right? When the
yeah.
opposite team is realizing that they are not taking the risk and they know what is to follow, they'll also play the game that way. So I think I feel sometimes staying in the game is far more important. So
Oh,
Oh, there's a lot of turn. There's a lot
so
of
this
turn as
is,
well.
I was just
love this
checking
game.
the last two games which you can check on cricket.com app. The first batting score India had was 160 for 8 against Australia that they won. They kept them, they won by 6 runs. उसके पहले India South Africa, I think, happened exactly how it's happening today, where they all came out at top wanting to show intent but didn't quite work out. And you had
Yeah.
one opener batting through, that is Shikhar Dhawan, scoring 36 of 25. So it's not the first time. The only problem is it's happened again on the wrong deck. कि भाई गलत deck पे सही intent दिखा दिया आपने. So I think that is, I will not blame them for showing the intent at least.
Hmm. And there's another stat nugget over there. As you can see, Sanju Samson against left-arm pacers in T20 since 2023. And he tries to reverse sweep it. Rose getting himself in an absolute tangle right now. 21 balls for his 13, and it's not an easy wicket by any stretch of the imagination. 30 for 4. I'll keep your comments coming through. 59 if you're watching. Let us know as well about how you guys generally assess Indian cricket right now, heading up to that World Cup. Remember, Afghanistan still have 7 games or something like that after this. Rhodes gone for the reverse sweep as well again. It's quite ridiculous. Nareen 1, 2, 3. We should rotate strike. Going on to say that. And what Nix essentially was trying to say is that take a page out of the MS Dhoni book right now. How many times have we seen CSK in a spot of bother like this, and he's been managing
I
to
have
get
a,
them to
I have
130,
a feeling,
135.
I have a feeling Rohit will attempt a slog sweep now.
Okay, let's see if you guys have,
Yeah,
if
let's hope he does it to the googly.
let's see if you're Ricky Ponting. Oh, he goes
Not
not a
exactly a
slightly
slog
back move,
sweep.
but for sure he gets 4. He gets four well called, 34 for four, first runs at this over. Shashank, meanwhile, going on to say this is the reason why we won't play aggressive cricket. Whenever we try to play baseball, way this happens, I remember 2019 South Africa, we decided to play in a similar manner. It's not just judging it off in a one-off. You have to kind of, give it a long rope. There will be really some low lows, but you'll have to kind of take it with a pinch of salt. Let's see how much India get today. Remember that we're asking that in the watch-along first innings predictions, and we'll see who wins in terms of
See,
that.
on this bit by Shashank, when you are going to try something which you are not comfortable with, right, or which is not in your DNA, the chances of you failing initially in a few attempts are far more than you succeeding at it,
Yeah.
right? Which is where, as a think tank, you need to show that conviction that okay, we might fail, in the first two or three attempts, but we have skilled enough batters who can do this or get this right by the fourth or the fifth attempt. The problem is that you try it once, it doesn't work out, and then you go back to the same thing. So
No,
that
but the
way,
problem is everyone buying into this philosophy, right? Like, how often have we seen even India's T20 team be the same for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 series? There's no consistency. So change of personnel also impacts that.
post 2021 it hasn't been consistent, but before 2021 you pretty much had, I think, at least 12 players out of the 15 remaining the same.
But like what Samran Khan asks as well, guys, the fact that is it the management, is it every stakeholder in Indian cricket who goes that route? Because even England, the bazball terminology only came up because of the fear of failure. Oh, it's pitching outside leg, no chance.
No,
No
I
chance.
I don't think it came due to fear of failure, because they realized that that is the best way that will suit their batters, because when they were trying to bat the conventional manner they were not succeeding. It came out of everything else not working rather than fear of failure.
But again, I feel like aggressively playing, irrespective of the situation, is what baseball is. Do you think India will incorporate that philosophy, Gurkirat, then?
No, India won't, because Indian cricket has had players and those in the think tank who've not shown enough conviction in their own ideas. Like if they want to try out something, that conviction remains at max for one game. See, to arrive at a specific style of play, you need to try it out or have a certain number of iterations, right? And that is true for anything and everything. Whenever a product is being made, whether that's a software product or your hardware product or even a car or a scooter or whatever, there are some number of iterations. I don't think anyone can say that they will always get everything right while making a product in the first go. The problem is that at the first failure or at the first entrance, you want to go back to what you were far more comfortable doing in. So yeah, I don't think India can adopt that. I also think what is happening is that some batters are trying to be ultra aggressive because they are reading what is being
Oh,
shot.
he's flicked that away,
Shot.
sorry.
Shot.
And he's flicked it away for six. What a shot that is from
Shot.
Rinku.
Because I
But
think
yeah.
everyone's also reading what the conversation is around on social media. So a lot of people in the setup are also just trying to silence the outside noise. They might say that they're not affected by outside noise, but everyone is.
So
You
you're saying
cannot
that they
escape.
have the you're saying that they have the will, but they don't have the skill necessarily at times?
No, they have the skill, they don't have the will.
Okay, fair. What do you have to say about like Virat's approach right now in the series that we've seen him so far? He took on Mujib and stuff initially from the get-go. Do you think that he's someone who's bought into that philosophy already?
See, you cannot take just two games and say that something has changed drastically, because if you've looked at, again I keep going back to this, you look at Virat bat as an opener for RCB in the IPL in the last three seasons. In the power play, he has tried to take his chances even against spinners, whether it was in the 2020 IPL, 2021, 2022, or 2023. In the power play, he's not been short of intent. His strike rate has only gone down against spin post the power play, because that is when he knows that the stakes are high of him losing his wicket. And with RCB not having enough batting depth or not having enough players who can complement it, his strike rate has looked even worse, because against off spin he was, I think, for one season his strike rate was below 100. So with Virat in the power play against spin, he's tried to take those chances. He did that Even in
For sure,
2022.
Rohit
Yeah.
Sharma. Six for
I
Rohit
Yeah.
Sharma,
was
his first of the night.
I tweeted it because Paji was speaking. So there is two sixes or a chance coming because you knew Salim will bowl back of length into Rohit. So that was always going to come. So good shot on Rohit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and good points by Gurkirat about Virat over there. Even though Virat has a different role with RCB, he opens with them. And like Gurkirat mentioned, the batting depth in RCB sometimes forces Virat to bat long and bat throughout the innings. Only time will tell how his role for Team India is at the World Cup indeed. Navod, Jaden, good to see you as well. And I know I've taken a few comments from you, but keep them coming through. It's always good to see you guys chatty and building this community on cricket.com through our watch-alongs, our live shows. Monday Night Live was a fantastic show. Check it out if you guys have missed it out. Meanwhile, 47 for 4 sync your streams in and we'll answer all your questions. We'll also ask you how much Rohit Sharma will score this evening, and he's on 24 of 26. Happy Daliwal going on to say, why are we ignoring that bazball? Only works on flat tech. 7 pitches in England got flat after McCullum's inclusion. I think they should have won in Wellington that test and they cocked it up. That wasn't really a flat deck by any stretch of the imagination. Pakistan, yeah, 3-0. I know they beat them, but again, inexperienced attack. They didn't have their best bowlers, according to me. Shashank going on to say, I think MI plays so well in these situations by playing baseball away. I think another comment came through which said India playing like Mumbai Indians. First of all, our teams now being identified with their philosophy. We know that CSK have a genuinely defined philosophy. GT have kind of picked it up from them. MI in recent times, Knicks. Do you think that they're actually approaching something like baseball?
I don't think Indian team at this point of time has, as Paji said, the conviction to back one philosophy.
Yeah,
Because they've shifted sides, tried to balance, and again, it's probably you can say that for India for a while now. You can't really pick out a World Cup and say that no, this World Cup they played like this World Cup they played like that. It's always been let's try and play T20s like we play ODI, but in a shorter format.
yeah,
And which is why the 2023 version of the entire team of the 50-over version was very liked by all because there was a pattern, there was a template to which you could see they are playing to that template. And even with that, you had people complaining, okay, you did not play the template on that very given day. When you did, you
yeah.
actually stuck to that template itself. So it's very difficult to say okay, India have a philosophy at this point of time. They want to be aggressive, but to be aggressive, you need batting depth. You need people down the order also who can hit. I think India are perennially confused between wanting to back specialists to do the job and not trusting the all rounders enough, which is why it's appealed. Oh
Oh,
my
he's given
side.
him. He's given him, are you Steve
Ah,
Buckner in disguise? The Indian buyer today, and Rinku's reviewed it immediately. India could be 5 down. Meanwhile, Piyush Sood, 11:40. We appreciate your comments. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. And I'm guessing you're coming from that all rounder perspective because four bowling options, four bowling batting options as well, beg your pardon. And Gurkirat, do you think he makes sense with this comment with regards to India need the right personnel to adopt an approach like baseball? They can't just do it with any odd players. They got to find the key individuals to buy into that philosophy and then B, pull it off on the field.
There is some merit to it because the greater batting depth you have, the it enables your top order to bat with far more freedom. But you've also seen often India have also wanted to have a reliable fifth bowling option. Many a times England don't have a reliable fifth bowling options. Even in the, even in
That's that looks close, by the way.
that actually looks close. Even in ODIs, we saw in the recent World Cup, uh, New Zealand's fifth bowler was Jimmy Neesham. So to some extent, he's right, and which is why it goes back to the initial point. There is not enough conviction in what kind of philosophy you want to try. If you want to bat aggressively, then at some level you will have to account for a lack of bowling quality,
Yeah.
and you'll have to work around it. What also happens is, and I think this is how the game or the sport is structured, that your fourth or fifth best bowler is in the game far more often. Yeah, this looks to be a goner.
No, but there's
No,
bat on
see,
that.
there's
isn't it a
edge.
spike? Small
I don't
spike.
know. I think they fudged it
It
for
looks
sure.
it looks like a small
And
spike, but to the
if
naked
Nigel
eye, it
Long,
looks as if to the
if this
naked
is
eye,
Nigel Long, he could say this could be of anything if it's given out.
Yeah,
This is
but
ridiculous. I feel there's
but I
clear
don't know.
daylight between pad
I
and
don't
bat.
know if it's just me. I don't know if it's just me, but to the naked eye, it looked like that there was some gap between the bat and the
I
ball.
agree with you. I agree with you fully. The fact that I don't know, there was a little blemish there. I have more confidence in an Indian team with a retired MSD with a bunch of youngsters. Bumrah will surely win the T20 with Rohit and KL in the mix, saying Hayes. So clearly Hayes has his agenda over there. Um, Greg saying
No, but
fixing boss.
one thing that you can sort of give is that with MSD, you will know that what the style or what the pattern is going to be.
Mm,
That is something that you can be assured of. Result is secondary. See, results will always not be in your control, but you need to stick to what you want to do.
Hmm.
So that is also. So I was coming back to that point about uh, compromising on the bowling quality. Now the game is structured in such a way that your fourth or fifth best bowler is going to be in the game far more often than your fourth or fifth best batter,
Yeah.
regardless of which format it is. So the Indian team is always caught up in this, that do we actually elongate our batting depth by compromising on the fifth bowler, or should we just ask the top seven to bat more aggressively and hope that at least one or two of them will click and we'll get a total that we want. They have just been caught up in this, and
Yeah, and I think it's a
they've
good
ran
point.
circles around this. They've just ran circles around this for pretty much 3 years now.
Yeah, it's a headache for the management to really think about. And you mentioned a good point about compromising the bowling because India have a wealth of batting, but it's about also containing teams in that World Cup. Rohit gone for the reverse sweep again, and this time he actually gets a run with it. India and RCB have the same batting depth, but they don't have batting after six. That's led them not to win anything like Oz, England, New Zealand, whose batting gives confidence. Saying Ravish, and also lots of other people saying good DRS fudging. Introspect going on to say Superhero Rises, good to see you. You're going on to give us your quick early predictions. 4-1 for that India England series. We did speak to lots of fans about that in bazball in India. That's on fan cams. It'll come out
My
shortly. And
prediction.
remember, before I just get the boys to chip in, 64 of y'all are watching and only 27 likes. Please like this video so it tells more people about cricket.com. No one else does watch alongs like we do. We do it for every India game, men's and women's. So please jump on this bandwagon. What are you waiting for? And if you're feeling new to the channel, don't feel shy because we take every comment. Good Kirat and Nikhil are here for the next hour or two. Right, before we get to the 10th over mark, I just want to show you this particular depiction because it's all about the dismissals tonight. And in fact, it came in the power play, remember? So all back of the length. It's something that Gurkira touched upon and Nix as well. Guys, is this something I would really consider for Team India, or is it just an aberration today not to worry about?
No, I don't think you can read much into the respective weaknesses just on the basis of today's game, because you will not expect Virat to struggle against that length, or even Yashasvi for that matter. So I just think that it's been a case, and you again. So both Samson and Virat had first ball lucks. There was hardly any assessment of how the pitch is going to be. So it's maybe a few extra risks gone wrong. That's just about it.
Okay. Archit Aryaman, good evening to you. Rinku Singh B, like, ye mera roz ka kaam hai. He has saved UP countless times. Yeah, indeed. The first T20 international between India and Afghanistan was played in Gros Island. Yeah, absolutely. 2010, that World Cup. Who could forget that group stage? It was Asghar Afghan who was that captain for Afghanistan on the day. Ashutosh Bajpai, good evening to you. England and New Zealand do miss a fifth bowler, but their deep batting gives them a cushion of 50 to 20 runs, which is enough in T20s. Pulled away from Rinku for four. So he's getting a move on over here. And I will also come to all your predictions, guys, for the first innings in 4 balls' time. So lock them in. How much do you think India are going to get in the
You
Chinnaswamy this
you
evening?
have called the India England series to be 4-1, or what do
No,
you
that
really?
was Superhero Rise's early
Okay.
prediction.
What's your
4-1.
prediction?
I'm actually going to go 3-1. I think there'll be one stalemate somewhere.
Yeah, I
Um,
was also going to go for 3-1. I believe that England will win that one test, which
but where do you think they'll win? Because
no, that
I,
I'm not sure of, because they will win one test, because there will be one pitch where the ball will turn from anywhere, and that is
no,
where
do you think it'll be deja vu like how they went 1-0 up in Chennai and then we kind of became at 3-1?
No, I feel it may not happen like that, but I feel that the test match that England will win, the next one to compensate for that pitch would be a flatter one, and that
Yeah,
might end up in a draw. I'm just
and
looking at the venues.
and that's
Just let me.
exactly what we saw, right, Paji? I mean, think about it. Even in the BGT earlier last year,
Yeah, yeah,
we went
I'm basing my prediction on that only.
2-0 up, and then we fell
So
prey to
yeah,
Kuhneman and all of them.
Vishakhapatnam could turn out, the second test in Vizag could turn out to be the one where England might win if the pitch really spins a lot.
It's interesting you
Rajkot
say that because there's a
Rajkot has
9-day
had a
gap. There's a 9-day
Raj,
gap between the second and the third test.
yeah, and Rajkot has had a history of being one of the flattest pitches in the country. So that
Yeah.
one could be a draw. And then Ranchi and Dharamshala, normal pitches, India might just win and win the series 3-1. So
By the way,
that's
we will get your predictions about everything with regards to India, England, especially with Nix and Akshay and Monday Night Live. And we have a stellar guest coming through. I won't tell you who it is, but just be hooked on. Hey guys, do you think Arshdeep is better bowler overseas, Australia and South Africa as compared to India and subcontinent where he uses more variation? That is hit the deck and swing insaner. Nix, why didn't you take that from playing vision?
How many games have you seen him in South Africa and Australia? It's very handful. मतलब ज़्यादा
Only the World Cup,
इतना
right?
it's World Cup and this last series.
Ah,
So
last season.
it's see just basis that it's also you have to see he's growing in his international career. So when he's had that downtime or the downside of it, he's spoken about it. He's spoken about it as well. कि how he has that lessons with him, and which is why now you saw a different version of him in South Africa. Now, if he tomorrow goes to Australia and then has a poor one, then I'm looking at it. Ki, okay, what did he not follow? So it's not just about using one variation, as Paji always says. You can't just have one trick when you are going into a second and third seasons as a player. You'll have to start getting ready for people picking you and people being ready for you. So variation to hai, but how well is he using the slower bouncer? How well is he executing the wide Yorker? See, I feel with people like him, it's always going to be more about execution because
Hmm.
they have a set plan, they set strength, but
Yeah.
they have to keep doing it enough so that they are able to execute it well under pressure also, because suddenly एक knuckle ball develop नहीं होगा, it'll take time. But what can he do better is execute his strengths better, but again it's always easier said than done.
No, absolutely. It's a muscle memory thing as well for bowlers as much as it is for batters as well, and how much and how many balls they hit in the nets. Gurkirat, my question on Arshdeep and going back to that, and yes, Hayes final to India, time to dig the graveyard for the term bazball. You're agreeing to, of course, what Steve Harmison said, and he was absolutely clear in his statements. Gurkirat, just back to that Arshdeep point and go back to plain vision and what he means. Now, if you look at Arshdeep and how he's actually been one of the most consistent names in Team India's team sheet in T20 internationals. Do you think even if he has an ordinary IPL, do you think he still will go to that World Cup because he has the experience of playing one World Cup, the one in 2022? He's our best left arm pacer in terms of right now in the pecking order. And he's almost like a Bishnoi but a pacer, proving his worth from time to time, but it comes down to sometimes execution and consistency.
apart from that, what also will go in his favor is that he's toured West Indies twice, done
Mm,
decently there.
mm.
But if you were to ask me that he's a lock, regardless of IPL performance, at this point of time, it's difficult to say. A lot will depend upon how Mukesh is going. A lot will depend upon how Shami and Siraj are going. So, lock, saying he's a lock is difficult because last IPL he did struggle. He had a higher economy, and even now you don't get the same level of confidence. At least I don't get it when he's bowling at the death. What I do feel he's improved with is the new ball bowling, where he's able to extract swing better. But I, it has come at a cost.
But that's his strength, right? Essentially, he's a swing bowler. How can he kind of, take a page out of someone like a Mustafizur Rahman and those cutters in West Indies will be handy? Does he work upon them strategically?
I'm not sure if there is enough time to work on it, because to work on it you also have to play on decks that help or aid those kind of bowling. Because if you are going to play in Mohali, where the ball is going to come very well, or Dharamshala, then it's difficult. Maybe if he was playing in Hyderabad, or maybe in Delhi, where you feel the pitch, or even Chennai, where the pitch could hold up a little, then maybe, there was all the more reason for him to try that, because Chepauk also has decent enough square boundaries.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to
Okay.
say. You need
But good.
decent enough square boundaries at least to try that. And there is the stadium in Ahmedabad, then there is Chennai, and to some extent Hyderabad. So these are the and Hyderabad, when it's a flat track, it is a very flat track. So
Yeah. Okay,
there is
that was
that.
about Arshdeep, by the way. Subodh Chavan, good to see you. He's going back to that Rohit Sharma chat, saying Rohit Sharma doesn't look comfortable playing big shot against any type of spinners. West Indies may Hari Ram. Thoughts, guys? Look, again, we don't want to write players like Rohit off, or anyone off for that matter. And we've seen how Rohit can get on top of spin. I know Rohit fans will be like, just wait and watch, and they're hoping for an explosive knock here. And I know I said, oh, he's trying to sweep across the line. I mean, has Kes Ahmed made him look silly, Nick, or is this Rohit's own doing?
It's also the deck. It's not just Rohit because he's trying to put him off by staying back, looking to see. But Case is not leaving his mark because he knows there is help, and he almost got a leading edge. So I expect one big shot soon. I don't know if it is now, and that's a wide. That is help. So again, like me, Kai was also expecting Rohit to come down, which is why he bowled that one down the leg side. So
Yeah,
see, it's as Padi said sometime a while back, it's about finding that right balance and picking the right ball. Because
yeah.
on this deck, it's not easy. You end up picking the wrong ball to play the aggressive shot. You could end up looking very like, oh, dude, what are you doing? So I think he's just
Especially
trying
in
to
this
play
situation.
exactly. So he's just trying to play the situation and percentage as well, which is why you see those laps and not wanting to hit in the air. If he wants to, he can easily come down the track and hit him for a. He can attempt that, but he's not doing it for a reason. So they're probably bat deeper, but it's good. No, you'd want him to have such tests because this is what you expect to happen in West Indies. कि भाई spin रहेगा, slow tacky wicket. So how will you play? So this is a good uh, dress rehearsal for that of that source.
Yeah, it's a good litmus test indeed. Having heard from Vijay Bharadwaj, KSCA, Chinnaswamy's chain, some days a very high score and some days very slow pitch like this. Off topic, do you think RCB management has kept this in mind during the auction? Only time will tell, V18, how things go about it, because the pitch has, of course, changed a lot over the years. And the Chinnaswamy, it's not always what you see and how it's a given. Even today, there's a lot of things for the bowlers more than the batters. Guys, don't you think we need someone like KL for this kind of reason in 15 because he can play spin, all positions at top 5, and Wicketkeeper, backups, Paji, Nicks in depth and analysis, part 1 of 2. And the second part of that question is, what is it, producers? What is it? If we have KL, there's a lot more flexibility in the lineup for bazball. Look, that's what I'm saying, right? New lax, because now KL's not there. We're always looking at who's not there. We'll bring him back. If KL was there and he got a duck, I don't think you'd be coming from that same sentiment. I think eventually it'll be how KL goes about his business in the IPL. I know Jitesh is there, the Pant injury, the Ishan Kishan out of the situation, Samson playing this game. It doesn't really give you conviction as an Indian fan. Who is that wicket keeper? KL might be that person, but again, the IPL will have a lot of answers.
In the last 2.5 years, when Indian cricket has not had a conviction about its options, it's gone back to the most experienced option.
So
So
do you
if
think
there
they'll go
is
back to KL?
so if there is no conviction, they will eventually go back to KL.
Okay, Rohit's come down the ground again, not getting the middle of it. He'll get a single. And remember, India barely going above 6 runs per over here. So it might be that 130, 140 kind of game. AB Sam, good to see you as well in the comments. Please, guys, like this video. We're taking all comments. We're doing the watch along. Last couple of watch alongs have been stellar views, 8K and 6K respectively. You should go check out the Monday Night Live as well earlier this week. It was a good listen. India should not prepare ranked turners against England, saying AB Sam. Their spinners are very inexperienced and mediocre apart from Leach. Creating a Bunsen burner will become a lottery. Jadeja and Ashwin are too good. It does become a lottery, 100%. We saw what happened to India with Kudaman earlier as well. And not to forget, who else was Australia's spinner that
Todd
match?
Murphy,
Todd
Lion,
Murphy it
Todd
was.
Murphy, and Kunaman.
Yeah. Samran Khan going on to again contribute in the chat, which is always good to see. He goes on to say, Gurkira, not taking away from Rohit, trying to hold one end, but isn't this gameplay the exact reason we moved on from him in the first place? Shots stay, but Rinku's look more comfortable. Can you defend Rohit here? Oh, he's gone down. Has he been held on? Oh, he gets away with it. Oh, Watchalong gone for 6. And that release shot, like Nick said, was always coming, some runs. So I don't know if you put the mockers on it. For that 6, can we have like 6 likes right now, please? And that was a heart and mouth moment, by the way. Kukirat, did you get scared for a second as a Rohit fan?
Thank God he did not say it was a Ravi Shastri described moment, but yeah.
No, it did look like that, he could get caught. And then, despite him showing intent and trying out, it would have really
Oh, 1 second. Rohit
shot.
Sharma has done something Glenn Maxwell and Kevin Peterson will
Outstanding.
do. He's reverse swept it and he is having a laugh. That is brilliant from Rohit Sharma. I don't know why I'm getting carried away like it's the IPL and it's in a do or die game. But just for Rohit fans and entertainment and energy sake for the watch along, dude, we love that. I mean, he's wanting to try this. I think this is his 5th reverse sweep of tonight. And I think this is the first one properly with conviction. Rohit's favorite song is Dheere Chalna, saying Ashutosh Bajpayee. No, it's Chamak Chalo now, given the last 2 balls have gone for 6. So I think he's changed his songs. 80 for 4, 11.5. Is it 3 on the trot? He tries to make it, but
Could
he'll
be a
just get
4.
1.
Saved.
Right. So India, of course, now pressing the accelerator. Let us know in the comments how much do you think we'll get in the first innings. I'm going to go first and say 157 for 7. I might be wrong. What about you guys? That's basically 75 runs from 8 overs here, Nick. Do you agree with me or do you think I'm wrong?
No, mine is almost in a similar range. Just trying to get to the right number. So, Paji, if you want to go first, I'll get the number till then.
It all depends on Rohit, right, Paji? If he stays, then anything's really possible, yeah.
Yeah, even you would see Rinku taking a few chances. So,
Correct.
but ideally you'd expect that India should double the score, which should be the bare minimum. But
So you're
let's see.
saying 162? Shall I lock that in as
Yeah,
your prediction?
165. Yeah, short.
165, good Kirat. And Rohit gets 4 more. So he's playing catch-up cricket here. Rohit Sharma, indeed. Just remember, 33 balls, he was on 27. And the last 5 balls, he's got 18. So let's see how Rohit does play catch-up cricket, a term that Simon Dew loves using. And KS Ahmed, last over, he's conceded just 12 in his first 3. And his boundary has now coughed him in his very first ball of his last over. Remember, if you guys are joining us anywhere from anywhere, tell us in the comments, what are you guys up to this Wednesday evening? Were you going to go to the match at the Chinnaswamy? If you're from Bangalore, let us know. 157 for 8 is a golden total. Last year we had defended twice versus DC Chinnaswamy. Good stat thrown in by Darshan over there. And Darshan, always good to see you, man. You're in the watch along like all you other legends in the chat. Please, for the likes of Darshan and, of course, who else is it? Ashutosh, Vasan, all you guys, please like this video. What will be India's innings total? That's what we're asking you in the live poll right now. Under 150, over 150, or under 170. I'm going to vote right now. And I'm not going to tell you what I voted for, but
Short.
already 7 votes.
Short.
6 for Rinku. And India now decided to really, really go for it. It's going to be the Rinku Rohit show. And yeah, let's see how that really goes. By the way, India, Afghanistan, favorite memories is what my producers pinned me to ask y'all. Anything in any format, what are we talking about? Shami's hat-trick in the World Cup, the first ever test for Afghanistan, Virat's 122. Let us know in the comments. Gurkirat, which one are you going for? Favorite India-Afghanistan memory? 2010 T20 World Cup, when they made their debut against us?
No, mine would be the Virat 100, given how it came after so long with everyone anticipating and waiting for it. The World Cup in 2019, that game was also a good one. Whether it is the Shami hat trick or that Bumrah spell, I thought Bumrah was outstanding in that game. So, yeah, one of those two.
We did play them in the 2015 World Cup as well, guys, or no?
No. They were in a different group.
They were in a different group. So really the 2019 World Cup, and of course earlier this year as well, or last year I should say, where Rohit went mad against them, the Firozshah Kotla. Next, what's your favorite India-Afghanistan memory? Is it that test match in Bangalore?
It's the tie.
Oh yeah, how could I forget about that?
Incredible game. And quite fun to actually get to that tie. So
Yeah,
yeah, last ball tie. So that's exactly what I was saying. Yeah, great game that. If you look back at a scorecard, a lot of unexpected performances in that game. But yeah, that's what you get.
yeah, good call, Knicks. And Shami hat-trick, Warna us din hard gaya tha match. Yeah, I remember that game. It was an absolute going down to the wire. It was an amazing MS Dhoni stumping of Rashid Khan as well for
Oh,
Chennai.
nice.
And Rohit Sharma again targeting the shot, boundary in the offside and reverse lapping. And that's 50 for Rohit. Now, only time will tell how many haters will
It
shut
is.
up or not.
It is 50 or 41. So well done to Akhil.
Yeah, Akhil Nair, shout out to you. Remember, you wanted the 40 ball 50 from Rohit, but now the question is whether he will still be there in the 20th and whether we're being greedy as Indian fans. If he does get another 50 from here, I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of people silenced tonight. Rasesh Tongia, good to see you. Arvind Datla as well. Some new names in the chat. Subodh Chavan as ever. And Noodle Hacks with Vasan saying, I've been backing KLR for some times. And if KLR turns out to be having the 2018 kind of season, look, we can talk about KLR in 2018 season all the time because that was his ceiling and how he performed. Only time will tell if JL gets the best out of KL. I keep making that stupid rhyme, but it's true. 97 for 4, 13 overs gone. Remember, we're not watching on Geo Cinema, guys. We're watching, all of us are watching on our television sets at home. I'm watching in the office, Sports 18. So right now, Salim is running into Rinku, and it's a good ball, that. It's a very, very good ball. Joined late, saying Pranavanand. So it's okay. As long as you've joined and joined you from anywhere, it's always good to see you. Next, he goes on to say, do you think India could have kept Dubey for later when there was still a lot of help for the Pacers earlier on? I know good form players should face more balls, but entry points can be discussed. Pranav, we spoke about that earlier, and for the benefit of you, I'll give this one to Nix. I think Paji lent some light on it. But a player like Dubey, Nix, should he be a floater? Should he have a fixed position? Entry points, vagera, vagera?
No, I don't think it is. It was a bad one to send him today at that point because you have to prepare people for the worst case scenario also. And this
Yeah,
is one of those scenarios where if you are losing too early, I want him to go out there and see what he can do in terms of what options does he have. So again, even if it had something at stake, I would send him there because the positive side of it is far more. The higher ceiling is if he comes good, he knows what options he has, and that's a longer term answer for you. As opposed to trying to send somebody else and say you send a Samson there and he has a rear guard action and then Shivam does what he does. You're not really gaining anything out of it.
yeah.
So
Oh, it's
in
good
that,
running.
oh yeah, and
Good
also in
running.
that sense, I feel it is good. But I do agree with that line of thought. It isn't entirely wrong, but I just feel today it was a good call. He got a good ball as well, so he'll also know this can happen to him as well.
Yeah, it's important to note that he got a good ball. Like many people would not look at the scorecard and get a feeling of if you saw the dismissal, an absolute perler from Omarzai. Of course, India getting to 100. Remember, only time will tell how much they can muster in the next 40 balls. Rohit scores when Rohit scores when Kohli is dismissed for a duck. Oh my God, we have all kind of stats in cricket.com. Look at the numbers over here. Rinku, meanwhile, inside after just a single. So he got 8 of 4 against Sri Lanka in 2017. 2018 against Ireland, he got 97 to 61. 2022 against Sri Lanka, he got 72 to 41. And today again as well. So, yeah, I mean, make whatever you want to make of that stat. Go back to that point. I think it was a slanderous point from one of the comments, not Ajay Mahadevan, but I think it was one of the guys who said, even if Rohit scores 200, I want him to be dropped, to be honest, which is crazy. It made me think about Gukirat's reply to someone on Twitter when they asked you, right, like about Karan. I mean, you replied saying that if that was the case, Karan Nair should be playing given his 300. What was that whole banter / argument you were having with someone on Twitter? And he's on mute. We were watching
Finally,
that.
cheers.
After a very long time, the streak is broken. But yeah, so that was, many people were telling me, okay, why don't you name your 30 players? And I did. And after that, I also felt that there were a few names that I missed out on. But regardless, so someone said that, okay, if there are 30 better players than him, then why has no one else scored a faster century? Now, see, on you cannot judge players on the basis of one freakish performance, right? Because if that was the case, then you would say that Karun Nair is a better test match player because he has a 300, which Sachin doesn't. Or, Rohit Sharma is a better ODI player than Virat Kohli because Rohit Sharma has a 264. Virat's highest is 183. So I don't think anyone has ever said that Rohit's talent or ability to play those freak innings is not there. But players are defined by their consistency.
Oh my
That should
word.
be a no ball. It should be a no ball.
Yeah, they're defined by their consistency, and I agree with you over that. But so, can Rohit buy
It's
himself
not
consistency in
given.
the IPL to get away with it?
Sorry.
Can Rohit buy himself some consistency in the IPL just to kind of, you know, paper over cracks type?
Ideally he has no other option but to do that, to ensure that the criticism of his place goes down, because the criticism on his place is not without reason. You
Yeah,
look at, I mean, post the 2016 IPL, he's not averaged 30, and only once I think his strike rate has crossed 130.
yeah.
So if he's able to be consistent, then obviously he'll be able to say that okay, I've still got it. But if he isn't, then again the question marks will remain, which is why you could see the desperation, after he got run out, because he knows what is being discussed, and he that his spot is being questioned. So if he can score say 500 runs, then he will buy himself a lot of credit in the bank, if you want to say
Okay.
that.
Okay, super. Nix was, remember, puzzled right now just 5 seconds ago. How the hell that's not a no ball?
Yeah.
I don't know if it was under the waist, but he got away with one there. This partnership healthy, 82 of 60, and Kareem Jannat's first ball this evening. And I keep thinking he looks like Bobby Deol's brother in that movie Animal. If you know, you know. Doesn't Kareem Jannat look like that guy?
Not
That
watched.
villain?
Not
You not
watched it.
seen Animal, Paji? That's insane. That's
I
absolutely insane.
I am not.
Oh, that's a no ball, bro. How is
It,
How
that not
is
no
that
ball?
not a no ball in any world?
in fact,
Matlab,
Bro,
not
it's like
just
it's
that.
coming at my tits, bro. It's insane.
Not just that. Even the bowler should have gotten one warning for it, because it's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's also dangerous. And yeah, coming to that, I'm not much of a movie buff, and yeah,
Morph TV series. Indeed.
yeah, maybe these days I'm not even watching that enough. So
All right. Rinku wants two. Will he get it? No, he won't get it. So Rohit will retain strike 106 for 414.2. He is going on to say it would be fun if a wicket falls now. Tricky time. Pranavan Singh, umpire ko are Viru bolege to kaha se dega no ball lol. And exactly, Rohit is being discussed because his batting has been abysmal for years in T20 in World Cup and IPL. Singh Ravi Singh, so he agrees with Gurkirat. And Sanjay Papigari, always good to see you. You're going on to say it's actually amazing how Rohit, the T20 batter, fell off since Rohit, the ODI batter, started performing more consistently. I think you can draw parallels over there. And remember, Sanjay and the rest of you chaps, like this video, please. I don't want to sound like a desperate person, but it's true. We're just thinking about the algorithm all the times because we're doing these watch alongs for so long. We just want more people to jump on, build a strong community. And what do you guys make of Rohit being slightly innovative today? I know it's been cheeky. Some have come off, some have looked absolutely diabolical, but he's trying to play with the bowler's mind. Viru Pediga Aj saying Melville. Yeah, Viru's already got one LBW decision wrong. He's not called the no ball. So what's happening, Virendra Sharma? What is happening? But yeah, remember, you can lock in your predictions in the next three balls for your first innings prediction. I won't, nothing is valid after the 15th over. So Gurkirat said 162. I said 157. And Nix, what have you gone for?
no, I was stuck at that number, and I'll stick to that number of 158. It's okay. नहीं हुआ
Okay,
हुआ तो हुआ.
158.
Should
158.
be
So
more
Levin over.
If Rohit bats deep. If Rohit bats deep, it should be more than 170. But
yeah.
Yeah.
that's the risk.
More than 170 means at least 12 and over. Let's see if how Rohit can go about it because remember his first 30 balls, he was not really liking it out there. Again, a
See,
wild
this is this
posh.
is this is what I'm saying. Like, usually Rohit, after batting so many balls, will miss balls like this. It's evident, and his frustration is also showcasing that why he
What?
wants
So
to.
does that mean the power's on the wane?
No, I don't think the power. It's just probably sometimes when things are not working out, you try that extra hard, and you start losing shape. I don't think power is an issue.
Oh, couple of bounces to long off there. So good
It could
over
also be the
actually.
deck, right? It could also be
Yeah.
the deck. It's not just him alone. Because
Yeah,
it just 2 months back he was hitting the ball like the best that he's hit for some time
yeah,
now.
yeah.
So
So I'm saying, see, uh, for the first 20-25 odd balls, you could have said that maybe it's the deck, but after being set, the last two balls, usually, regardless of what pitch Rohit is batting on, he'll find a way to hit those two boundaries, length balls outside off stump. So I
so
think
maybe he's just becoming normal. Matlab, not from Rohit levels, he's come to normal levels. Because
ये भी एक तरीका है. That's also
see,
one way of
at
saying it.
Rinku also, he's going at a similar, मतलब he's going at
हाँ
124 only. तो ऐसा
हाँ
नहीं है कि दूसरे एंड पे. So it's like Rohit has played more shots for his score, but Rinku may have looked comfortable, but he's still not too far away.
Yeah.
So again, we can have our own perspectives, and
yeah.
everybody's right, मतलब ऐसा it's just the way of looking at it.
No, what I meant to say was that, it's something that we have seen, we saw with Virat in 2022, that because the runs were not coming, he was trying that extra hard versus pace,
I
which
mean
Yeah.
meant
that
that.
that reverse sweep or the switch hit is trying extra hard. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
see Rohit doing that. So he's the fact that he wants to try new stuff just tells you that he again you can't say he's giving up on his own game, but he's just trying to find ways. And sometimes you will try extra hard, which is how we did for those 2 sixes.
Thank you, Shubham. And Shubham also believes the 17th over, if Rohit stays there, he'll go berserk. Lots of you guys give me your predictions. 109 for 4. Rohit gets 4. And now you just think the floodgates might be open. 148 says Hayes. Melville Singh, 176. Adyan Singhal, 155. And Sanjay Papagiri, 161. So we're all kind of mirroring our thoughts. Rohit is playing a mental battle there in the group more than playing against Afghanistan. Seeing Akshit. It is, of course, like Gurkirat mentioned there a while ago, that run out that he got earlier in the series, you could see that the pressure's kind of telling on him, and hence the frustration. Remember, 61, if you all are watching right now, you guys might feel free to watch the watch along later, because we discuss a whole host of things. We've spoken about Shivam Dubey, Arshdeep, we'll speak about Ravi Bishnoi and the spinners. But right now, Rohit Sharma will target the leg side boundary. And Paji say Dilli Wali, what is that feeling? What is that feeling? What is that comment? What is it? Put it on. You guys can't tease us over there. He's went on to say, Paji से दिल्ली वाली फीलिंग नहीं आती, मतलब aggression है या छुपा कर रखा है bro.
मतलब क्या? Do people want me to, spill out some expletives, which means trouble for the channel, or
Nothing
because
trouble for the channel, bro. They want to see you go mad. They like
नहीं,
you seeing them having a run.
I'm not like that. I'm not like that. Who will, go like that? So
Oh, is that 6? Is that no ball this time? He'll get 2
it
or will
should
he
be a
get
boundary.
4?
वो नहीं दिया तो
Afghanistan
ये
have
कैसे
fielded
देगा?
well today.
Great save.
Yeah.
Afghanistan have fielded well today.
Yeah, 4-6-2, so 12 off it, and a
ये
no
no ball दिया.
ball.
Finally
This was
given.
more for not a no ball than the other one, but I think he's panicked. And this time it's the other umpire, Zavarinder Sharma. I think it is.
No, but it's Virender Sharma's the leg umpire. So Virender
He's
Sharma.
still the leg umpire, of course. So, yeah, I think Madan Gopal had to oblige. So he goes on to signal no ball, and that's going to be a free hit for Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, this one.
Absolute blunders. 2 rights make a wrong, according to the BCCI and the umpires that they've hired. 72 people
wrongs
watching.
make
Please
a right.
like this.
2 wrongs make a
What's your
right.
prediction? Free hit 6-4, run out.
Boundary.
Will Rohit score 100 from here? I think he will. That's a wide. It's a shocking ball, that. Prateek Thakre, good to see you. 166. You go on to say, Shubham Gupta saying, Paji, isko gali de do, shant ho jayega.
किस नहीं मैं किसी को ऐसे गाली नहीं देता.
And yeah, and Hayes, Pranav saying Hayes joined X to see Paji's aggression kabhi on Twitter, which is true. You can see Paji sometimes lose it, but sometimes he's just generally kind of riling our fans as well, like he'll say some of the crazy things. But I mean, even that whole like the top 30 Rohit Sharma thing, I think you're making merit while saying that. You spoke sense, but like many people, if they didn't kind of, understand where you were coming from, they were losing it without even giving you a chance, which is sad.
Well, that is unfortunately the reality of our times. That uh, the space. Oh, that's nasty.
Bro, that's nasty.
That's
That shows you a good,
nasty.
good indication why the helmet is so important.
Yeah, but
Insane.
coming to that point, see, the space for nuance on most topics is diminishing by the day. So I'm not surprised by the extreme reactions. uh, my comments are out there in the open. I am still behind them regardless of how Rohit plays today, because one innings will not really define any cricketer. So that is also, I've said multiple times.
Yeah.
So the only time I'm riling people up is when they are trying to abuse me for an opinion. So then that at that point of time I'm like, okay, you want to rile me up, so theek hai, take more. So wo hai. But otherwise, when I'm giving cricketing opinions, I'm not trying to rile up. It's another thing that, regardless of however you want to put something, however delicately you want to put something, if someone wants to get riled up because they cannot accept any differentiating opinion, then that's on them, not on me.
You sound like Kohli when he's playing as a captain in overseas tests. Me like, हाँ देख लेंगे. If someone likes me, I'll give
नहीं
it
तो
as
फिर
that.
फिर अब दिल्ली वाला आ गया बाहर या नहीं आया?
Absolutely. 125 for 4, 15.4 by the way. And Rinku just playing that perfect foil in this partnership, which is almost approaching 100 already has, I think.
But I
One,
think now Rinku also should start taking his chances.
yeah, yeah, I agree. Meanwhile, speaking of Rinku, Shubham Gupta saying Rinku Singh is a lock. We discussed that in the Monday Night Live. Guaranteed Team India picks. We went for Jaiswal, Rinku, and the others. Go check that out. Paras saying India Super 8s in West Indies or USA. It is in the USA. No, West Indies, beg your pardon. What am I saying? The group stage, all their games are in the USA. Three in
No,
New York, one in
one is
Florida.
three are in US. One is in Lauderhill, Florida.
So, I mean, all are essentially in the US, four games, three in New York and one in Florida, is what you meant to say.
Yeah.
Akil Nair, if the first one isn't given, the second borderline no ball will always be given. I feel like, yeah, sometimes umpires are obliged. Except Rohit's reverse sweep, which came off once in 78 tries. There's nothing that he did today that we didn't know what he could do. But the criticism is based around 67 years of T20 cricket, saying Pranav Anand. I agree, not essentially fully, but I know where you're coming from. Ravish chatting football with me. Do you agree with Messi winning the Ballon d'Or? No fucking chance. He shouldn't have won it this year. No chance. But that is a chat for a different day. Prajwala Bebanur. It's a new name that we're seeing in the comments. Good to see you, Prajwala. Please subscribe if you're new. I'm sensing a century. What do you guys think? We'd want it as well because it'll benefit the team. It'll obviously give us a little bit more entertainment on this Wednesday evening. Some more road sixes. But then, Nix, if he does get that 100, then what do people say? Be
Ask
like,
ask Kurkirat Paji. I specifically told him before the start of the game that there is a century and a five for coming. All I don't know is who is that guy who is going to get it. So whether it is one of Vishnu Kuldeep or it is one of the openers.
Shot,
So
oh, oh my
shot.
God. He's nearly taken Rhodes' head off over there, Rinku, with that shot. Brilliant stuff. But yeah, Nix, I completely understand where you were coming from with that point. Off topic, saying Ashutosh Gurkirat, but why do fans feel there was a coup against Virat's captaincy? Was there really dressing room info leaks in camps? Do you believe in that whole Ganguly and greater powers at the play and the BCCI wanted Virat out? Really quickly, let's not dwell on this.
To be honest, if fans feel that, it's on the board, because the board made it absolutely their prerogative that we will not have open and honest communication. Uh, a lot of this was bubbling from the England tour itself, where you felt that there was unnecessary and unfair criticism of Virat, the captain. Uh, I mean, some of the stuff that was written after the twin in Lords and in Oval, you felt that I mean, this is clearly unfair, because I don't remember any Indian captain being criticized after an overseas test win the way Virat was, and not from one source. So you felt that this was becoming more like a hit job, and with the board not coming out and giving any statement or saying anything, it just kept adding fuel to the fire. So if fans feel that, I think the board is responsible. You have to hold the top management responsible at that point of time, because they allowed that atmosphere to develop and did not take any action. It wouldn't have taken much from, the board president or the secretary to just come out and say that these reports are absolutely false, everything is okay, things are fine, but they didn't. They let it
Yeah,
linger
and
on for 3 to 4 months, because it started in August, carried on till December, and then that is where, and then how they also removed Virat as the captain was not fair.
yeah,
A press
yeah,
conference would have been far nicer. But the same thing happened with Rohit at MI. MI
yeah.
also did not think that it was so. That's one thing that has gone out of
Oh,
India.
1 second. Speaking of Rohit, he's got six
Sure.
more and he moves on to 78. But yeah, 100% correct, Paji, with regards to how the management, not just BCCI, but Mumbai's as well, and how they can really make these stories better for Rohit, but they've left it sour in some people's mouths. Remember, you guys can ask us anything like Ashutosh just asked us. Plenty of questions to take during the mid-inning show, so get your dinner, your desserts, your snacks, whatever you guys are eating on this Wednesday evening, and join us and have some great questions to give Paji and Nikhil as well. Samyak, good to see you. If you're new, please subscribe and like this video right now. We're aiming for 50 likes before the second innings starts. So this innings where Rohit cements his place in the T20 World Cup, I mean, that's $1 million question. It depends on the fitness of a few others, because I was asking a few fans around the Chinnaswamy today who they'd like to see as India captain at the World Cup, and everyone unanimously was saying Rohit. Few were saying Hardik, few were saying Sky, few even said Shreyas Iyer, which is bewildering. But yeah, that's the most sixes now by a captain in T20 International. So well done, Rohit Sharma. 87 is what he has currently. He goes past Owen Morgan's 86 maximums as a T20 international captain. Thank you for that, stats man. Brilliant stats as ever on the cricket.com website and the app. So go check that out. Remember, India 142 for 4 right now. We're watching in Sports 18. There's still 20 balls left. And Kareem Jannat, let's see how he's going to finish, because I think he's specifically given this task of bowling in the death. So far, so good. You take the first 10 balls to just go for 16. But Rinku, can he get some more runs under his belt? He's already a lock for me and Nix and a few others with regards to India's T20 World Cup squad. The only one bad thing about Rohit's innings, V18 goes on to say, is that I can't open Twitter for the next 3 days because I'm
Nah,
clearly seeing, yeah,
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 3 days.
agreed.
3 days on Twitter is a lifetime.
Is
Three
a
hours
life.
I can understand. 3 days is a lifetime. And see, if if these things are going to deter you on being on social media, then you cannot be on social media. You need to have a thicker skin.
You need to be a rhinoceros and have the thickest
Because
of thick
you
skin.
just need to look at the bookmarks of that clip that you posted in the first watch along. The number of
Exactly.
bookmarks on that clip are
But that's more credit to you,
awesome.
right? Like imagine more bookmarks on X. That's flattering you much more, right, Paji?
Flattering or slandering, I don't know, it's just about the perspective on which perspective that you want to go on with on social media. See,
Would,
after a
would you
point of
would you
time,
believe that any PR is good PR?
i I don't believe, honestly, I don't believe in the concept of PR. I think if you do quality good work enough, then the odd times that you get it wrong, people who genuinely followed your work, they will understand. Like if you get something right eight times out of ten, I'm not saying 9 or 10 times out of 10, because I'm not Nikhil, but if you get eight times out, eight times correct out of 10, those who genuinely follow your work, they will understand. Then you don't need to do that PR, because if you just rely on that PR, then eventually you will get exposed. Sometimes maybe in time, sometimes maybe not in time. it's
Okay,
it's
well
about your
answered. Well answered. I'm going to give Paji and Nick some more questions during the halftime break. But before that, tell us how much India will get. Lots of people already had their lock-ins in the 15th over. There's a question to Paji from, I think, Paras it is, with regards to Rinku. And we can answer that right now. Meanwhile, Shubham Gupta saying any PR is good PR. Ask Hardik Pandya and KL Rahul after the Coffee with Karan episode. And this kind of feels like World Cup final pitch, see-through power play, and it gets easier to bat, saying Ashutosh. But yeah, what were you saying? No, it's not.
No, I don't agree, because I mean, KL got flack just because of being there. Like, here's the classic example of someone being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, that is true. That's basically, there were two school kids in the corner of the
That's
school
that's that's
smoking
basically
something.
that's basically me stuck with you sometimes when you are on your
I knew
own.
you'd say that. I
Okay.
knew you'd say that. Where Paji is the innocent one, and we're all like, wasters in life, and we're not doing anything
I
worthy of our
literally-
time.
that's
But Shubham going to say that was a sarcastic comment. Obviously, we can understand that. Chetan Krishna Atri, good to see you're saying 184 and you're being optimistic over there. And can you ask Nix about a player who will get a wildcard entry into the T20 World Cup squad? That is Samyak's question. Samyak, good question.
Ashwin/Shami.
I love it. I love it.
Shami a wild card entry nahi raha bhai. If you look at Shami's breakups of T20Is played, he's played more T20Is in the World Cups than otherwise. I just saying personally, one player who I'd love to be genuinely an X Factor pick is Sai Kishore. There's not a lot of logic involved in it. Okay, I'll be very honest. It's one player who I really feel should
Oh,
get his chances, and I feel can do well, but he won't be in the scheme of things. But if something like that happens, I'd be very very happy for him because that guy has been pretty consistent over the last 2 to 3 or maybe 4 years now in the domestic circuit, and you feel he's doing whatever he can, but not getting enough chances, whether even in the IPL. So
okay. Intriguing choice there. I don't know if Nix was actually trying to be funny or he's serious because you never know with Team India also. Ashwin
he
Shami
was like he was like, "ये तो नहीं हो रहा."
might well pop up. Like, imagine Ashwin has a crazy IPL, 22 wickets. He's like a really defensive spinner. We'll need that. We don't have off spinners anyway. Sundar is injured. Maybe. Crick Nerds also going on to say, and lots of other people having their say. Raj
Short.
Bhatia is one of them. Pulled away just for
We
another
have
single. So
to
India, yeah.
have to credit though. Afghanistan have been really good in the last few hours because they've. I mean, you kind of felt कि okay, ये four जाएगा या ये six जाएगा, but it hasn't gone to the fence.
Yeah.
So in that regard, so well done to Afghanistan for holding India down.
No, indeed. Rahul Devate wildcard entry, yeah, we took that. So these two surpass the highest fifth wicket partnership for India, breaking Kohli Pandya record in the World T20 versus Pak. Thank you for that, Pranav Anand. And Varun was in a disaster, saying in the last World Cup, Sal Nagdev. By the way, 48 or 50 people of you guys have voted with regards to what will be India's innings total. A lot of you,
Short.
44 short.
Short.
And Rohit is 13 closer. How many T20 internationals? 100 do Rohit has? 4, right?
Four.
4.
Four.
Okay, so amazing. And Rohit is the only
Surya,
player. So if he,
Surya when he scored that 100 in South Africa was at par with Rohit. But if Rohit scores one today, he'll get ahead once again.
and he'll level Gale. Or Gale
Mm,
doesn't have that many for T20s.
I
T20.
he has T20s. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
Gale has T20Is because when it comes to T20s, I think Gale has 20 plus.
That's just insane, bro. 20 plus. That's like 2000 T20 runs just through hundreds. He's a mad guy. But yeah, Rohit, there'll be lots of stats. Please give it to us, stats man, Anirudh, all the best ones. And of course, you guys can go check it out yourself. Rohit comes back for 2. Good running as well. I love the running so far of Rinku and Rohit in the stand. And India, out of nowhere, have come back and have got a respectable total. So 154 for 4, 18 gone. Rohit 11 away from 100. And where only time will tell if Rohit goes to that World Cup. Speaking of which, Nix, has Rohit played the most T20 World Cups ever? So he's played every World Cup, right?
Yeah, he crossed that record last time.
Last time. Yeah.
So there won't be anyone to beat him or even come close.
There
No
is
one
Very
from
one.
unlikely.
Pakistan, no one from Australia, David Warner.
Who?
There is
Who?
one person who you'd really advocate for, as in Avnish would.
Kohli.
Kohli could come close.
But Kohli's played 5.
Yeah, so
ओवरऑल करना बहुत मुश्किल है. Come close तो
Yeah.
yeah. But overall
Yeah, that's
looks
true.
difficult.
That's
I
pretty
don't
crazy.
think anybody can come close.
yeah. Also on that Gale bit, I checked. Gale has 22 T20 hundreds, 2 of them international.
Okay, 2 of them. So who has the most T20 international tons?
It would be
Is it
Rohit.
Rohit
If
only.
Rohit
Rohit.
gets
First to
today,
get to 5.
it would be
Yeah.
5. Anirudh
Okay,
is
let's
telling
see.
us that Maxwell has 4.
Yeah.
Okay, super.
He's saying Sky has 3, but I remember counting Sky 4. 1 in New Zealand, 1 in England, 1
England,
in South
South Africa.
Africa, and 1 in India versus Sri Lanka. Sky has
Yeah.
4.
Narain123, you ask a good question. We'll take it during the mid innings way. And just another single for Rinku. He's played really well here. I know he's found the man invariably in the deep. But Sahil Nagdev confirming saying Rohit has four, sorry, Sky has four. And will Rohit stay not out today, Samyak? I mean, only time will tell. Let's ask another elephant in the room. If Pandya is captain, then will we bench Rohit for Gill and Jaiswal? We'll answer that as well, Hayes, during the halftime show. And Satan Vic, or Satvik has changed his name. With Hardik Pandya prone to injury, India should look to groom Venkatesh and Shivam Dubey. Left field choice. But that comes from Twitter. So you guys are watching on X and YouTube at the same time, which is always good to see. Please follow us on Twitter as well. The boys are reaching 50K there. And on YouTube, we're reaching 44K very, very quickly.
Sure.
Rohit, 6-4. He's 5 away from 100 right now. And he's lighting up the Chinnaswamy, all right. There'll be a lot of people who would have been disappointed with a first bowler for Virat Kohli, a first bowler for Sanju Samson. But Rohit Sharma, 95-62. And remember, guys, just remember, he was, I think, 27 of 33 balls. So pretty much his last 31 balls, he's been in beast mode, hitman mode, fifth gear, call it what you want. Let's vote saying Hayes. We will do a poll as well during the mid-innings way, so don't go anywhere. Just grab your dinners and join us because, let's face it, who wants to listen to Gio apart from watching the game? Ashwin is like a cameo in a Marvel movie, Aana To Hai. And Shami, man. And Shami indeed. Rohit pulls away for 4 more, so he's 1 away from 100. Oh my word, does he come back in the top 30 players of Team India and T20 internationals with 1 knock? Bro, he's got 5 T20 internationals hundreds.
तो चार का रिकॉर्ड तो पहले भी था.
हाँ
One,
तो
one.
पेडिग्री है ना रोहित.
Okay,
Form is
okay,
so basically
okay.
form is temporary, class is permanent.
But form cannot be so temporary that it ceases to exist for 7 years.
Okay, fair. Look, I'm just trying to play Rohit's fans here because a lot of them.
I know what you are trying to
Oh,
do.
he's
Short.
got his 100. He's got his 100.
Well played, Rohit. Well
Rohit
played.
Sharma. Well done. And what a way to silence every critic in the country, including some of us, by the way. But look, we'll have to call it as we see it. 103 of 64. His last 30 balls, nearly about 70, 75 runs. So he's really lit up the Chinnaswamy. First thoughts, boys. Nikhil, you first.
Set the tone, batted big, the Rohit of old, if you want to go down that way. And I'll credit him for trying a lot of things in his innings. At times may not have looked the best, but he found a way, and that's what you eventually want. Find a way and accelerated brilliantly, something that we always know he could do. So lots and lots of credit to Rohit for just finding a way today.
And you ride off players at your own peril, right? So Paji,
Yeah.
has there been a peril for you or not really?
See, if you are going to, go back from your opinions on the basis of one innings, one spell, then I am not sure that, then there is essentially no difference between you and the average commentator out there who's there. So it's a very good innings, without a doubt. And these numbers have been there, this record has been with him for a longer time. But at the same point of time, you cannot really ignore the past data and the performances of the last 7 IPL. Maybe if he has a very good IPL and then goes on to have a very good World Cup, then maybe you can tell me that, okay, I wrote him off.
Oh, Rinku. And that's 50 for Rinku. So India really turning it on. And what a partnership this has been. Talk about 5th wicket stands for Indian T20 International. It's already the highest. And now we've seen one get a century, the other one get a half century. And it's Rinku and Rohit. And it's rinsing and repeating the act on this Wednesday evening. If you guys are joining us on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube, give us a like. Just 44 likes. Are you guys kidding me? 74 if you're watching. Who are the 30 culprits not pressing that like button? Smash the subscribe button as well. And Navidot, Hayes, Ashutosh, Pranav, all great questions and comments, which I'll take right after this over. Last over left. Guys, all our predictions have been blown out of the water by Rohit and Rinku. We have one little chance to rectify predictions. So what do you feel? The last 6 balls, is it 200 all of a sudden? Because Chetan Singh could reach 194 now.
192.
192.
I had the exact same number in my mind. So let's go with 189 then. Just for
Okay.
fun.
And now is the Chinnaswamy pitch now finally looking like the Chinnaswamy pitch? Because suddenly now 180 is the usual again in this venue. Oh, he swept
Shot.
that well. I know it's not the meatiest part of the bat, but I really, really like that shot. The fact that it was pretty much in 7 stump and he's toying with the field there and he's hit Bobby Deol's brother in Animal for another boundary, which is good to see. That Rinku 50 is as good as 100. Staged a partnership with India were collapsing. Brilliant. I think assessing the conditions goes into Rinku's credit purse today. And the fact that he's just played that perfect foil, like I said, for Rohit, who's just gone in 5th gear quite beautifully. Guys, let us know how much you guys rate Rohit Sharma's knock out of 10 in the comments, because a lot of you guys might have varying polarizing comments, but I want to know. It makes the community even better. And Rohit Sharma's hit that here. He's hit that at the cricket.com office, and it's come back and we've thrown it back. That is ridiculous in terms of the puzzle. I know he told Erasmus during the World Cup saying it's all about the muscle, but what is this, guy? I mean, he's treating... Oh, and it's a no ball. Wow.
It's also no ball.
It's gone from bad to worse. Wow, Rohit. Everyone is saying and going mad about Rohit in the comments, and it's funny how life changes. Rohit is broken Geo Cinema saying Akhil Nair, and I mean 200 Pakka lol saying Pranav Anand. Kareem Jannat, what have you done? What have you done? You've overstepped, not by a great margin, but you've overstepped and given an absolute freebie. And Indian fans like that, people just looking in it like a firecracker in the sky. Brilliant. To all the Rohit haters, take that, saying Prajwala Bebanur. And Prajwala, please like this video if you think we're doing a good job this evening. Akshar can't believe it. Free hit time then, and it's 6 more. It's range hitting. Rohit at 120. Who would have thought? Especially with 4 wickets falling early. It has been some display this. And Rohit Sharma fans, where are you now?
Is this the highest 5th wicket partnership in a T20I? Men's T20I?
I can't think of any else.
Maybe
Maybe
Anirudh
right.
can check. Because this
Anirudh,
partnership
please.
is 171. Yeah, he's saying yes, it is.
Okay.
Saying yes,
and this is maybe counting the minnows and counting non-associates? Sorry,
associates. You mean
associates.
associates.
Yeah, sorry. Associates. Maybe. Ask the stats man. He let us know.
Yeah, he says it is. He says
it is. By the way, that score ticker at the bottom, if you guys are just joining us, we're not at the start of the 19th. We're in fact just 2 balls in, and there's already, yep, you guessed it, 17 of just 2 balls in this over. There's more to come. Whenever the pitch gets tough, it's Rohit who shines. I've seen it and now countless times. He becomes beautiful when it's tough, saying Akshit Pradeech. We've seen it in the white colored clothing scheme of things. Now he's doing it in the T20s. He'll give Rinku strike. They'll scamper home. So 194 for 4. Who would have thought this 1.5 hours ago, Nikhil, when we were 24 for 4? It's quite ridiculous.
Now I also want to have an average for what is Rohit's average when Virat is gone for a duck.
Oh, yeah. That's also a good point. We showed you that stat earlier. Kanan B, it's good to see you in the watch-along. Today looks like a good day for openers. Finn Allen first and now Rohit. Yep, indeed. I mean, how Finn Allen did that was quite ridiculous. We can talk about that. We can talk about Shamar Joseph and getting Smith out in the mid-innings break. Anything works in the mid-innings break, so don't go anywhere. And like you could see Nikhil already munching his dinner. Feel free to join him and join us with your dinner as well. Swung away for 6 more. India get to 200 with 2 balls to spare. What's going on? If you guys are stuck in traffic, you saw 24 for 4, and you've just got home now, God bless you all. You missed one bit of a partnership. People in saris dancing around, which is good to see in Bangalore. And Rahul Dravid couldn't believe his eyes.
Another example of why you have to first stay in the game.
Yeah.
You stay in the game, you give yourself a chance. They were 60 odd at the 11 over mark. They gave themselves a chance, did not throw their wickets away, played to the situation, and from 22 for 4 to 200, you have the above par cushion also. You are likely to get that cushion score also.
And I don't know what Rinku needs to do more to cement his place. He's definitely a lock-in. 2 more balls. Rinku! 6 more. That'll help his career and his cause and India. And I'll tell you what, there's a good no-ball shot there as well. The bowler might get away with it. But what an absolute shit over this is. 30 off it. And with a ball to go, this could be really a record day for India in terms of the partnership, in terms of the last 10 overs, in terms of the last over and the last 5 as well. Afghanistan last time bottled like that against Maxwell's heroics. Now to Rinku and Rohit Singh, sports fan. Good to see all you guys jump into the watch along right now. Mehul, Ashutosh, Playing Vision, Hayes, and of course Kanan B as well. We'll take all your comments, of course. Do not go anywhere. Will it be 6 more to make it 36 of the final over if this in this T20 international between India and Afghanistan? So will Rohit play the T20 World Cup? He's played all of them, Mehul. Only time will tell if he'll play another one. But right now what he's done is just brilliant. A not out of 121 and 6
It is a six.
more.
Should be a
Are
six.
you
It is a
serious
six.
right now? 36 of the
Six.
final over, and only Bangalore would see sixes reign for fun. India finishing on a mammoth 212 for 4. Where have you guys been? But this has been an exciting watch along. Nikhil Popat, your first thoughts, because India, they've got themselves out of jail, and how?
And very well done to both of them for playing the situation. Again, I was harping about it, कि भाई, just give yourself chance. You will get there. Trust yourself. होगा अच्छा deck है जैसा भी है. We will end up with a score that you can defend. And they've just gone into an overdrive. And you expect that with Rohit. You know, we expected 170 हो जाएगा if he bats deep. And then Rinku was able to also switch gears. I will not look much into the bowling because it can happen. It's a small ground. And when two batters get going, it is harder on the bowling team. So I think India would love this more so from the point of view of how difficult it seemed in the first 10 to how easy it seemed in the last 10. I think, and you have to make that luck by yourself in terms of getting yourself in and then giving yourself chance. So, again, looking at the scorecard, people will say, "Okay, yeah, Sanju and Virat missed out," but actually they did not. They just went too early. So that's what it is. The game is how it is, and happy for Rohit. I think he'll be a lot more relaxed now, given the all the noise that is there around him, and which is rightly
Yeah.
also, but it'll just calm him down.
Absolutely, 121 for Rohit Sharma of just 69 balls. In fact, Rinku getting 69 himself, and that meant India 212 for 4 in this mid-innings break right now against Afghanistan in Bangalore, and 190 just from Rohit and Rinku. That was quite some partnership. India were in a spot of bother, but Rohit Sharma and yet another T20 international ton. If you guys are just joining us on this watch along, get your questions in. Navjot Jain saying this is by far the worst death bowling he's ever seen in his life. Now, Navdot, I want to get Gurkirat part of this as well and his thoughts about Rohit's knock and how much would you credit Rohit compared to Afghanistan's bowling? Do you think now with Rohit silencing his critics, what does it do good for the team given the World Cups on the horizon?
See, again, I'll say something that I've been saying repetitively. To just draw analogies and draw inferences from just one knock, I'm not sure how fair it is. Having said that, I think if you are going to say, oh, this was shit death bowling, etc., etc., I think that is taking credit away from a very good innings.
But people
Yes.
will also say, oh, yeah, you look at the Afghan pace attack, Rashid
No,
Naitha,
but
Mujib
against
Naitha.
but against the same bowling attack, you were 22 for 4, right? So you cannot
Yeah.
take away that credit. You have to accept that it was a innings of two halves. The first half, it had a lot of struggle involved. It had Rohit trying to break the shackles. Probably that struggle was due to the pitch and or his own shot selection, or maybe a combination of both. But once he broke those shackles, he displayed his full range. Now we have seen so many times the last IPL we had discussed how so many Indian batters were getting out to full tosses. You could be getting full tosses, but you still have to deposit them. So to say, oh, this is bad bowling or this is this is poor bowling or not a first choice attack, I think that is taking credit away from a very good knock. It remains a very good knock, but just on the basis of this one knock, I don't think you can say sab changasi or everything is good enough, because like Nikhil also mentioned, the debate or the discussion or the criticism on Rohit's spot has been there for a reason. So just one knock cannot take it away. It's a very good knock, but if we are going to draw inferences on the basis of just one knock, I don't think we'll achieve anywhere or go anywhere.
But how pivotal is this knock in the grander scheme of things? Because it's India's last T20 international before the World Cup. So does that have any relevance with regards to the selectors now? I mean, like the last
I
time
think
Rohit
See,
wore shirt number
he would have
400.
been. I think he would have been selected regardless. This just makes that decision easier. Now, whether it turns out to be pivotal for Rohit himself, that only time can tell. Maybe end of June or early July is the time we can discuss that. 6 months from now.
Okay.
But
Okay,
because
interesting.
there is no way to tell now, because sometimes we have seen Rohit being in very good form, come into the IPL, but not been able to score a run. So that has also happened. So whether it's pivotal or not is only something that we can, say maybe in 6 months' time or five and a half
Okay.
months, whatever way you
Yeah.
want to look at it.
And that's
I
spot
know
on.
I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do, but I'm not
Don't
falling
shoot
for
the
it.
messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. I just ask the questions. It's about how you guys leave it outside off. And
बहुत
sometimes
बहुत शाना आदमी है तू बहुत शाना
you
आदमी
some see. Sometimes it's about making you play certain deliveries and getting you beaten. Right.
like
Sometimes you
that only happens on the turf, not on the watch along or on the
no, but
shows.
sometimes I ask you googlies in the watch along, but then you stand back and then you just deliver, which is also good. Which is also
my
good.
my like my way of tackling the spin thrown at me is probably better than Virat's way of hitting spin.
Right, after Shivam Dubey, in terms of attacking spin
चलो भाई
form,
आज अब ये क्लिप डलेगी तो आज विराट के फैंस भी गाली देंगे. Bring it on.
uh, bring it on. By the way, Kushal Shah, good to see you as well in the comments with the squad. I can see the team having to choose one of Jaiswal, Rinku, and Hardik and Surya come back in unless Hardik will bowl for every match he's picked. Again, this is something that we can assume right now, but it's about how Hardik's fitness is, form, how much he's bowling, how many miles he gets under his legs in the IPL, so on and so forth. Daniel M as well contributing, which is always good to see you, Dan. India needs to play more T20 series against more teams and not rely on IPL for practice because players play different roles and for different teams need to play together more for squad for chemistry. Indeed, I agree with you. Let's see how it all unravels with the ball in hand for Team India because Avesh Khan is doing his warm-ups over there and whether India can of course make it 3-0 but that'll have no relevance on anything. Rohit and Kohli combined score 121 in this match. Can't drop both of them. Shobham going on to say. And one of the other guys said Kohli 122 against Afghanistan, Rohit 121. There also Virat wins. And I'm just like, oh my God, just be happy that both of them have scored hundreds against Afghanistan. What makes Rinku special, Nix? Feels like we're seeing impact Dhoni made Rinku making. So how much do you want to credit Rinku so far in his short India career? And where is the ceiling for this boy?
See, I think the best bit about Rinku, as we've all said this time and time again, that it goes down to the same line of giving himself the best chance to come good. You can't just go in there and play shots if you're not settled or you feel the pitch is doing something. He came in a very very tricky situation. Knew कि भाई इधर शुरू से मार के कोई point नहीं है. Give yourself a chance. He gave himself chance, and sometimes you have to give the batter the margin of error. कि some days it will not come off, and it is okay. But it's only when you'll do it enough is when you'll get it. To Rinku's credit, because he's done that n number of times for his state side also, he knows all he has to do is stay there till the end. Now there is always that caveat that okay, if you get out before that isolation, remember there was a point of time where I myself said he's also going at 124. So he both knew the situation well and they were playing the deck at that point of time. एंड एज आई एक्सपेक्टेड कि भाई जब दो लोग सेट हो जाएंगे, एक दो भी बुरा बॉल आएगा, द बॉलिंग टीम विल स्टार्ट टू फील द प्रेशर एंड गिव यू दोस बैड बॉल्स एंड दोस केम एंड देन he was there to make the most of it. So all I expect of him is more of that. Play the situation to the best of his abilities. And again, so far, he's probably ticked most boxes for you. Okay, but you want a quick taxation. He's done that. He had 31 of 8 once. Today also he's come in and looked a part of it. He's never looked hurried or however it is differently. So I think credit to Rinku for being having a very clear head in terms of this is the situation, this is how I want to do. It comes off, it doesn't, that's a secondary debate. But just having that clarity, I think it's a very good place to be.
Spot on. I think the fact that we were in a real pickle, like I said, 24 for 4, and for him to see that situation, captain, a partner as captain, I should add, well done to Rinku. We can't praise him further. Let's shift our focus to things Afghanistan right now because Rehmat Jalal, as ever, being chatty about his team, and only time will tell if Afghanistan can make a fist of this target in the Chennaswamy. Action will proceed shortly. But Gurkiyal, what do you feel? I know it's still early days in Ibrahim Zadran's performance as captain. He won that series against the UAE as his first one. This is second successive series as captain. I don't know whether he's going to be in for the long stint and potentially that T20 World Cup captain, but address the second part more than the first because you already spoke about the first.
You'll have to repeat the question again because
I'm
I
just saying,
lost my
take the
thought.
second part of this question. How do you rate Zadran's performance as captain? Did you already, can you tell that he's tactically weak, or do you think he's called a few things correctly?
So see, today was a positive maybe because they started off with pace rather than
Yeah,
bringing Mujib on. Now, not entirely sure if it was just down to the tactical bit or because Mujib wasn't there, so they just went to the next best options. And I feel one thing that I liked about Afghanistan today was they had fielders in the right places. You felt so many times that Rohit or Rinku got the ball or hit the ball from the middle, and you felt that it's going in the gap, but the fielder was there. So I like that bit, how the field placing was done. Apart from that, see, if the bowling is going to be the way it was, and especially when the batter is also set in such a manner, I'm not really sure what a captain can do because these boundaries are not big enough. And then you've seen the best of bowlers struggle to contain Rohit when he's gotten the hang of things. So and it's still early days. 3 matches in this series, and we probably three before with UAE. So not much you can read into these games. And again, you can only read into captaincy bit if you feel that this is an attempt to try something different from the previous captain. And because sometimes we have seen, like, again, I spoke of how Indian captains wanting to bowl first in bilaterals regardless of who the captain is. With Afghanistan, you felt that the one thing has been consistent is that they will not bowl Rashid early,
yeah.
regardless of who the captain has been, even when Rashid has been the captain. So you have to see that. And I think it was Somesh who was there who said that probably this is a team which is run more by Jonathan Trott than the captain itself. So
Yeah.
considering all those factors, it is very early to judge Ibrahim Zadran yet.
Yeah, and it was interesting what Jonathan Trott said about Afghanistan's performance in the series so far. He went on to praise the final flourishes in both the first innings attempts in firstly Mohali and then Indore. Let's see how they could approach today because they're chasing for the first time series today. In particular, the captain Zadran, not the most power packed player, but he offers some glue to this batting lineup. Remember, it was Virat Kohli
Means
lending his.
Prashant after a very long time on the watch along.
Yeah, I mean, Chachan, good to see you. This is a stat padding game. I'm not taking anything from it. Goes on to say. And Chachan, good luck for your Fulham clash tomorrow, wherever you're watching that. Remember, it was Virat Kohli giving this little team talk in the huddle because Rohit Sharma, I'm guessing, still not at the field. So Virat's acting captain and it'll be Mukesh to bowl to a Gurbaz, and there's a false start here. So remember, just for reminding, 213 Afghanistan are facing, courtesy Rinku and Rohit turning it on big time in the Chinnaswamy. Rinku 69, but Rohit more importantly 121 of 69 balls. Daniel M saying, any tips on how India plays New Zealand in the T20 World Cup? They're looking dangerous. I mean, they're
6 महीने
luckily not in our group. We'll face them in the
छह-
Super 8s. We'll face
हाँ,
them in the Super 8s.
it's
For sure. First ball,
This,
then Mukesh to Gurbaz, and no run over there.
no, the
No run
silence
over there.
tells you that we are not sure of what is going to happen in the next 2 weeks. Forget about thinking World
and
T20 में कैसे खेलेंगे.
not just from the Indian side of things. You're not really sure of the team that will come from New Zealand because with
Yeah.
Kane and his fitness issues, you're always left wondering, will Kane be there? Will he not be there? So
Yeah. By the way, some more questions to be answered. Rohit saw Paji's list and maybe took it personally, saying Sanjay Papigiri. And meanwhile, Karan B asking us, would love to hear each of your two wicketkeeper picks for the World Cup squad. Right now, Jitesh and KL, I can close my eyes and tell you that, but the boys might agree, disagree, I don't know.
Same. Second
Jitesh
one
and
not,
KL.
but first one, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Jitesh is a lock in. KL, depending on the IPL.
again, I'll tell you another thing that goes in KL's favor. Now Samson had the opportunity, like it was right there in front of everyone to see. It's something we discussed that the best way that Samson can make it to the Indian 11 is by batting at 5 for
Yeah.
Rajasthan. He did not do that. KL is willing to do that. Now, given your team
But do
already
you
has
think KL will
finished.
actually do that? He said that. It'll be interesting to see actually
So
if they go about it.
one thing you can never hold against KL is that he's always been someone who's looked to adjust to the team needs, and he's
Hmm.
taken up whatever role that has been there. And his first very good IPL season came while he was batting at four for RCB. So I think he has the skill, and I think he has recognized that that is the only way he can make a way into the Indian 11.
What about
So
someone
that
like Ishan Kishan?
Ishan Kishan, I think will probably only open for MI, and so if he's only going to open, then how will he make way in the make it to the Indian team?
And Dhruv Jurel, I know he's been slotted in that test squad, but if imagine he has a great IPL, do you take him as a wicketkeeper after Jitesh?
I wouldn't, I wouldn't,
And too
but
late also, no? I mean, to
uh,
draft in somebody so. See, the problem there
because
is,
Jitesh also hasn't gotten a lot of games.
Yeah,
Now you don't want to bet on another player who's also not had a lot of games, so makes it difficult.
fair, fair.
which makes you wonder the FTP also, okay, how great the guys were at in terms of deciding who to play when and where in terms of in which year and which format. And you can't tell me that India don't control that. So, matlab, to each his own, but you'll eventually take a call on the IPL. Hopefully, it works. Bottom line.
Okay. Now to replace Rohit, will a 900-run IPL season cut it for Gill, saying Samyak? I mean, there's so many questions, man. We can't really. It's just also a guessing game for us, right? You throw us these questions, which we would love to give you black and white answers, but we can't really speculate apart from anything else. Meanwhile, check out
What
our
Kushal is
short.
saying, what Kushal is saying is something worth pondering.
I hope
No,
Rinku isn't
actually,
using all
I
of his luck
actually have a
now.
very strong view on that. That he's not using all of his luck. It's not that he's hitting shots that are falling in no man's land, or he's getting caught but of the like David Warner के भाई no ball पे out हो गया catch छोड़ दिया लोगों ने ऐसा नहीं है. He's see the point is sometimes those knocks will not look good on paper when he'll get out before the acceleration. And when you take this, you have to be ready to take that. तो अभी अगर आप ये बोल रहे हो will attribute this to luck, so then attribute that also to luck when he gets out early. So that is just that something that I wanted to say कि luck को आप क्रेडिट तब करो जब luck actually involved हो और अगर अभी कर रहे हो तो फिर तभी भी करना क्योंकि then
Yeah,
it will be
who
unfair.
flicked away, but he's not got that much
Yeah,
timing
Yeah,
so
on it.
I wasn't talking of the luck part.
yeah.
What I was alluding to was ki that number six position is one which is very high variance because you are not sure when you are going to come out to bat. If you're going to come out to bat in the 18th over or the 19th over, chances of you'll probably get what, 5 6, or if you're coming out in the 18th over, maximum 10 balls.
No,
Now,
but even in that, like Nick said, right, that 8 ball 31 that he scored, he has that
yeah,
gear also, which is good to see.
And that is
huh,
why, and it is there because he's a specialist. He's
Yeah,
a specialist at that spot. He's not an opener who's been told कि भाई तू नीचे बैटिंग कर. उसने
yeah,
अपना पूरा क्रिकेट करियर यही किया है. So he is going to follow that process, and which is what you want people to do. कि भाई 5-6 पे, as Paji said, it is one of those toughest roles. And इसके लिए केएल को इतना बैकिंग मिलता है क्योंकि he is able to adapt. But
yeah.
रिंकू is just a step ahead कि वो वहीं पे खेला है. तो that is hope. You'll hope कि भाई वो it continues, the process continues to work for him.
And it's all about luck, right? I know a little bit of luck is involved with any sports person, but generally, when you look at Rinku in the last 1 or 2 years he's had, everything has been really good from him from a confidence perspective. He's just gone from strength to strength. Him taking down Yash Dayal, getting those 5 6s to making his T20 international debut for India and then contributing in big wins as well across the way. It just does him a world of good. But good one from Kushal. Remember, we've already put out a couple of things on Instagram, so check us out there if you're not following us, cricket.com_official. We've asked some fans a few belting questions outside the Chinnaswamy. I put it part of my Instagram story as well, and already some comments saying chup BSDK. I don't know what that means. If you guys can help me out, you can help me out. But I'll leave it over there. But 4 for none, 1.1 coming back to the
sure,
Watchalong, and
sure.
Avesh is being clubbed away for 6. What a shot that is from Gurbaz to get off the mark. Keep your comments coming through. Remember, more questions to take. And I'm loving the live chat right now because a lot of you guys are always energetic. Good to see you. I just hope Rinku starts keeping in the IPL saying Crick Nerd. We don't want that to happen. Karan B saying if Ishan replaces Jaiswal, it makes it easier for Rinku to fit in the 11. Could that be a possibility for selectors to think about? Your guess is as good as ours, I feel. And one more question, which I just saw right now. Is this Avish's first game after he had also called fever by the team management last year? Avish,
No,
I
no, he's
feel
played.
like
He's
he's
played.
played before.
He played the Australia T20s.
Yeah, he played the Australia T20s, but I don't know how India fit Avish in their Pacers pecking order because we discussed it even in the MNL. I think it'll be Bumrah and not Siraj. I would go for Arshdeep and maybe Mukesh. Avesh is probably going to go into the 15 if he's lucky, or maybe just as a backup net bowler. But again, the IPL should have answers. And even this match should give us an indication of how he goes about it because we saw how Afghanistan got their wickets back of a length in the power play. Let's see if he can mirror that. But yeah, keep your comments coming through. Please discuss how Rahul Dravid is still the coach. He hasn't won any ICC trophy as a coach. How long are we going to give him time? Asking Chuchant. Given that Paji likes Chuchant a lot, Paji, you can answer.
I think even the BCCI is very keen on having him as coach because, when BCCI said that they have extended the contracts, Rahul Dravid said, I haven't signed anything. So, uh, it's a difficult one to answer because it has a lot of factors, subjective ones, which to which we all of us are not privy to. We really don't know what are the backdoor conversations happening, uh, whether he's being asked to be the coach or whether the board and the players prefer him to be the coach because they think that this is one person who we can work out well with. Allows he lets us be in our comfort zone and then work accordingly. So, see, I've often felt that I don't think coaches, especially with international teams, are just on the basis of results. I mean, India sacked India sacked the entire selection committee after the 2022 World T20, right? But I thought it was just a hogwash because I don't believe in Indian cricket that a captain and coach cannot be calling the shots in terms of have wanting who they want in the 15 because at the end of the day they are being criticized the most, they are being asked questions the most. So it's not just results which will be a factor of why he's there because he hasn't won an ICC trophy as a coach. So there have been
But how
many.
much? But how much will it go into his favor that he at least played the way we wanted him to see play with Team India in the ODI World Cup, and he finishes a finalist? Is that a failure more than success? And how much did that Asia Cup win as well, preceding the World Cup, went somewhat in his favor?
See, Asia Cup win cannot go in any coaches or captain's legacy. I'll be very honest especially when you're judging the Indian team or an Indian captain or an Indian coach. At
Fair.
the same time, to say that not winning the World Cup, reaching the final is a failure, I feel that's very harsh because up till the final you were the best team and you were the best team by a fair distance. So that is something which I don't think you can deny. Uh, for the T20 World Cup, you can obviously say that okay, there was no Bumrah, there was no Jadeja, so that played a part. The greatest criticism will be on the test matches bit. That is something that will be there because you lost 5 test matches outside of Asia on the bounce. That is something that will stay. But I don't think calling the reaching the final a failure or everything else is fair. And again, the entire accountability cannot fall on the shoulders of the coach. My assessment for any coach or captain has not been about the results. My assessment has only been about the process, how they are going through building a team. I felt from the 2021 World T20 or after that till the 2022 Asia Cup, they were going all right. They were backing the players who they had conviction in. They had fair amount of conviction, but post that Asia Cup, I thought things started to unfurl because that is where the desperation started to kick in, wherein you saw not one but many instances of both Rohit and Dravid or the entire team management not backing their own initial conviction. I think that is
Sure.
that is
But
how I
Gurkirat, many people will say that they were also unlucky because they didn't have their key players like Bumrah for a long time. Of course, they missed
No,
Pant
that that
as
that is
well.
that is something that I'm accounting for in the World T20 bit 2022. That is a fair argument in their favor, and that's why I'm saying I will not judge captains and coaches on the basis of the results, because sometimes you don't have the resources. So
But that's similar to even the tests.
my
The
assessment
test
will
record.
always be my assessment will always be on how they have had a process of selecting players, and how they have had a process of building a team. And as long as they've had some conviction and they've done it decently with a fair amount of success, I feel they're fine.
But even the tests, like you mentioned, losing that WTC final, losing to England in that one-off test where we had to, of course, carry on our lead from 2-1. We conceded that. Losing to South Africa as well. The fact that obviously turbulence in the test team, people have moved on. You look at Rahane Pujara, for example. Virat's not captain anymore. Rohit missed that test as well. Did you feel at that point in time that they were kind of lacking personnel in the longest format of the scheme of things as well? Short, by the way,
Short,
6.
short.
What a shot that is.
They
Yeah.
did, but what did they do to correct it? That's my so
Could they
it's
fill in those voids? Because you're talking about
yeah,
big replacements. Rohit
yeah,
is an opener.
yeah. See, they had an option to try Sarfaraz or take Sarfaraz to Bangladesh. At least they didn't. They went back to Pujara. They played Sky ahead of Sarfaraz. Iswaran's been with the team but not getting chances. They did not learn their lessons from the previous South Africa tour, where 6 batters were not enough. They continued with the same. My problem is not with the losses. See, WTC, they did not really have much of a chance in those conditions with the absence of Pant and Bumrah. The problem comes when you make a blunder like not playing Ashwin, because you are yourself setting yourself up to fail. You're not maximizing your own chances, and I think that is all what you should ask from a management. It is not just the result. Did you do everything in your power to maximize your chances? If yes, then it's fine. The A lot of criticism for the World Cup comes from the fact that they did not maximize their chances. The pitch really took everything out of the equation. If after winning 10 games on the row you don't feel confident enough of beating a opponent that you've already beating on a decent pitch, then what will? So my gripe or my criticism of this management is not about the result. It is about lack of conviction in your own players and plans. That's about it. That is the one line through which I will judge this management, regardless of the fact whether they win the World T20 or they don't, because
Okay.
T20 is such a format where you can still win despite not having the best team, because the format is a short one. You just need 2 or 3 players to click and make the sort of impact wherein the opposition is so far behind that they have literally no chance to come back.
Hmm. Hmm.
So that is
In
how I
fact,
will judge them.
Pranav Anand, going on echo your thoughts, saying trying Sky and Test was one of the biggest blunders of this team management. Else, they've been quite well with all the injuries around. Let us know what you guys think. If you guys echo Gurkira's thoughts on this Wednesday evening, remember, Afghanistan have been quite brilliant so far in their first 3 overs, 26 for none. Solid start, I would say. But here is a man who's wreaked havoc in the power plays, not just in that Australia series, but he's picked up a couple of wickets here in the power play in this series as well. Chachant saying Dravid coaching style has been very defensive. He's actually made the game boring. Uh, India should have won the World Cup when all the odds were in their favor, even the pitch tampering, he goes on to say. And lots more comments to take in a bit. But Bishnoi started off not in the best fashion by conceding a boundary. And Akhil Nair having his thoughts as ever. Irrespective of the batting lineup, Rinku should not be entering beyond the 17th over. What he can do, nobody else can do in the Indian setup, even if they're only one down. I mean, it's food for thought that. Meanwhile, finally, above 50 likes we've seen in this watch along. If you guys are just jumping along, do hit a like for Rohit's knock, for Rinku's knock, for the fact that you're sad that Virat didn't score any runs today. AB Sam going on to say, assuming both Sky and Hardik will be back, means only one of Jaiswal and Rinku will feature in the playing 11. Who would be your pick, boys? Nix, I'll give this one to you and then Gurkirat, because Nix has been quiet for a while. Nix?
No, as much as I'd hate for it, but I'd pick Rinku because what
Say,
he's solving, that's a four, yeah. Because what
4.
Rinku is solving is something that India has been searching for, I don't know, almost a decade now. So as unfortunate as it can be, but Rinku.
Okay, Gurkirat, you agree with him?
My answer is the same as Nikhil, as Sumesh, because Sumesh said the same thing while we were there, and the logic is understandable because you still feel that while the other options may not have as much intent as what Yashasvi has, it is still easier to cover up for that intent with the benefit of the power play.
Hmm.
But you literally have no other option at number 6 because you cannot rely on Hardik. You don't have, while Jitesh has potential, he's not shown the same amount of numbers, because if you just look at Rinku's numbers right now, uh, he's played 11 innings, and he's averaging 84.5 at a strike rate of nearly 170. So he's doing whatever he can in his power. uh, so yeah, and these numbers are not even are not even inflated by those, like he played one game in China in the Asian Games. Apart from that, he's played decent opponents and he's done a decent job. So yeah, can't
And I
can't
know that
really.
84 average obviously is still taken higher because of the not outs or whatever, but it's still credit where credit is due,
I
and
I, I like I like Vimal's comment.
not a bad knock for the 31st player. Vimal
Yeah.
Mohan, really, really appreciate you jumping on to the watch along as well. Vishnuy's first over has been, I was going to say, not a fruitful one, nearly the fruits at the end of it, but nonetheless, 37 for none, 4 overs gone. Remember, this match is happening in Bangalore, so in about due course, I will have to take leave, and then Gurkirat and Knicks can continue their chance, and of course, entertaining your questions. Give this watch along a like, and if you guys agree with Gurkirat and Knicks about who should be left out, tell us in the comments, because a great question by AB Sam, which is who makes way once Sky and Hardik come back. And remember, Sky and Hardik, they might miss the first 3-4 games of the IPL, so their injury concerns is something to really watch that and carry on with regards to cricket.com. Meanwhile, India were 21 for 3 after 4. Afghanistan 37 for none after 4. Updates in the WPL. I was asking that about fans and how excited they are to see the WPL in Delhi and in Bangalore. Gurkirat, are you going to go for any of the games, WPL?
I don't know, the schedule's yet to come out. Let's see.
Okay, super. Saturday cruising will be
Kotla's a
just.
stadium. Kotla's a stadium I don't
I know you
really look
don't like,
forward
but
to
do you like the
it.
Delhi Capital women's team? I mean, just go to see Shefali Verma live. Imagine that with that opening partnership that they have.
Yeah, see, it won't be a bad experience for sure, but I don't have anything against the women's team. It's just that I really don't like going to Kotla. That's about it.
Okay. Only time will tell if Delhi Capitals women or RCB women will win their competitions before the men's. That's something to think about indeed. But as you guys needed reminding about stats and cricket.com, we have all the best ones. We told you not just Rohit's sixes as a T20 international captain, where he has the most now, 19 total, but we also gave you an average of how Rohit does whenever Virat's got out for a duck. So lots more great ones to catch on cricket.com. There's a whole stats carousel, and our stats man who's keenly listening to this will also throw some good ones with regards to that partnership. Rohit's 121 and Rinku's 69 as well. And not to forget the last 10 over carnage that we saw. Sami Santosh, always good to take new names as comments. Is Virat as an assistant captain in T20s? Because I see Virat leading the side now in place of Rohit. I mean, it's pretty much those two who are the senior statesmen. You look at the rest of the team, Samish, and they're all very young. In fact, when Rohit was still kind of catching his breath after that 121, Virat was left to the task of just giving a team talk. When you have Avesh, Mukesh, Gill, Jaiswal, Rinku, all youngsters, you need someone to just grab the bull by its horns and be like, look, we're going to go in this direction. What have you made of the bowling changes so far, Nix, in this power play? I know India have liked to experiment. 2 in the trot for Avesh. Would you like to see maybe 1 from Kuldeep in the power play?
Nothing. Average 2 is fine.
Oh,
They just
sure.
wanted one wicket. That this is the wicket. It is no, it is not. It's a
Ooh,
4.
no, I thought there was mid wicket,
Yeah.
and it's 4.
So yeah, I think
Shivam
average
Dube
2
could have
is
scored
fine.
that, right?
I mean, yeah, in some world. uh, I'm keen to see if Dubey is given a ball in the end, because see, with no Aksar, this is what's a problem, because then you can't bowl probably two of Bishnoi there, because you want to then hold on to Bishnoi also, but there is Kuldeep also who's playing this game. So very
Yeah.
keen to see if they give that last over to Dubey and see how that works out for them, because I expect Kuldeep to immediately come on post power play. So again, not much to say if bad or good or bad. Is that a chance? No.
Oh, again, evading the fielder. I'll tell you
Yeah.
what, Ibrahim Zadran and Gurbaz are fancying their chances in the power play. And why wouldn't they? Because they're still behind the eight ball in terms of the scoring rate 45 for none after five, but they're going at 10s from the get go, 11s almost. So, Pranav Anand, again, good question with regards to Rinku's spin game. I like it. I absolutely love it. Do you think he's probably the best player of spin in this T20 setup that India currently have right now? Maybe not. Gurkirat, how would you rate Rinku's spin game?
It's been good. It's just that he's sometimes been a slow starter versus spin, but otherwise, I feel that he's improving. You felt in the IPL that that was the way to sort of combat him, but he's slowly improving. I thought today he was picking up lengths quickly off the left arm spinner. Had a few good shots, but found the fielder on a couple of
But is
occasions.
that
So
also because he's kind of consciously being more circumspect against the slower bowlers and then he can cash in, like how we've seen against Pacers in the IPL and for Team India?
yeah, I'm not so sure. I don't think I've seen anything like that to make that conclusion. To be honest, it might have been the
Okay.
case, but I've not seen it enough to say that, because in the South Africa T20s, where I think it was the 19th over where Makram came on to bowl, with Rinku and Jadeja on the crease, and then Rinku stepped out and hit Makram for two sixes.
Yeah.
So I think his greatest strength is his game awareness, in terms of knowing when to probably change gears. Uh, and if a player is also walking in different kind of situations, then it's very difficult to judge how that player is doing against a specific type of bowling.
Yeah.
Because today you could have bowled uh,
But do you
pace.
think he has like a chink in his armor in terms of a bowling type? If you close your eyes and you think, oh, how am I going to plan for Rinku the batter? Is it short? Is it left arm pace? Is it something that you've seen, both of y'all, in the IPL or for Team India?
See, against, like, we have not, because he doesn't really come in the top four to bat. We've not seen him, enough against, in situations where the ball's really swinging a lot to make that assessment that okay, maybe he's a LBW candidate or someone who will, edge it behind. I felt that he sometimes does tend to play it a little late, which helps him. uh, Initially, like I said, you felt that with spin you could have combated him. I do feel that going forward, teams could tend to bowl a little wide of his arc on the offside and make him reach for deliveries, and that could end up being troublesome for him because of his height and stature. Because he's
Okay.
not someone who's very tall who can use that reach. So maybe that could end up being a problem. So far, I don't think teams have also worked enough on him to figure that out. It's just something that I've seen with players of that height, that when you start bowling away from their arc, it becomes a problem. It started to become a problem for Rishabh Pant as well in T20s. So
Yeah.
maybe something like that could be on the cards. But at this point of time, I don't think even teams have worked enough on him to figure out one real weakness.
I'll tell you what, I mean, given the fact that you and Knicks get most of your predictions right, only time will tell if that is actually like a trap that players and oppositions can employ against Rinku Singh. Yashad Reddy will take your comment about Bumrah and partnership breakers, but I just want to take Sai PK Chandra's comment, which is flashing on the screen for a while, and Knicks. It makes you think about this as well, right? Washington Sudhar, what's his usage? I know, fine. Didn't get batting, theek hai, it's all right. But in the power play, because they're two right-handers around the wicket, is a ploy, surely.
Yeah,
One
hundred
over.
percent, and 100%. And the fact that I did not even mention him was because I was so confident कि उसको तो देंगे ही नहीं. So, so again, it's just one of these things that you can probably hold against this management, which sometimes I just hope why don't they come out and say, but then you feel okay, they are not answerable to anyone. So they can keep doing things which we can only guess. Okay, why would you not give Sundar the ball in the power play? That is probably one of his specialist job that he can do so well. तो वहां पे नहीं करोगे तो फिर आप how often until what time will you keep going on that matchup route? You don't stop that with
But it's
others.
not even about the matchup thing, right? We've seen Sundar, at least I remember him bowling in the power play extensively in the IPL, two right-handers, creating that angle. So it can't even
Yeah,
be, oh yeah.
it's again as I said, we can only guess here. क्योंकि कुछ भी होता है कभी कभी and the logics at times are very weird.
No, absolutely. Yashwant, good to see you. And Pranavanand, lots of comments coming from you, which is amazing. And I'll take them in just a bit. Sami Santosh also saying, are India keeping the option, what is it, of playing Washi for the T20 World Cup if option rises? No, man. Like, I generally feel like we don't. Speaking of Washington Sundar, he's on now. He's on now. So obviously, Rohit wanted to give him a little protection. But for whatever reason, he's on right now. I don't know. I mean, just because he's a rare breed in India, Samish, he's a bowler who bowls off spin. We don't have that many going around right now in T20 cricket. He's a left-handed batter. And despite his domestic record off late being not a good one, you still feel Washi's always with a chance if he can keep himself fit. Yashwant Reddy then will take that comment, which I've been asking for a while. Apart from Bumrah, is there any other bowler who we can really rely on breaking a partnership if in situations like previous World Cups? Bumrah is just a great X-factor bowler. He's one of the best bowlers in the business, so you automatically think him. Partnership breakers otherwise, guys, I'm struggling here. In the middle especially. Who can we throw the ball to in the
Are you
middle?
India? I don't
Maybe a
think you have to.
Bisnoy? Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Bisnoy. See, given recent exploits, you'll probably say Bisnoy. But again,
Yeah,
this is also something that you can probably add up to the point about the management that how short-sightedness has everything been.
yeah,
Every planning, everything has been so short-sighted that you don't have backups to anything right now. You don't have backups to Ashwin Jadeja, even looking out, okay, these two could be those. You don't have backup to anybody who can even do remotely half the job of what Bumrah does.
yeah.
So, again, you can talk about the injuries, but what have you done then to ensure that you have the next in line ready? You are not doing
Correct.
that at all. And when you have guys like Sundar who can bowl in the power play, you are bowling them without it, like post the power play. तो क्या करना चाह रहे हो आपको ही पता एंड शार्दुल ठाकुर था सर बट अभी तो वो फ्रंट लाइन स्कीम में भी नहीं है तो शिवम दुबे इज द फ्लेवर ऑफ द सीजन देन
It's crazy. Akilna randomly saying Shardul Thakur. I mean, it's quite ridiculous how fans want to voice their opinions about certain things. Remember, 54 for none, 7 overs gone. Still going to be a nervous watch this in terms of general cricket viewing. Whether Afghanistan come close to India's 212, only time will tell. But keep your comments coming through, of course. And if you guys are grabbing dinner right now, feel free to tell us what you guys are eating because I know Gurkhirat the Knicks will be there for the next hour or so. I will probably have to jump off very shortly, given the fact that there's fan camps to do and a few voiceovers as well. But meanwhile, Pranavanam going on to say India need to pull things back a bit so as to have some cushion for Dubey's death overs bowling. Yeah, even with Dubey, it'll be interesting to see how many overs he bowls today because he's bowled in both the games this series. And when will he bowl? He bowls right now. So perfect comment from Pranavanand and of course alluding to Dubey. So far, yeah,
would
you
be
look at his
great if you can
numbers
strike would be great if you can strike in this one and then
straight
Kuldeep
away.
comes on yeah
Talk about partnership breakers. Shivam Dubey, does he have what it takes to be with the man with the golden arm and all of that? Remember, 55 for none, 7.1. We're watching on Sports 18. Only 55 likes. What are you guys doing? We're aiming for 100 likes. Please, all you lovely people watching this right now, wherever you guys are watching from, like this particular video and tell a friend about it. Share this YouTube link on WhatsApp to people. Put it on your stories. Help us on cricket.com because we're really building something great here and we're just 3 to 4 years in existence. So it's a new place, this new channel, but lots of refreshing ideas and insight and analysis. Samyak saying, talking of BCCI, should we even expect a press conference for the T20 World Cup squad announcement? As most probably it'll be during the IPL Carnival. They will have a press announcement because Agarkar has been living up to
It
that
will
reputation.
it will come
he's
there.
not living up to it. He'll
He's
announce it when
forfeit.
all when all the sources would have already given away the 11 to the public, and then it'll just be a formality के हाँ ये जो आपने सुना है
And it
यही
will
सही
come during the middle of the game at around 10:30, 10:45, when cricket writers are already writing, the match report of the ongoing IPL game. They will be just about to submit it to the editor, and then the editor will say इसको मैं बाद में पढ़ूंगा, अभी squad आया है, जल्दी जल्दी लिखो. Pasta workshop will be after someone else's case. नहीं नहीं, do this first. So I mean,
I mean,
sometimes you really feel. I mean, the World Cup was one event. In fact, now that I also have to watch a lot of the game regularly and comment on it. During the World Cup, I was really like, I mean, people who have to write, sometimes they're doing a really thankless job, because not only you have to watch the entire game, but you also have to account for these happenings out of nowhere. You could be on and off, just about to leave on a Friday evening, 10:30. Avnish, if you were a writer, I can totally imagine you having plans. Acha, okay, we'll drink here and here, everything.
you're spot
10:30,
on. You got to plan it, man. You got to plan it. Life's too
10:30,
short and somber.
10:30, 10:30, you've reached reached the parking, just about to enter your car. Bastab calls you, Avnish, team का squad announce हुआ है, please वापस आ जाओ.
I'll be like,
and
घर
see
से कर लूंगा भाई, ठीक है, no worries.
he's
And I'll figure it
Avnish,
out.
yeah, he won't be the first, and I have written many reports in taxi and trains while covering the game. So it's
Yeah,
just part and parcel of a privileged job. So वो भी
No,
ठीक
but
है
you know
just
what? To be honest, guys, I'd rather talk about it like how we're privileged, like you, me, Gurkirat. Always kind of we jump out of the video and we say whatever. Imagine being a writer and have to be politically correct, coin your phrases. It would just be a brain fog for me
why would
more
you
than
think I
anything
am
else.
so different at times compared to the YouTube? Because I have started as a writer and now we are here. So
Yeah.
just to add on to the squad bit, there was a BBL game just a couple of days back where they had a guest who's playing a different sport. But
Ah,
that guy was a former player. He played cricket for Australia under 16s or under 19s, and they had footage of him to show during the game. That's how much ready they are in terms of for a BBL game. A guest is come and he's played cricket some time back. The guest doesn't want to talk about it. He wants to talk about his sport, the current sport now. But they have the footage with them available, and it just tells you the amount of value that they give in terms of building the nice product. And
wow.
then here we are 10:30 ko squad aate. So again, it's just those small things that add to the fans experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a good one that you pointed out there. I think something we spoke about in the previous watch along about broadcasters, which one we like, and we were recommending certain VPNs to go check out Sky Sports Cricket or be it Super Sport for the SA20 as well. I know you guys are watching it in Geo, but sometimes the extra bits that they give in ad breaks and all of that stuff makes a huge difference. But right now, India, of course, defending that 212 that they got, Kuldeep into the attack. So we're seeing three different bowlers in the last 3 overs. Sundar 1 over, Dubey 1 over, now Kuldeep. But on that note, guys, I will have to take leave because there are a couple of voiceovers, my dinner to have, and then, of course, go and do fan cams. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to be leaving you guys in the safe hands of Gurkirat and Nix for the remaining 12 overs of this watch along. Ask them anything, badger them. You have Gurkirat. Very recent. Oh!
Oh,
It's not very often you have Gurkirat these days, but especially with Watchalongs now kind of taking the back burner till the WPL, we'll get to see him only in that first test review of India England. So ask Gurkirat anything. Next, though, you always guys know the drill. So do that, and I'll see you guys soon. Check out the fan cams. And I certainly need to go eat dinner right now, but go India and hope you guys win 3-0. Cheers. I'll see you guys soon. Producer G,
बिल्कुल
snap.
बढ़िया. Hello, that's two small
Afghanistan have
samples.
done better than what I had imagined so far.
Yeah, and then it also tells you कि भाई the deck
As eased
has
up.
gotten better. हाँ तो वो जो unevenness था, bounce का
Hmm.
भी issue था, वो नहीं हो रहा है.
Hmm.
Did he get hit? I think he did get hit on the helmet, which is why he's called for the physio. But yeah, this is a good start. They have a lot of all-rounders after this. So very keen to see their entry point, and also, yeah, he did get hit at the side of the helmet, which is why you have that thing. But yep, let's see. So I think Kuldeep का entry point भी low है, but India will hope he can take one there. भाई साहब आराम से. He's he's mimicking falling over. भाई, God bless you. Pranavadan पूछ रहा है random question. Should teams blood in new players during home tests, keeping tough overseas tours in mind, or should they still play a guy who's very good at home but has susceptible technique for overseas?
I am I am inclined on the former because I think, especially for I think not only just batters, but I think you need some experience of playing test matches at home or in familiar conditions before you go away for tough tours, because not everyone you'll come across is someone who will take fish take like fish to water to overseas tours, especially with a lot of A tours not happening. So that is my view on it. But it's it's something we've discussed earlier that due to WTC, the room for experimentation is completely out of the window. This is why I've been saying that India should have really taken Sarfaraz to Bangladesh. Even they may not have played him, but they would have had got chance to look at him in the nets versus Ashwin, versus
Correct.
Akshar, versus even Kuldeep was also there. Jadeja wasn't there, but yeah,
Yeah.
Kuldeep was there. So they could have gotten some idea. Once they did not select him for those two test matches, they were never going to select him for a BGT, which was a high profile series. So yes, they
Yeah,
should do that, but hota nahi hai.
and even I think generally also before now you would see that's how people would go about it, right? They would get in youngsters at home, and it'll like you see with India, it is almost perennially and eventually कि अगर आप opener नहीं हो तो you're always starting at 6, and then you are gradually moving up, or you get a spot कि अच्छा 6 पे नहीं but यहाँ के लिए अच्छा है, so then you go there. So that is also sometimes the part of how things have gone out. And Adyan जो पूछ रहा है sir, we've already answered this in terms of who
हो ही
would
नहीं
pick
पाएगा.
if yeah, well,
It won't happen if both Virat and
Rohit are
Rohit
playing.
are there.
Yep. So, and we have also given our option K if it eventually does come down to these two, who would pick. So, sorry if you've missed out on it. You can scroll back a bit and then have a look at it.
Yeah, this I feel Gurbaz will now take the aerial route, and he has no other option. But
Yep.
Ibrahim Zadran, will he get out or will he get a flurry of boundaries?
No, I think they'll probably look at him to bat deeper, but again, I think one of them has to probably just start getting that fence a bit more. Abhi ke liye, they are going at sevens, so the rate is already 13. So
Yeah,
they'll have to start in that sense. कि भाई दो तीन तो बाउंड्री लगानी पड़ेगी, and Dubey is the right guy to take the risk against also. So you can
that's why
probably expect the risk coming, and that is the first risk,
gone.
and
Oh,
it's in the gap and it's a boundary.
maybe if it
So
was some other fielder, it could have been a
no,
catch.
I think it went way above him. मतलब वो angle से ऐसा लगा, but I think it went way over him, and nobody expected that one to go that in that direction. मतलब fine leg सोच रहे हो आप,
Yeah,
it is way too far for interesting. देखो फिर do you
Kohli
get Mukesh
always
back?
thinks any
हाँ,
Kohli
obviously.
will always think कि अच्छा ही catch हो सकता है.
Yeah.
Samayak has a good question. इंग्लिश मीडिया ने तो ऑलरेडी इसके ऊपर प्रीव्यूज क्या रिव्यू भी लिख दिए हैं. No, but I expect pitches to have turned from day one. Yes, for sure. I just hope that pitches are not like Indore, because that takes the entire quality of Ashwin, Jadeja, and Akshar out of the equation. I would prefer if pitches are the standard subcontinental pitches where there is decent pace and fair amount of runs, and then the pitch starts breaking up. That is what I'd expect.
मैं तो टर्नर के अलावा और कुछ मतलब जो भी जैसा भी आपको चाहिए, you can put it that way. Yes. But यार और कोई expectation तो है नहीं, मतलब I don't think anybody expects anything apart from turning decks. And given what all has already been said by people involved, you don't expect anything else. Baki, if Iyer fails, trying Rinku isn't bad option. He has played rescue innings even for up that experimental celebration white ball you're taking. I think he is already not there in this squad, right? Or unless you're talking about ODIs.
Shreyas is not there.
Yeah, so
T20
Asia.
is
So
not test. Short.
okay, so we have those two boundaries uh, for this over already. Both scoops. So do you think ये pace नहीं है इसके लिए they are trying to use it? मतलब शिवम दुबे का pace use कर रहे हो तो थोड़ा अजीब लग रहा
No, but he's also bowling a lot of slower ones. So probably they feel that with that, it's difficult to line him up in front of the wicket or square boundaries. I don't know. But
है. Yeah,
and they're getting into positions where I think they're only leaving the sweep as the only option.
बिल्कुल. And I think तो यही over है फिर दो boundary आ गए तो they'll want to end well. And yep,
Sure.
it is length ball that is clubbed. So this is probably the best start in terms of the acceleration that they wanted to have.
Yeah.
120 then in the last 10 overs, and they would back themselves to do the job then.
Hmm.
Dekho, this is good
Yeah,
test because
if they can bring it down to 65 in last five, they will have a chance. Fair amount of
yeah,
chance.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. तो Ashutosh says Hardik never used to play as an anchor for India. His role was a finisher. Doesn't matter what GT gets out of him. Even for MI, he came at 5, 6, and 7. If he can't do that for India, get another. But I think he will play at 5, 6 only now that he's back for MI. तो वही स्पॉट पे खेलना चाहिए. क्या बोलते हो बाजी? Or do you think he'll probably bat at 4? जगह तो नहीं है पर that would be interesting.
I think 5 से पहले तो मुश्किल ही है. 5 से पहले
Yep.
मुश्किल ही है because you are anyway pushing Sky at 4, which many will feel, and rightly so. There is one spot lower than where he should bat. So 5,
Correct.
and but the Hardik, the player for MI, is very different from Hardik, the player he is today. His hitting skills against spin have gone down. He's also tended to become more of a player who wants to anchor rather than go big. So not sure if we can make that comparison straight away. And get another वाला ही तो सबसे बड़ा problem है. India
कितने
don't
साल
have.
हो गए सर?
No,
चेतन.
his body. He said it to the team management that his body is not ready for it and won't be able to take that load. So, and had India tried that, and had he gotten injured and been ruled out of the World Cup even before that, then the questions would have been that why did you play him in that Test match? Knowing how he has a glass body and everything.
Yeah.
So, and see the pacers that you played, Shami, Umesh, Siraj, and Shardul. They have more experience than Hardik, and on just their bowling skills, you would think that they are better than Hardik. So if those four couldn't do much,
Yeah.
not sure what Hardik the bowler could have done.
And again, it's also not just about के you take an extra option there. The point is your plans in the first place with your main pacers. तो अगर आपके main pacers वो adapt नहीं अगर कर पा रहे to those overseas conditions, तो फिर Hardik may accidentally hit those lengths, but then I don't think that's the best case for you in that sense. But चलो, Kuldeep is back then after the break, and you expect them to take risk versus him क्योंकि बिश्नोई के 2 बाकी है. Kuldeep has 3.
I think now one of them will have to keep going given the required rate. Probably it would be
Yeah.
Gurbaz. If a ball is there in Ibrahim's half, he'll also go for it because 38 of 33 is not something you'd want. Good to see Rohit have a slip as well for Kuldeep.
Yeah, I mean aggressive तो रहना ही पड़ेगा because the only way out from here is wickets because at Chinnaswamy अगर wicket नहीं लोगे तो they have a deeper lineup and it's always about those 3 hits, right? You get those 3 hits, suddenly the game looks a lot more open. So that will always be there. By any chance, did you see the SA20 game last night?
No, last night I was out, so I didn't.
So I mean that's how Pollard did it. Oh, that's 6, I think so. Yeah, it is.
Yep, 6 short.
Gurbaz sits down to sweep.
Good 50 from
Uh,
Gurbaz in 29
yeah,
balls.
29 ball 50. Matlab, as the number that we keep talking about कि भाई 30 वाला नंबर टच होना चाहिए for the aggressive anchor जो है aggressive player जो है वो, और जो लीवे वाला 35 वाला है वो शायद इब्राहिम के लिए भी नहीं होगा अभी, but let's see, good time for them to play the catch up route.
Yeah. Do you see? I don't see how Kuldeep will become the number one spinner in T20s with Bishnoi being there. But
Yeah,
I do feel he should make it to the squad. Wide. Is it given as a wide?
yeah. I think वाइड ही होगा,
It's
बहुत
नहीं
काफी
दिया
बार रहा है
दे
यार,
दिया
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 दिया दिया दिया दिया यार. अभी बिश्नोई कुलदीप आई थिंक द फर्स्ट, अगेन वो थोड़ा स्पेशलिस्ट वाला ही रोल, अगर आप देखो तो वो कंफ्यूजन होता है कि भाई if he keeps doing well in other format, they'll want to keep pushing Kuldeep. But Bishnoi is your traditional T20 bowler. But अभी अगर वो भी full डाल रहा है, and if he is also going for runs, then given how this management thinks, you'll probably see them side with Kuldeep over Bishnoi. And
Yeah.
again, you will not be able to fault them for that.
Yeah, which is why it would be important to
Oh,
see how he goes in this IPL, because I liked
yeah.
how Bishnoi was bowling in the Australia T20s and the South Africa T20s, but these three T20s he's erred more on the fuller side. I don't know why. Matlab, he was doing decently by bowling his usual trajectory and length. I don't know why he's changed it.
I think एक reason मेरे को उसके लिए ऐसा भी लगा है कि he's used differently in the first and the second game. पहले game में, hey, that's
Oh,
a catch.
catch,
Lovely, lovely.
catch.
This- that's the using advantage
Then
of your height to the fullest.
yeah, that's the only skill, or that's the only facet of his game looks like Washington will use today. Is he's not gotten a ball either so far.
Then he's got on the ball. He
He's
got
got,
the seventh over, no?
yeah,
And
but
yeah, but
very good
Kuldeep it
catch.
is after two really good balls, and that's a great catch, यार. मतलब excellent reflex catch. I'm just hoping कि भाई इसमें injured ना हो गया हो.
Huh.
Sorry, मतलब
With,
there
with
are some
with
folks.
Washington, that is always the fear.
Yeah, but I think Gurbaz has done his job.
Yeah.
They'll probably kick himself कि भाई kick on क्यों नहीं किया, but ठीक है, you had to take that risk. But at least, so at the same time, how do you now view at how crucial are the next 10-15 balls then for somebody like an Ibrahim Zadran? Because जो भी नया आएगा उसको थोड़ा समय तो लगेगा, एटलीस्ट 2-3 बॉल. तो तब तक अगर इब्राहिम अगर उसको बाउंड्री नहीं मिलती है तो आई थिंक दैट विल probably start to play on both parties involved कि भाई he is doing his job. Till now it was fine, but now it's him who has to take up that role of wanting to hit.
No, I think abhi to Ibrahim Zadran will have to take initiative, because for my liking, matlab, I think post the 25th ball he should have become more aggressive or changed gears, because say he has 34, he's played 34 balls now. If in the next 10 balls he's able to add say 25 runs, it takes him to what, 64 or 44. Now that still gives the impression that it leaves more to be desired, especially in such a chase. So now I don't see how Ibrahim Zadran has any other option.
And
And
yep, yeah,
he's trying,
yeah,
but
you can see that at the very first ball. Okay, let's try and have a go at this. But I think this is the good time also to get Bishnoi on, because this is the time he can make a top edge one and you can get a wicket. So let's see if that chance comes. And that's a pull in the gap. बढ़िया. चलो placement तो सही था वहाँ पे. And Rinku Singh does the job. So is there any way you see Shivam Dubey bowling again? I think that the job is done there. 2 over done है वहाँ पे. क्योंकि Mukesh and Avesh have 4, and you expect Kuldeep and Bishnoi to bowl out.
no, I think they'll probably give the ball to Sundar.
Interesting. देखो ये दोनों they'll want to use the height. That's a 6.
Oh,
Oh, that just almost nearly carried, but great effort. Great effort. But you could sense and of course Virat, right? You could sense it is building the pressure to get that big hit. Chalo, let's see how. I think Nai played very well in the second game. जब उसने he used that over of Bishnoi very well.
yeah.
अच्छा पेस भी यूज सही से किया और लेंथ भी सही से पकड़ी.
Hmm. So what I've also seen with Bishnoi sometimes is that if he, अरे यार की shoulder
अब भाई
is,
आराम से.
if you see him, if he concedes the boundary in the first 2 3 deliveries, then the probability of him conceding at least two more becomes very high,
Yeah,
because he because there have been times where he's gone for 40 runs in a 40 run in his 4 overs, जिसमें he's gone for 20 in one and 20 in other three.
other three.
It's seen a lot of times न 20 नहीं तो 17 18 तो होता ही होता है एक ऐसा ओवर, 40 रन दे दिए बट 17 18 एक रन एक ओवर में खाए.
Yeah, but I think that is also sometimes the parent of being used
Nature of
against.
the
Yeah,
format.
yeah. क्योंकि again उसको यूज भी वैसा किया जाता है कि आई एम हैप्पी फॉर देम टू अटैक यू, और उस चक्कर में अगर मुझे एक विकेट मिल जाता है तो नथिंग लाइक इट, क्योंकि ही हैजंट गॉटन टू दैट राशिद खान स्टेज येट जहाँ पे टीम्स विल जस्ट प्ले हिम आउट कि भाई इसको विकेट नहीं देना है, बाकियों को देख लेते करके.
That's because he also again tends to err on the fuller side a lot more.
हाँ मतलब वो तो डेफिनेटली है. And Chetan, by asking last Under-19 World Cup at Hangarkar, Raj Baba, do we have any prospective all-rounders this time? You have a couple. Arshin to hai, a name that you have already heard enough. Uh, Again, depending on how much you expect from Mushid, I think he's also a fine prospect to have. But let's see. You've seen one being getting games in Hangarkar, in the other not getting anything, and he got a
Also,
bit later. So
was also injured, Raj Baba, for some
yeah.
time.
Yeah. So yeah, they I'm happy for them to come into the system, but I just hope people take care of them. And that is
Short,
Sundar, as Paji said,
short,
and it's a
short.
six. So Ibrahim Zadran stepping into that job
Which
of having to.
association do you see becoming a bigger player in next decade? The USA, UAE, or Nepal? Talent and skill wise, you will say Nepal, but USA has money. So if they really have the interest developed and they want to develop in that sport, then nothing can stop them. Nothing, absolutely nothing can stop them, because they have the money.
Yeah.
They already have a very good, they know how to develop people into athletes. Their Olympics medal tally speak for itself. So they have
Yeah.
systems in place. They have a very good system where uh, sport at the college or the university level is very competitive. So if US shows interest, then forget becoming a bigger player amongst associates. They could challenge even the big nations, because money is not a hindrance for US. So
बिल्कुल. I think fans from fans POV, I think Nepal have the fans also. अभी के लिए तो I think they'll also whoever wants to come good, they'll need a lot more than just one aspect. And as we speak, another 41 ball 50 today.
hmm.
This one's coming from Ibrahim Zata. Quite a bit क्योंकि काफी ज़्यादा डिस्कस हो चुका है वही नंबर. Let's see how Ibrahim can now accelerate after this. Ashutosh says it is said we should have better batting tracks so that our batters make runs and get confidence for overseas tours. And is that
I
nah?
missed it because I was reading the question.
Me too. But let's see if he's found a way to
I
stump
was
him
bowled
or
at
he'll just.
106.
Huh, well, Sundar was coffee quick there. And yeah, sorry, getting back to this and get confidence for overseas tours. But wouldn't that give our batters false confidence in Sena with difficult pitch? Paji, you've always advocated the better decks, so please, if you can take this.
Let's just look at this. This is
And then
gone.
out, that's
This
out.
is good
Shabash,
stop by Samson.
Ati Sundar Samson wicket. Uh, just taking care of all the puns there. So yes, and Ibrahim it is. So Wapis just getting the set batter out before that acceleration. Excellent timing was that wicket for India.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paji.
So on this bit, I don't think you can prepare for pitches like the ones that you saw in Cape Town or in Johannesburg in 2018. But surely you can prepare for pitches like the ones that you had in England in 2021, where you know that after seeing out a tough period or 1 hour, you can make runs. The pitch in Trent Bridge, Lords, Leeds, Oval were like that. Um, and you had decent enough pitches when India have toured Australia. So see, Test match batting is about batting in phases. So when you are going to play on pitches where you feel that just survival is not going to cut it. You will develop that temperament where either you will go all out or you will go into the other extreme, which is playing in a shell. You need a balance. So I feel more than technically helping batters, it will temperamentally help them. Technically, though, you will have to gone.
That is a
Almost
very
right.
weird shot from Omar's eye. Matlab,
I think he had no
he's
option but to go for it, and he decided to
fine.
just go for it from the
Just
first delivery.
wanting to continue with the trend that India had कि भाई एक
Yeah,
50 बॉल 40 बॉल 50 तो एक फर्स्ट बॉल तक तो मैं भी दे सकता हूँ.
but also
अरे
good bowling from Sundar in terms of pulling back his length. He knew
yeah,
that it it was really pulled back and bowled it slower also. So
yeah,
good stuff from Sundar.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. चलो good handy wicket then. Two all-rounders done, two more to follow. Uh, and yep, Adyan says a
Right.
bit out of topic. Why does India not focus on bringing a left-arm pacer in the longer formats? Been quite long since we had a good one in big matches. You felt it as India are missing one. I
India
don't
did
know if
bring
you,
one in England.
yeah.
Uh, his name was started with Nagaswal or something. What was his exact name? I might have gotten the
I mean,
pronunciation wrong.
You had Jaydev playing in
Yeah,
West Indies
Jaydev
also.
also was there, but I was talking about the new ones. They went to Jaydev because players were injured, and I thought he did well in Bangladesh in the
Yeah,
second test that he played. But in West Indies, they thought that okay, maybe he's someone who will really need something from the pitch to do more, so they dropped him. But you
yeah,
also have to look at what options are coming from the system, because Khalil Ahmed has been on and off with his injury. India did try to fast track him
yeah.
in the ODI format, but it did not work out. But apart from that, you have to look at what options do you really have,
Hmm.
and a lot of them have. Even Chetan Sakari has had injuries, so not sure how many options do India have in that regard.
Yeah, बिल्कुल. In an ideal world, अगर you had more left-arm pacers who we want in shorter formats, fitter for longer formats. So I would have definitely wanted Mohsin Khan to be there, but again, it's a long shot. Hopefully, we can have him in the format that we want first. Baki to we can take care of. So take a great over for India that 105 needed now in 42 balls. Required rate exactly 15. So and yeah, Sanjay Papaguri just rubbing it in for the two that are not there in Avnish and Akshay. Ke how funny it will be if Chinnaswamy keeps sending out these kind of services with RCB having virtually no proven spinners.
it happens at Kotla for DC anyway, but it doesn't hurt their bowling, but it really hamstrings their batters a
Yeah.
lot. So won't be surprised if it happens.
Interesting. Well, okay, so Avesh is back, which is बढ़िया.
Yeah,
Uh,
required rate is 15 now.
yeah, yeah. I think they probably just want to use a short ball versus Nabi, but again,
Yeah,
yes,
Avinash,
surface.
Avinash Kumar has
Uh,
answered it
Farzan
correctly.
Lagaswala. Yeah. लेट्स सी देन नाबी को शॉर्ट बॉल डालते हैं या यॉर्कर पे आउट करते हैं आविश खान क्योंकि interesting with then you'll have one over left of him only. So probably Mukesh to and him to end when he goes down that route. That's inside edged. Down to find leg single and
But
yep.
what do you think? What do you think has happened with Avesh? Or I'm not sure if it can be straight away said that things went wrong or anything. By the way, this stumping reminded me of a stumping by another Indian keeper from roughly 20 years ago, if you can recall.
पार्थिव पटेल.
No, Dinesh Karthik
हाँ दिनेश कार्तिक सॉरी पार्थिव
in his
पटेल बोला मैं
debut game.
दिनेश कार्तिक
In his
इंग्लैंड था
debut
ना.
game. Harbhajan bowling to Michael Vaughan.
हाँ
England.
हाँ इंग्लैंड हाँ
Dinesh
वही.
Karthik and Alex Woff, who's the umpire right
Yeah,
now, both made their debuts in that same game. So, yeah.
yeah.
But coming to you, what do you think has really happened with Avesh? Like, post that 2021 IPL? Because he was brilliant in that IPL. He was even touching 150 in that IPL. But post that, he's not really, been consistent with even 140 plus. So, what's really happened all of a sudden?
Fever.
Oh, fever. To
Sorry, मतलब मेरे को that's all that I could. Oh, that's
Short.
six.
Short.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's so. Gulbadin Naim has just come in and got going immediately. And just to answer your question, I think it's weird and also sad and strange that we'll never know exactly क्या हुआ क्योंकि his pace dropped suddenly in the IPL and you couldn't figure कि भाई ऐसा क्या हो रहा है कि ये क्यों हो रहा है and then he's gone out of the setup completely and then he's done well in other formats and then that's how he's come back कि भाई चलो he's now hitting his lengths well so that's how he's probably made that way back so and that's भाई that is another six
Short.
from Gulbadin. So this is far from over feels Afghanistan and as it should be. 87 in 38 required rate थोड़ा कम हो गया अचानक से thanks to those two sixes. And Chetan again adds to the point about pitches. Pitches still South Africa, tour of India were good. Barring up Pune, we had balanced pitches. Results still 4 or 5 days. WTC has resulted in turning spine sweepers. I think it is done that everywhere. Apart from you'd probably say कि Australia also has a grassy deck for West Indies. They had a grassy deck for South Africa at home. So majoritively सब जगह आप यही देख रहे हो. Everybody wants results. So that is just the order of the day. And just to add to the point that I think Mark Butcher made that point, okay, how WTC say you wanted to incentivize people to prioritize it, but they've actually incentivized making मतलब क्या home conditions और भी ज़्यादा extreme हो गए for
Extreme.
people. Yeah.
Yeah. Avesh clearly not helping his chances right now. Let's see. Nabi, I think, will again want to close this over with the boundary.
ना भी फिर इसने लेगा ना already. Oh भाई, that's a good change up.
Good
Good
change up.
change up.
Nee, but so required rate has come down to around 14 now. 6 overs. If Afghanistan bring the equation down to 70 or 5, like how much of a chance would you give them? 30%?
70 or 5 with who remains is the question क्योंकि
These
you
two,
have
these two.
हाँ तो I'll probably give them maybe more 40% क्योंकि then India only have Mukesh to be honest at the end और अगर ये तो है तो मतलब जिन्होंने ऑलरेडी कुलदीप या बिश्नोई का एक और ओवर तो निकाल लिया अच्छे से so then that will put a lot of pressure on the bowling also to then take care of it which is a good test from India's POV and it is Kuldeep so Nabi should go Jai Mata Di then it is short and that is pummeled proper into the deep mid wicket stands so बढ़िया इंडिया विल फील थैंक यू कि भाई आपने इतना अच्छा चेंज तो किया इन द लास्ट 10 overs because you lead all of those runs now. And yeah, Naren, just adding to your point about Arzan, had it's a great FC record. Why was he overlooked? He was in backup side. Understand with this team, how does I mean that's exactly what we are wondering also. Okay, and see the point is also of the communication, right? You don't have any communication from anyone. Okay, this is the plan. This is why this is that, and that is another six from Nabi, who's
the by the way, Mohammad Nabi's son will be playing for Afghanistan in the Under-19 World Cup.
Bilkul, with Rashid Khan's nephew, if I'm not wrong. So, hey, eyes everywhere for everybody on the big price. But chalo, good test for Kuldeep. These first 2 balls, 2 sixes, and yeah, that's
loved the second shot. Loved the second shot.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
I thought
slightly. Is it 100 sixes?
Or yeah. 100 sixes.
So well done, President. Kuldeep getting Moin flashbacks is Ashutosh Bhai. You'll hope not. But
this is good. Short.
Oh, chalo, bach gaya. Field hai, sahi hai.
Nabi is still decently fit for a 37-year-old.
President for a reason, yeah. I mean, I think bowling se bhi he is good matchup option as of now also. And the batting to hai hi matlab sorted.
Hmm.
Yeah. And let's see. Short,
Short.
अच्छा in the gap. अच्छा
नहीं, but
single है, चलो
straighter,
direct to the flip.
straighter.
तो 5 ओवर है. Do you get Mukesh now or do you wait?
You should. I mean, with say if they get five more runs in the next two balls, then you're looking at 65 of last five. Now, 65 of last five is something which is not really unachievable here. So
Yeah.
you'd want your weaker bowlers to have a bigger margin. Oh, it missed everything, right?
I missed up looking at the overs distribution left क्योंकि Mukesh has two. I'm keen to say when they go to Bishnoi क्योंकि as you said, if he's the one, this is from Kuldeep, and yeah, it is missed everything. So because Avesh could just padi, Kuldeep is just bowled now. They'll probably get uh, Mukesh after this one. So yeah, बढ़िया है, good test. I don't see Shivam bowling for sure.
Yeah, he's not bowling.
So Mukesh has two, Avesh is one, Bishnoi one, and Kuldeep one is what you will presume for the five. 2 plus 3. Badhiya. This is good test. 68 in 30. That's great comeback. So actually, if you see, the acceleration was immense from the last pair. Because at the 10 over mark, they were 80 odd, and they have really gone on to just add a lot more there. The Rajesh is asking what happened to Najib Zadran past 1 year at one point of time. I thought he'll get an IPL contract. I think his I think it has started last year only, where his form started to dip and people started to bowl wide and slower ones and away from him. While he's still very good accessing the square of the wicket part, but it happens, at times. Oh, okay, that was an edge. It did not beat everything. So Gulbuddin Naib had gotten an edge there, and that is Naib and Vishnu. It is,
Bounce-
and it is a
Boundary.
boundary. चलो भाई तो फिर Bishnoi has to strike in this over for India to heave any sigh of relief क्योंकि uh, there is still decent batting to follow in Zadran and Jannat, and नीचे भी people can hit around if they want to. Kai Samad भी है अगर आपको 2 बाउंड्री चाहिए तो. So let's see. So yeah, that is what I feel with Najib, and again this is kind of the best situation for him to again come good and show how much he's good at hitting spin, and that is excellent shot from Navi. Again, as Padi said, too full from Bishnoi, and Rohit is not impressed one at all. Rohit ka turn 2 turns in the losing cause. I can't
There
recall.
was one versus South Africa in
Yeah,
Dharamshala, and which other?
I thought I felt this is probably the second one if it happens. At this point of time, it does look like it, unless Mukesh, uh, unless not unless. Let's see. 4-4. What follows? 4-4. What follows is length, and
Six.
Nabi has clubbed it
Six.
for a 6 over long off. And again, all this is clean hitting. It is
Yeah.
not even uh, a hack. And can anyone say why Nabi is called the president? It's a BBL bit. आई थिंक आपको बीबेल के रेफरेंस वैसे मिल जाएंगे फिर गूगल मत करना वैसे नहीं मिलेगा बीबेल डाल के नाबी प्रेसिडेंट डालो तो शायद तो मे बी यू बी एबल टू गेट टू इट बट चलो 54 नाउ इन 27 देखो व्हाट डस बिश्नोई कम अप विथ फ्लैटर गूगली oh that's a yorker almost phew chalo this is at least ending well for the people at the venue. A very good century, good start, and now a good final flourish. And yep, संजय का भी एक अच्छा comment है. How has India gone from Bumrah Bhuvi to this both pace bowling lineup? It's the same note T20 World Cup happened after 2016 till 2018-19. India could have had a very good chance. I think that is something a lot of us believe in. That is probably when they were probably at their best in terms of as a unit. Most of them were clicking then. So yeah, that is there. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Can't do much about it. Chalo, 52. Can you close out without a boundary? India would love that. Wicket तो idle हो जाएगा. 161 flat. Okay. Okay. Single. Fair, it is 51 from the last 4 overs. Paji, how likely is this to happen? Two of Mukesh, one of Kuldeep, one of Havesh.
Yeah, would that would be the way this will go, but 51 of 4 now is far achievable, and Afghanistan have got what 34 runs in the last 2 overs, so India should be
Yeah.
worried.
Yeah. And again, this is a great chance, like I keep saying, for Mukesh, because a lot of us have kept saying that Mukesh is decent. Oh, okay.
Sundar,
It is Sundar. But
I,
yeah.
I I think Avesh will not bowl now.
Or Kuldeep may not bowl. You don't know. Pata nahi. Or Mukesh will bowl one. Who knows? Is this good, bad? Bowling at the end? How likely that is to happen? Aage jaake?
No, it's good that Washington's getting tested. That's a wide, yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay to give him, which is why I did not mind the call to give Dubey the 19th over last game, because ठीक है, if you are playing someone, you might as well throw them in the deep end and test them. So I will see it like that, regardless of how, if India win or lose. Oh,
Oh.
good pace variation. Good pace variation.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, see, mainly I think it's different with Sundar and Dubey. Sundar, if it is doing, there is some spin there. If it's doing something, you'd still expect a Sundar may bowl. But Dubey, I
Yeah,
don't think in any time is ever going to bowl the 19th over.
yeah.
So that is something that's there, and that's a wicket. It is,
Wow.
yes, it is great catch, and that's an excellent wicket from Washington Sundar. I think he should be delighted with that wicket. Beat him, bowled him wide, made him chase that one. Well tried from Nabi, but that was
Yeah, good cameo.
yep, that is a good cameo indeed. So Karim Jannat follows now. So let's see how that pans out. Could have left it wide hota.
No, I think it was turning in, and you did not want to take that chance ki it will go as a dot ball.
हाँ वो तो है. And again, मतलब it was there to be hit, तो would have backed him. और ऐसा भी नहीं कि बहुत अंदर आउट हुआ वो. जैसा बाउंड्री है, could have cleared it.
Yeah, but ठीक है, still there's a chance, because Najimullah and Kareem both can swing their bats. Ashraf I have not seen a lot, so I can't say. But these
हाँ नहीं
boundaries
वहाँ
are
तक हाँ
these boundaries are not big enough for Najibullah for sure. Oh, Kareem Chandra has come in.
हाँ
तो
करीम
अभी
जन्नत ही आना था ना.
matchup option maybe.
हाँ नहीं नाजी can wait. Karim Jannat भी he's done this for a living.
Yeah,
So I'm very interested to see if India keep changing their lines, मतलब in terms of options. This was definitely a very good wicket to see from
yeah.
India's POV. You want to see that happen, and good catch also from
Yeah,
Avesh.
and I am of the opinion that if India really want to play three spinners and bat till eight, it cannot happen without Washington Sundar in the 11.
वो तो है, but I still don't see them using him best. But अभी ठीक है, that's a debate for another day.
I agree, but this management has shown a penchant to have options but not really use them. A lot of their decision making, I mean, Shardul in the ODI World Cup was like that. वो option है, but we are not sure and we are not confident of using him. Shot.
Hey,
Oh,
that's a great stop. Virat, of course. Who else?
that could be Virat. Who else?
मतलब और there could be other people also who could do it, but you assume कि भाई long on पे Virat होगा अभी, and it is 47 in 19, the number that Virat knows very 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 fondly. थोड़ा digit आगे पीछे, but that's an excellent save. Yeah, that's an excellent save.
Lovely,
Uh,
lovely.
lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. आशुतोष फिर पूछ रहा है, with performance like this, how can India justify picking Jadeja over Akshar and Sundar? By not justifying, by just picking and then not having a press conference. Simple. And yep, let's see. Oh,
Delivery. I thought he's trying.
I thought I felt the same because there was a weird stutter in this bowling run up there.
Chalo, if he gets Gulbadin here, it's the game. Chalo, let's see. Chalo, smart from
Okay,
Gulbadin also.
that's still well bowled. Close the over out well.
Hmm.
But the
3
most
for 18.
unlikeliest, yeah, most unlikeliest of spells. मतलब, if you would have asked कि 3 for 18 कौन ले रहा है, so I don't think Sundar would have been the name that any one of us would have said कि भाई
Yeah.
ये बंदा लेगा. So credit to him.
Hmm. So Mukesh to bowl now.
Yeah, I think वही
Mukesh
एक
to bowl
option.
this one and the last over. And let's see 19th कौन डालता है.
Yeah, I think this Mukesh over can decide a lot of things because if he's able to get one, so then I'll not mind Kuldeep also bowling. If he gets one and is able to open and end up for India. So let's see. Again, of course, you can't stop looking at that save from Virat. It's how it's weird to keep seeing this very very normally now. कि भाई,
Hmm.
it's almost like an expectation कि भाई ये तो होना ही चाहिए. So it's
Hmm.
just how far we have come as a cricketing viewing audience कि भाई ये तो चाहिए ही करके.
Hmm.
And yep, it is Mukesh Kulbadin full and wide. Let's see where that goes. Yes,
It
it
is
is.
full.
Oh, run out. Oh, see, that's a throw.
Oh!
That's a
Lovely work
great
from
throw.
Samson. Lovely work from Samson.
That's a great throw. Ekdam great throw. And again, good on predicting the ball also, but yeah, great throw from Samson. मुझे एक सेकंड लगा कि वो बोल्ड हुआ ऑफ द इनसाइड एज.
Yeah. But I also thought something like that because ऐसा लगा कुछ गया है, but this was outstanding from Samson.
आई थिंक दैट इज आउट. या दैट इज क्योंकि बैट भी नहीं है तो भाई कैसे ही पहुंचेगा यार. Excellent throw. Excellent stuff from Samson. And yep, Jannat is gone and we should have Majibullah then coming in now with Ashraf. So yeah, चलो एक एंड तो ओपन हुआ, एक और विकेट इस ओवर में to Mukesh and that should be good. हाँ, Karam Jannat is not happy, but it's okay, भाई होता है. That was exceptional from Sanju. So two really good pieces of fielding efforts from India in the last few balls. Just helps put more pressure.
Hmm.
I know Chinnaswamy has a history, but don't you think Bangalore needs a new ground? नहीं ना यार, ये सही तो है. ऐसा थोड़ा वैरायटी तो होना ही चाहिए.
And see, it's the only stadium in India which has a sub air or something. I don't know the exact
Yeah,
term, but it has the best drainage facility. So
yeah.
why would
Ooh,
wide? That should be given as a wide. It's not
नहीं
given.
दिया.
Should
अच्छा,
have been a
maybe he
wide.
shuffled.
But even
Wide.
then, it was still out. टाइम लाइन के काफी बाहर था, ऐसा नहीं है, थोड़ा सा
नहीं,
था.
but वाइड वाले के पास नहीं था ना, इसलिए शायद नहीं दिया. That's interesting umpiring calls today from whatever we've seen.
Both the umpires.
Both the
So,
umpires.
and I think Bangalore's I think Chinnaswamy. Oh,
Oh,
and I think Chinnaswamy
yeah.
also has floodlights which are powered by solar energy, if I'm not wrong. So after investing so much and getting the results for that infrastructure, why would you want to move?
And
And
again,
it's
this is entertainment, right? I mean, you've gotten good bowling conditions at start, great batting conditions, some top fielding efforts also. So, I mean, this stadium has seen some incredible IPL catches also. So,
not just T20 games, some very good test matches also. So
हाँ
it's
मतलब टेस्ट
been
मैच के लिए तो द बाउंड्री वाला पॉइंट डजंट मेक मतलब वैलिड ऐसा कि भाई, बट द आउटफील्ड इज आल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट ना. देयर आर टाइम्स वेयर यू फील कि आउटफील्ड इतना क्विक होता है कि द मोमेंट यू गेट इट इन द गैप इन टेस्ट इट्स अ बाउंड्री. सो दैट्स
which
आल्सो
is
समथिंग.
which is Eden Gardens. Is Eden
So
Gardens.
that is also something we'll all remember from Sehwag days.
Hmm. So
But yeah, sports fan says this is India defending total even versus Afghanistan, but we don't test ourselves enough in bilateral. Agree, Kaji?
Yeah, I mean, there's been enough conversation on this one. But coming to the stadium point, it is also a stadium which is located right inside the center of the city. So accessibility
Yeah.
is also not an issue. Short,
Oh, short.
short. Became a little predictable with that plan. But ठीक है,
Yeah. I think
you are
change of
allowed
pace करता तो
to.
भी yeah change of pace करता तो भी पकड़ा जाता मतलब क्योंकि he was ready for that line. But yes, चलो ठीक है. This is still a good. I'll want to just probably close out with a dot. Wicket would be ideal. Who do you give the next one? Avesh? Yeah, Kuldeep.
Uh, uh, Depends if you want. You could even give it to Sundar. So,
Yeah, I did not
but
mind Sundar bowling on the back. ठीक है. There
I
is more to
don't think
learn.
Avesh will get one, given how his hold.
Oh,
I hope
I
the
thought
player
that
did
was a
not get
stop.
injured. It looked like a bad fall.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Shivam.
now this is something which which I don't understand. Shivam Dube at boundary shouldn't be there.
हाँ, but who else is your option? कोई है नहीं ना ऐसा कि थोड़ा
Better
again
field.
it's
It's a hot spot, and he's probably
but
the worst
who
that you have.
who else? That's the
Like
problem. Now who else? I can't think of anyone from this team. Not even one name.
no, as in who's worse than him or someone who could have been there.
Who could have been there?
वो तो I think you probably would have had to mismatch, मतलब change, chop and change, but we don't know ना, like the bowler who's going to bowl, he's at the other end, कैसे है वो सब है, तो वो थोड़ा हो जाता है, but yeah, something for Shivam to work upon.
Yeah, बिल्कुल and Avesh is bowling
Yeah,
good
Avesh has
also.
come in. चलो ठीक है, I don't mind it, given if the idea is to just test how he goes.
I mean, this is
So
his role, so I won't be surprised if now Avesh and Mukesh close out. But yep, they need 36 last. Hey,
oh,
that's unlucky. But Naji will not complain.
yeah.
Ooh, 32 in yeah, Darshan, I was about to just the same thing. They considered 36 in the last over. They have 2 overs to chase them down. So I think Afghanistan will take this position. They'll probably feel कि 10 आगे पीछे. But yeah, we have a comment for Paji.
Yeah, he's right. Avinash is right. No, there are
Obviously,
two metro stations, not just Delegate. I think ITO metro station is also very nearby, and you have
yeah.
buses and everything going on.
So on that
Good
basis,
job.
you'd still not
Yeah,
mind.
this shouldn't have been a wide.
अरे भाई जो वाइट था वो दिया नहीं जो नहीं था वो दे रहे बढ़िया है
I am sure it went inside. It crossed the tram line, like inside the tram line.
हाँ ठीक है चलो आवेश भाई टाइम टू टेक अ विकेट जस्ट टू क्लोज दिस आउट क्योंकि फिर लास्ट ओवर तो फिर मुकेश ही डाल रहे थे आई डोंट थिंक
Should go short into the body actually for Najib.
हाँ आई थिंक एज लॉन्ग एज ही डज इट एज एट चेंज अप देन आई थिंक he'll वर्क फिर
ये
पकड़ो
निकल
बस
गया. Uh,
पकड़ो पकड़ो
oh, good
पकड़ा
catch.
ओ
Good distance.
लवली
Covered very good
लवली
distance.
एंड who else but that man. So yes, I got one answer, but then maybe yeah, Rinku Singh is at deep mid wicket. तो इसके लिए फिर लॉन्ग ऑन पे शिवम को ही होना था. तो yeah, but that's a great catch and Avesh delivers on cue कि भाई wicket ले लो and he gets.
Good that he
Uh,
pulled
that,
his length back.
yeah, I think it's
थोड़ा
also the angle again. Just the thing that we discussed with Najibullah, bowling wide, making him fetch it. So I think that is something that people
yeah.
have tried versus him,
Covered
but that is
really good
still
distance.
that's a very good catch. मतलब मैं very
Really
अटक नहीं
good
गया हूँ.
distance and reach there without putting it the dive.
एंड अगेन जस्ट टेल्स यू कि वो वेरी जहाँ वो अटक नहीं गया था वो काफी ज्यादा अच्छा कैच है फॉर हिम टू नॉट जस्ट गेट दैट बट देन होल्ड ऑन टू इट आल्सो बिकॉज यू कुड slip up fall over and then lose control of the ball so that's a very crucial catch and a crucial wicket if you want to call it that way and but just before we go to in the last over did you see the Sri Lanka game
Yesterday, no. Yesterday I
अरे
did not watch any cricket.
अच्छा
Yesterday
please do
in
catch
the
up
morning I read about it. Yesterday in the
अच्छा
morning I was at work, and then evening, because I
no
actually had to travel to a different part of the city. तो मैं घर से निकला हुआ था 7 बजे का, तो हुआ ही नहीं.
अच्छा नहीं बट सॉरी टू डिस्टर्ब देयर बट दिस सर पब्लिक कल आपने तीक्षणा का कैच देखा था क्या सर मतलब नवदीप सर आप then you'll know these catches are not easy. Forget even being regulation. And given how India has fielded, even more so. Oh, and that is Ashraf showing off कि भाई गैप में मिला मेरे को लेंथ मिली तो I can hit. So, but yeah, 27 in 9 then. I'd probably read this number thrice now in 2 days. Who needed 22 of 9? Pakistan needed? No, Pakistan nahi. I've probably seen this. Sri Lanka needed this same score. I think 22 of 9. And then yesterday also this was similar, 21 of 8. And now we have 27 in 9. So let's see how Avish Stella goes. That's another into the deck. Catch it.
In
Oh,
the
no,
gap.
ये gap में कोई वांदा नहीं. That should be 2. Oh, no, it's 1. But that's a good call. I think fair call to keep Gulbadin. You'd probably look at 26 of 8, Paji. Something 28 of 8 था वो, but ठीक है. 26 of 8, you're looking at 2 boundaries at least. Sir,
Yeah,
ये कैसे regulation है, sir? Sorry. This is
regulation. Yeah, how much how much did Prasid have to defend when Maxwell scored that ton? 21 in the last, and
हाँ.
Maxwell scored 26, I think.
So wait, I think this has happened thrice. I think in this year already. कि भाई more than 20 चाहिए था, 3 बार chase हो गया. So yeah, that is what it is. But देखो, India will hope to have few more up their sleeves. Gulbuddin bhai, shot मत बस बाकी सब. अरे, that's a poor
Shot.
ball.
Shot.
That's a poor ball in the arc, out of the park. 38 of 16. 20 of 7. The same digit that we had in the Sri Lankan game. Ended with a dot. Let's see how if Avesh can take a wicket. So then Mukesh probably last over. Then Paji, I don't think they'll risk it with Kuldeep.
नहीं मुकेश ही आएगा अब तो नहीं होगा risk because now if especially if there's another boundary then you
Yeah.
don't have the margin, especially with Gulbadin. You can't take that risk.
Yeah, but then if you're Gulbuddin, do you take the single or do you want to hit the big shot?
No, if you get a boundary you take a boundary and you trust Ashraf to turn the strike over.
Oh, good ball.
Ball ही ऐसी है कि चलो you could have only.
Nah, but I think best result for him also. He got the 2 hits. एक 4 मतलब एक अशरफ से आ गया. And
Because I feel in these situations, if you get a boundary on the last ball, then you are also giving yourself a greater cushion अगले over के लिए.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. You can afford to missing 1 ball then in the next over because of the boundary that you had. एक boundary miss हो गई early, तो भी you are there in the game. But ठीक है. 19 of 6 then. That stops India from winning 3-0 and learning more things, if you want to put it in the words that we often hear.
Learning or
Mukesh.
unlearning, who knows?
बिल्कुल, but yeah, Akshay, I think he's at the game. So he's had his money worth. Proper cracker jack of a game. 22 से 4
I'd be
से 200.
interested to know who he was supporting today.
Afghanistan, obviously, underdog, na? So he's always going to go for the underdog there.
But I think now Mukesh will probably have to change that plan of wide Yorkers because अभी पता है गुलबदीन को भी. So probably can try a double bluff. I don't know.
I think first ball will give it away. If he's there, okay, he's gone around the
Good
wicket.
idea.
That's interesting.
Going around the wicket wide.
Oh, well, the line is same. ठीक है, but I think this is still.
Wide.
मतलब this is where I feel कि वो पहला ball अगर सही गिर जाता है, that one ball, you know, when you don't get that wide and you are inside the tram line, just puts a lot. Because now this is just about 3 hits. So all you're trying to avoid is not getting the arc thrice. And yep, I think Cricknut has a comment says more than Rohit Sharma, Sanju Samson must be worried about Avesh Khan bowling. Nice lens to look at it. But yeah, I think Saurav is saying the same thing. And Darshan says, regardless of the result, hats off to Afghanistan. Power rating is not their forte, but they have some they have done magnificently.
Yeah. What is Rohit arguing? Probably I think Afghanistan might look back at Ibrahim Zadran's innings maybe.
I think they still did fairly well. They'll probably feel that.
Yeah, they did fairly well. Yeah.
मुझे लगता है जन्नत का last over 36 was too many. If I had to pinpoint one turning point, I'd probably say that's where you probably gave them that cushion score because we talked about that. Yeah. Having that extra cushion, वही cushion आपको यहाँ पे काम आ रहा है.
176. If it was 192, which I had predicted, तो अभी तक तो Afghanistan had won the game. वो तो.
And again, the question कहाँ
Shot.
मारा है पता नहीं है. That's a
Shot.
4. Yeah, that's a 4. But ठीक है, that's a wrong execution. 14 from 5. इंटरेस्टिंग यही है. देखो जैसे आपने
Yeah,
बोला था.
how many runs did India get in that game where Maxwell scored that 100? I think Rutu also scored the 100. Was it 221 or something like that? In 221 tha shayad.
Something in that range, but I can't recall the exact number there. Sanjay asked, and how on earth did India end up with more death bowlers than PP middle bowlers?
नहीं, I don't think specialist death bowlers can exist. I think वो इतना volatile role है, and at max तीसरा डेथ ओवर डालना अच्छा बहुत मुश्किल है.
Oh, well
ओह,
bowled. Sorry, that's a great ball. The
तीसरा
length
डेथ
was.
ओवर तीसरा डेथ ओवर डालना बहुत मुश्किल है. आई थिंक एट मैक्स यू कैन बोल 2 गुड डेथ ओवर्स. So I don't think, by and large there can only exist death bowlers who it has to be Mukesh has done decently in the power play also, at least has the raw materials to do well in the power play.
Yeah.
I think it's impossible to nail 3 consecutive death overs.
Yeah, and again, it's harder. Even it was always harder, even for the likes of Bravo and others who started this first up. Or if you go
Bravo,
back
Malinga,
further, you see Alfonso Thomas also. It's
uh,
not easy to just always be
even
coming in
with
at the end.
Bumrah, even with Bumrah, the third over he can go for runs.
Yeah, bilkul, bilkul. And yeah, just to clear they did get 222 in that match. So let's see how this eventually ends. 14 from 4. Probably looking at one more dot or a
But if
non-boundary
Gulbuddin
ball.
wins it today, Gulbuddin is also the kind of character in Afghanistan who you never really think can go away from the setup.
But then again, he's the kind who gives you a lot of value in terms of hitting. Also,
Lot
you
of,
saw him do well.
lot of raw power. Lot of raw
Yeah,
power.
yeah. Chali, let's see where he goes.
Wide.
Oh, that's a wide one.
यही है ना, it's become a little too obvious कि अभी वही plan है.
Do you risk bowling a short one right now?
At some
Do,
point of time you will have to. Like
yeah, I just
if the next attempted Yorker does not land and goes for a boundary, you will have to take that risk. I think it's like in case of double bluff, setting a field up for bouncer and going for a Yorker is safer than setting the field for a
ah,
Yorker and going for a bouncer.
वो तो है, definitely. Let's see, 13 of 4 then. Oh, it's a
Sure.
full toss, attempted Yorker
Not
that's gone wrong. Stop हो
uh,
जाएगा, stop
stop
हो
हो
जाएगा,
जाएगा.
stop. Good, good, good. You needed that cushion. 11 of 3,
Because
still
अभी
needing that one non-boundary ball. भाई लोग बोलेंगे इतना बोरिंग मैच नहीं है कि आपको नींद आ
नहीं,
जाए.
अरे मैच बोरिंग नहीं है, थकावट हो जाती है. Had a late night, then
Long day.
early morning.
नहीं, fair. So 11 of
and
3,
and
this
it's
is the ball.
and it's cold when
हाँ,
it's winters. You anyway feel a little more lethargic than usual.
बिल्कुल. Let's see. This ball is the game.
Oh
Hey,
God,
that's a full
six,
one. भाई
six.
साहब,
नहीं, वो
that's
तो once he missed his length, it was obvious he वो
uh,
जाएगा. But the power that he's generated there,
बिल्कुल. And that's
because
a
he's
50,
not missed his length by much. Not
50
missed
in
his length.
21 balls. Well, that's just the kind of acceleration that uh, they wanted after losing Mohammad Nabi. You probably
Yeah.
it's a good case, right, for Afghanistan. कि everybody's probably done their job. You'd probably say कि Ibrahim थोड़ा
Yeah,
10 run और
he's
बना था.
not really missed his length by
Yeah,
much.
yeah. And 74 meter is a decent hit. ऐसा भी नहीं है कि छोटा ground.
Yeah, yeah.
चलो then 5 of 2. By the ending this ball, यार wicket.
पता नहीं यार. Could also be a 2.
But again, I wouldn't call it India losing as much as Afghanistan winning. How would you put it?
No, you'll have to give credit to Afghanistan because
Yeah,
after they were what 68 for 0 after 9 overs, and then
yeah,
85 needed in last 6. So you'll have to give credit to the batting.
yeah. Correct.
निकल
Over
गया.
these
I think they'll run two. They'll have to run two. Have to
That's
run.
run
The
out, run
throws
out.
come at the wrong end.
No, but ठीक है, do you want a super over?
नहीं, not don't want a super over.
Just to get it out of the system कि भाई चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए, क्या है पता चले. But yeah, 3 of 1. The one thing is guaranteed कि भाई fan cams are going to be brilliant. So if you are someone who hasn't watched them, please do have a look at them when they come out. They will be worth watching given how this game has panned out. And 53 of 22 Gulbuddin comes down to the last ball after all that we have seen right through the day. कि भाई 3 of 1, 2 for a super over. Pari jaldi last quick prediction. Afghanistan win, India win super over.
Uh, I I think Gulbuddin will probably find a boundary from somewhere. My hunch is saying कि he'll he'll be able to find the square boundary on the offside. मतलब वो margin जो है ना, वो offside Yorker का, वो कहीं से निकाल के निकल जाएगा. That's my gut. Let's see. But I feel right now the pressure's probably more on Mukesh than Gulbuddin.
I think as long as they don't get an edge, I'm fine with whatever happens.
हाँ,
Edge
वो तो
से
edge
से
उसमें भी.
boundary नहीं चाहिए.
हाँ, उसमें भी क्या ही मतलब, you can't blame the bowler as such because वो margin of error and luck factor इस game में है ही. I wouldn't want a length ball to be honestly because that is the worst option. Even if he bowls a bouncer and it goes for a top edge 4, I'm fine. Like it's okay.
Chalo, I feel he's going to go into the stumps. Let's see if he does. It's a wide Yorker. It's hit that in the gap to the
They'll run
ball.
too.
It's
They'll
a
run.
super over. It is a super over.
हो गया.
It is a super over.
Good effort. What an innings from Gulbuddin.
You can probably say nobody deserved to lose after having played that kind of knock. कि भाई, everybody did well as much as they can. India tried their best. Afghanistan tried their best. And just as we were recalling, किसी को अगर memories कम पड़ रही थी लाइफ में
Yeah.
इंडिया अफगानिस्तान वाली, तो you have another time to back up. And yeah, super over it is. बढ़िया. First for India. The last super over India played was New Zealand.
Yeah, when they played two back to back.
Two back to back. And again, all the talks for Mukesh being Shami replacement. Mukesh should bowl the super over then. But yeah, this is just Bangalore यार. भाई और क्या चाहिए आपको? आपको सब कुछ मिल गया. 200 के 2 innings मिल गए, wickets मिल गए. अब super over भी मिलने वाला है. So as good as it can get. So Paji, who will your batters be? Let's go that way, because you'll assume Afghanistan will bat first because they batted second. So you'll probably feel Naib, Nabi, and Gurbaz.
Naib, Nabi, and Gurbaz, yeah. And for India, Yashasvi, Rohit, and Rinku.
Yashasvi, Rohit, and Rinku. Do you think they'll probably feel कि भाई Naib को hold करके you can send Gurbaz and Nabi, or do you want to feel that way कि भाई fresh off the
Depends on Naib's energy levels because वो ही है.
yeah.
Because 6 बॉलों में आप इतना ज्यादा सोच भी नहीं सकते. If Naib feels he can, so then why not? But I'm just concerned about his energy levels because he's really huffing and puffing there.
Yeah, then that is exactly why I asked that question. कि भाई, yeah, I think they're asking him if he's fine, and he's probably said yes. They'll probably, I think that's the best way to go. I feel if they want to send him, yeah, that's come on, man. I think if I'm lip reading right, that's like, yeah, come on, man, I'll go. So yeah, India के लिए बाद में बात करेंगे. दर्शन, no Kohli, he's a beast in short-term games. So I think Jaiswal, you'll probably, I don't know how much about. I'm not sure about Rinku being the first name that came to my mind. Rohit definitely was. I probably felt it would be Rohit and Virat. The third guy could be anyone, but it won't be bad. Also, whoever you'll get a better idea. Okay, by what is their plans? And India surely Mukesh bowls, or do you want to go to Avesh?
If I want to go for a left field choice, it would be Washington Sundar. But I
वो
mean,
तो नहीं हो रहा.
there's not much choice. I mean, you could, if you think Mukesh is ahead in your pecking order, then you should give the ball to Mukesh. हार ही जाओगे ना, क्या ही है.
आई थिंक उसमें मेरा एक ही बस ये है कि now you know the plan. It's telegraphed to you. Okay, this is what Mukesh is going to try. So then, how do you go about it in terms of what options does Mukesh have? Otherwise, okay, bhai, you saw what happened last year. You could not defend 19, which is a decent number for you to have in your bank. So, let's see who it is. Naib is definitely getting ready to bat, and so is Karim Jannat, or is he going up? I think so he अच्छा नहीं sorry I thought that it was Naib saying कि मैं वहाँ पे मारूंगा and he eventually hit it, but let's see क्या होता है यहाँ पे. हाँ, that's a great knock though Gulbadin Naib, मतलब perfect proper पैसा वसूल game for everybody who's gone there, and पाजी का long day just gets even more long.
ठीक है, क्या ही कर सकते हैं उसमें. But interested to see. I think maybe the talk is also to give Avesh the ball. पता नहीं.
I think it is Mukesh only. Avesh is just helping them set the field.
But now I feel Mukesh has no other option but to try and bowl the short deliveries. Pranav Anand is saying, why not Kuldeep? He's not had the best of days. If you really want to go with the spinner, I'd rather go with uh, Washington.
Yeah, and also again, you guys can help us if you have heard anything about the due. कि मेरे को लगता तो नहीं दिखा तो नहीं है कुछ ऐसा कि भाई ड्यू है, but it's that time where you expect that to be part of the setup.
I'll just go and come.
Yep,
First ball.
बिल्कुल. So yes, that's probably a first for you, solo entrant. Uh, and it is Gulbuddin Naib, who if I'm not wrong, is coming out to bat along with Gurbaz, or is it Umar Zai? It is Mukesh for sure, who is going to bowl for India. Virat is having a chat with him. So let's see how he goes. So please, if you have enjoyed all these efforts in the last 3 years, please do give this a like. And also let us know how much do you think India should keep them to in comments. And yes, rightly so. We have a comment as well. How many runs will Afghanistan score in the super over? Let us know in the comments so that we can just we can just have a look by how far we are from the target. Yep, Gurbaz it is then, not Omar Zai. So Gurbaz is taking strike. No, it is Gulbadin who is taking strike to Mukesh. Very keen to see what he bowls as well. And Kulkit with 14 as a prediction. I think it should be somewhere similar to that. 14, 16. At least 2 hits to lag jayenge. Paji, what do you think would be a
Yeah,
score that?
anything under 15, I think India should take it.
Yeah, Sanjay Papagri says 13. Nandal says that 6 saved by Virat saved us. Yes, you can look at it like that. Sports fan says 18. Nandlal Sepat says 30. Wow, 1 second. The Nandlal Sepat says 18. Nobody changed saying 30 भाई. Mukesh अगर 30 गया तो फिर I want Rohit to then hit 6 sixes if that is मतलब मांग ही रहे हैं तो बड़ा मांगते हैं. And Darshan being very kind, saying crazy how you guys are able to stay on stream for the full match. I tried something like that once and my throat was gone next day. Maybe we'll know that tomorrow if that happens. And yes, it starts. It's a great Yorker first up to begin with.
Running two.
No,
Run out,
Mohammad
run
should
out,
be
run
run
out,
out.
run out, run out, run out.
Yes,
Yes.
great. That's
This is
smart
the
work.
worst thing that could have happened. This is
And I
and
think
this
it's
is
also
on
poor.
and
I
this is
think
on
it's very
Gurbaz.
poor. Yeah. I think poor. There's no way Gurbaz should be pushing him for the
Yeah.
second. He's already. Well, I know that you want to get him the strike, but then it's just sacrificing the guy who's been batting well. And of course, he got a great head start there, Gurbaz. But there was no way Gulbuddin was going to complete that. And again, it is Virat with a excellent throw on target. And Sanju takes the bails off. Great stuff. Trot is not happy as expected. India's best result would be a wicket next ball. That is the
Yeah.
best possible result now for India to have. Okay, एक और wicket ले लो next ball. Jam done, calm done, and 100 plus views. Please hit like now. मतलब, we are here for the super over also.
Yes.
despite all the yawns and the foods and the rants and the
यार
slanderous
मैंने तो
things
खाना
that
खाया नहीं अभी तक. I haven't had my food yet.
हाँ, मेरा तो हाफ एक सैंडविच हो गया, मेरा एक अभी जो भी बच्चा है सेकंड राउंड बाद में करेंगे. बट यप, बेस्ट रिजल्ट पॉसिबल फॉर इंडिया देन. Set batter out, and the new batter will be on strike, and it is, of course, President in Nabi. So, yeah, let's see how Mukesh bowls. Hopefully, outside off, straight hit to long off a long one. Chalo, let's go. Mukesh bhai goes deep. That's a
Oh,
great
good
Yorker
Yorker.
again.
Good Yorker.
This time, I don't think Nabi was going to run the second. And
Yeah,
Gurbaz
even
is a
Gurbaz
six.
wouldn't have pushed for it. It's कैसे the run out is literally the worst way to get out.
वो भी in a super over. That's the last thing on the bucket list के भाई क्या है तो
And it has happened on a few occasions. It's really happened on a few occasions.
I mean, see, you can understand the feel about wanting to get the best batter of strike, but there has to be a lot more context into picture. Ke bhai, he's been the guy who's been out
Guys,
there. He'll
please,
definitely be guy.
guys, please like the stream.
बिल्कुल 4 balls left. Gurbaz the chimi है, that's an edge.
Oh!
यही मेरे को
it
नहीं
was a,
चाहिए
it
था.
was a, it was a lucky shot, but it was also a poor ball.
मतलब
Slot delivery.
wide था थोड़ा. I'll give him that, but
Yeah.
वो edge could have simply carried to the fly slip. मतलब fly slip रखी थी
Yeah.
for the very same reason. He just went
But
in the gap. तो यही मेरे को
slot
boundary
में
नहीं चाहिए थी off the edge on the last ball.
हाँ.
So I'll take it now. ठीक है, 3 में से एक बॉल तो थोड़ा और कर सकता है यार. जॉब.
हाँ हाँ नहीं वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ मतलब इवेंचुअली ये बाउंड्री बॉल
Yeah,
ही
मुकेश
थी.
कोई बंदा नहीं, कोई मसला नहीं. 3 balls left as long as you
Jonathan, yes,
cannot give a boundary.
I'll do that. Okay. I'd just taken a break.
You will be fine. And
Yeah, I think now he'll go for a short ball. Let's see.
नहीं
No.
नहीं ये नेट का
Oh,
पंगा है. And that's a
नहीं.
4. No, good, great stop from Sundar. That's a single again.
Chalo.
And no live videos.
Yeah, this shot that Gurbaz played on this delivery, I thought that was on the last delivery in the 20th over, given how the field was set.
बढ़िया है. I hope I am there, not there. I can't figure out. Given the net,
No, you're
even the
there.
net
You're
is
there.
batted like knife today.
You're there. I can hear you and I can see you. बस थोड़ा easy है. That's all. But ठीक है.
And
Short.
that's a
Ball.
6. That's a 6. That's
Another
a 6.
slot
That
ball
is a 6.
going for a boundary. So 13 runs, last ball. I think 2
Under
runs
15
is,
बोला था तो ठीक है.
मतलब if there's a 2, India should be okay.
Yeah, बिल्कुल. And मतलब this is the only probably the worst ball in terms of line also. And yeah, you have Rashid sitting there
Yeah.
watching the game. Omar Zaid would bowl for Afghanistan. I think that's what you would.
I think Navodit is probably supporting Afghanistan here because he says one more please after that 6.
Oh, it's a full
Bhago
toss miss.
should run. Yeah.
अरे भाई किधर
they're running
बॉल तो
2.
पकड़ मुकेश भाई क्या कर रहा है यार.
No, I'll tell you what happened there. They're running 3. I'll tell.
Bhai-
So what happened was the throw deflected from Nabi. Nabi was not looking at the ball. He was running. The ball deflected from Nabi. You can't blame the batter there because Nabi's back was
नहीं
towards the ball.
बैटर को तो मैं ब्लेम ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
And I
It's
think
about
even
Rohit is
Rohit's
having a
being
ball with.
unfair.
Oh, but मेरे को अच्छी लगा कि मुकेश could have chased the ball, but yeah.
Yeah, he could have. He could have.
Wasn't in the Nabi is really pissed off. Yeah, that's probably a indifferent way to end that. Oh, is that easier shot?
No,
he's not. He's
it's
got
just completed.
he's gotten there, and yeah, replay would be very, very interesting. But yeah, so Jaiswal, Rohit. Then again, we don't know who the 3 batters are from the way it's looking. Rohit is definitely one, and Jaiswal is not running away. Matlab, to get ready. So let's see.
They've
Probably the
given one
best.
run shot. No, they haven't. Okay. Yeah, so here's the replay. So Nabi's running in straight lines. The ball deflects off him.
Oh,
Interestingly, I feel if the ball had deflected from him and gone on to the stumps, he probably would have been out.
oh. but again maybe then Rohit is asking कि तेरे को लग के बॉल गया तो तू क्यों भाग रहा है, but then I mean,
Yeah, but the
that is
rules are not like this. वो फिर spirit of the
हाँ
cricket वाली debate होगी.
हाँ ठीक है, everybody is entitled. Kohli is also not happy कि भाई तेरे को लग के भाग रही है, तू क्यों भाग रहा है, but ठीक है कोई बात नहीं. It is Omar Zai then who is practicing on the side pitches for the batting, and Nabi Akhil Nair says Nabi versus Rohit. So Akhil, are you saying we'll see another story today? Let's hope not. Rohit and MI conspiracy theory is coming. Him quarreling with future Rebecca. That's exactly what I said. But no, yeah, I think it just happens in the heat of the game. They'll be cool
Yeah.
much a time. But yeah, target of 17, probably 2 more. Given that would have been a last ball. Matlab, should have been a simple collect. You'd probably feel कि Samson को ball पकड़ना चाहिए था. Again, clutching to straws.
See, had India lost by 1 run, then the question would have been, why did he not throw? So, and I
नहीं, but
don't think
थ्रो से तो रन आउट तो नहीं होने वाला था वो.
ट्राई तो आपको करना ही है, बिकॉज आई फील कि
हाँ
नाभि से
मतलब fair है.
डिफलेक्ट स्टंप्स पे लगता तो शायद आउट भी हो जाता. तो
हाँ
व्हेन
वो तो है.
पीपल वांट टू कैच होल्ड ऑफ थिंग्स, दे कैन कैच होल्ड ऑफ एनीथिंग. तो इट्स
हाँ
जस्ट यार, दिस इज जस्ट लिटिल अनफॉर्चुनेट कि वो 2 runs चले गए.
हाँ
आई डोंट थिंक एनीवन कैन बी ब्लेम्ड. द बैटर इज वेल विद इन हिज राइट टू रन, बिकॉज इट वाज नॉट एज इफ he changed the direction on purpose. He had his back towards the ball and he was running. So ठीक है.
या बिल्कुल. एंड इट्स वियर्ड पहले बॉल के बाद नाइब पूछ रहा है कि क्या हो रहा है, लास्ट बॉल के बाद रोहित पूछ रहा है नबी को कि क्या हो रहा है. मतलब इनक्रेडिबल हाउ cricket keeps giving us storylines to keep discussing. But apart from those 2 boundaries, still a decent over from Mukesh. मतलब थोड़ा margin of error. Even the last ball you would say कि भाई slot में था, but I mean that's the risk that you run running. Yeah, so रोहित को गुस्सा आया अब 3 बॉल 3 6. He did this in New Zealand.
2 balls 2. 10 were
balls, 2
needed.
6.
10 were needed of the last 2. He did that.
Yeah.
नवोदित जैन saying, चलो रोहित कोहली को जो अफगानिस्तान को जिताना है.
पर स्पिनर थोड़ी बॉलिंग कर रहा है भाई, तुम क्या बोल रहे हो यार नवोदित भाई. प्लीज जोक मार रहे हो तो पूरा मारो, नहीं तो मत मारो.
Do
And these
super
are
overs
बिल्कुल again,
count for
this
hitter's
is
stat?
not,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
and also not, just to clear it out, it doesn't matter if they win or not. मतलब ऐसा कुछ ऐसा एजेंडा नहीं है कि भाई अफगानिस्तान को नहीं जीता ना. It's okay if they bowl well and then win.
Yeah, and to be fair, they've done really well in this game so far to come this close with a second string bowling attack.
And again, you can take it the way you want to for how does it reflect on India. But Akhil, if Mukesh is indeed the second coming of Shami, then there will be a second super over. So that is how I want to put it out. Okay, that's the only time that I've seen.
Who will be India's Chris Jordan? Avesh Khan.
How, I mean, as much like to like as you want to call it, okay, by option, and it is Jaiswal, who I think should open with Rohit. It's interesting actually. Omar Zai, I actually felt they would probably go to a different route, but ठीक है. I mean, this is very very.
Can they throw the ball to Kais?
नहीं too risky.
Would be a huge risk.
So अगर इंडिया कुलदीप को देती तो वो कैस को देते.
हाँ वो तो है. Because I felt Kais bowled well in patches, especially when he was not bowling it full. And I'm disappointed that Bishnoi did not really learn anything from that spell. If I'm just looking up at Bishnoi's stats from the series. Just pulling them up.
Sure. Yeah, while he waits for it, I still think with Bishnoi थोड़ा वो unfair रहेगा because he bowled in completely different roles in both the games. So again पूरा full है तो full है. India in the super over of the 2 tied games against New Zealand 2020 chased 18 in the third T20I and 14 in the fourth. So 14 था फिर. I think जब वो 2 6 मारे या जो भी है. Let's see.
Yeah, Bishnoi's economy rate for the series is 10.18.
हाँ, but then ठीक है. मतलब I don't know where I stand with it because I think he is one of India's locks. So
no, he should be a lock. I am not contesting that.
Yeah, but room
I
for
what
improvement is
what
what you're saying.
frustrates me is the same nature of mistakes, like bowling full.
But I think with मतलब यहाँ पे my only problem or not the problem, my only justification for that is it's a very difficult deck to bowl short or even good length क्योंकि अगर वो पढ़ लेगा तो फिर there is no way that you can get out of it without getting hit for a six. So I think that's probably the only way that they decided कि भाई और करना है तो fuller side पे और करो as compared to erring on the short side. And again, I could only be speculating there.
Omer's eyes, the bowler.
Yeah, Omer's I think वो तो obvious था. The moment Jonathan Trott was patting him, the moment they stopped batting. In the other two tied games, Sanuru, the Statman adds, they won in a bowlout. Of course, we all know that. And the other was a tie by DLS rule. Hence, India have been unbeaten in a tied game. So there you go. It's the first if it happens. If in case it happens for Afghanistan, then India will want to maintain that record. Let's see then. 6 balls, 17 runs. But do you think Omar should bowl short at all?
Not to Rohit. नहीं वैसे shouldn't really. I mean, it's not the same pitch that it was in the first hour.
Hey
Oh,
boy, that's a full
Wilcox
toss.
missed. Oh,
Oh, bhai saab. I think that was probably the best ball that Rohit could have gotten. Uh, Probably surprised himself as well with the angle there. But that's a great stop from Gurbaz. मतलब stop मतलब ठीक है. जयसवाल out था क्या?
yeah,
Close
he
था
was
शायद.
out. He was out. He was out. Had it hit, he was on.
हाँ, इतने से बच गया says Gurbaz. But yeah, let's see. This is a great start for Omar Jai. I actually expected that to just be disappeared into the fence.
Yeah, he's gotten away with a very poor ball. Chalo,
A
let's see.
wild one.
Oh,
Hey, that's a
अरे
swoop.
again, this was a run out opportunity if collected cleanly.
Very interesting choice of shot from Jaiswal. Fine leg
Hmm.
ऊपर है. He wanted to use the pace, but then he's bowling very wide. So the chances of him getting it in the gap were again execution into question. But yeah, this is great start for Afghanistan. Two
Guys,
in
please
four
don't
balls,
forget to like the stream.
please.
We would love to reach the 70 like mark. So please, and we've been here for almost 4 hours now,
Yeah,
entertaining all of you.
355. 355.
It's,
So yes, that
I
should
think no, I
be
think it's gone high more than far.
yeah, but it's one for
Oh,
six.
just about. Chalo, just
Just
about.
about. So that is Rohit Sharma's mandatory six, then at least one. But then they still need enough. They still needs enough to go over the line. But if it comes down to that last buy, the three buys, I don't
So
think
be
this
it.
is. Of
So
course,
be
it's
it.
so weird for us. But
You'd rather have it happen in this meaningless game than in a World Cup game.
हाँ, but I don't think it matters क्योंकि उसको याद नहीं रहता कि भाई ये पहले हो गया है तो खाली बोलने के लिए अच्छा है कि भाई हो गया. That's a full toss. I hope that is in the gap. It is. It's a
Sure.
six. Shabash, shabash, shabash. 14 then 2 sixes done. एक और बाकी था as we had somebody had predicted in the comments. Yep.
Chalo,
Let's
the
see.
way the way this game is going, there should be a wicket on this ball, but I'd hope not because it's been a really long game so far.
Yep. मतलब आई होप के विकेट ना जाए इन टर्म्स ऑफ यप मतलब आराम से आप ये कर लो जीत लो या 16 कर लो फिर विकेट जाओ बस ताकि सुपर ओवर का एक मौका बने रहे आपके लिए. चलो देन 3 of 2. 3 of 2. We have seen 3 of 2 in Bangalore. You know how it doesn't sometimes end well, but hopefully that is not the case today. If you know, you know. But yep, I think so far is done. I mean, Omar Zai bowling karta तो I would not expect anything else in terms of fully डालेगा वो. It's a length ball that is in the gap.
चलो
No,
ठीक है.
that should be a
No
single.
mistakes. चलो ठीक है. Now on Jaiswal to
Ooh.
finish it. Rohit has done whatever he could have.
I am expecting Jaiswal to give himself room and look to crash it. Yeah, does he look? Does he go the Ashwin way? Okay, gap में मारो है. Or how Smith did versus Rajasthan, gap में मारते
No,
हैं.
I think he'll try to make some room for sure, but what I have seen with Jaiswal at many times is that even while making room, he has kept his head stable. So it still gives
Yep.
him opportunities. Ki even if he's getting cramped for room, he has an option. Ki chalo, I can tuck it or still hit it towards the leg side. So thoda sa karega, but not too much that all other options are closed out because you don't really want to back up so far that you can't access the offside also or the square side.
बिल्कुल. I think as long as he's not overhitting, I think I'm perfectly fine with with
Mm,
with whatever he tries. As long as he's not overhitting, that's see. Chalo.
mm.
One, two in one, two in one. Gap is there at cover. Okay, there is a message. क्या हो गया? They want a runner. ये क्या है भाई? Wow. I don't know how to comment on that.
Yeah, मतलब ये एक वो है loophole in the game being used.
Bhai Saab, this is just as much as you could get from cricket game. कि भाई, you have a guy who's retired out in a super over. That's a first. But yeah, I think there is some questions that Ibrahim has, which he wants to answer.
Yeah, I
Wow.
really don't know how to like on one end of the spectrum, this is of course smartness and gamesmanship from India and Rohit. But on the other end of the spectrum, it just gives more fodder to those who have viewpoints of criticism against Rohit that he's not fit enough. You're just giving them more fodder.
I mean, it is the jury is out because it is something that's entirely personal. कि भाई, how which line of the bit
Yeah,
you are कि भाई क्या है. But anyways, let's get back to the game. Full and that's an edge. And they'll only
another
cross
super
for
over.
one. Oh my god. Is this crazy?
Another
How,
super over.
oh my साहब.
आज
Oh
खाना
my
नहीं
dear. आज खाना नहीं खाना है. आज जाना ही नहीं.
खाया।
हम यहीं पे बैठेंगे रात भर क्योंकि मैच तो मैच तो खत्म ही नहीं करना किसी को भी. But I think that was still there for him to hit. That's why
Yeah,
he's
it
still.
was there for him to hit.
I think he just tried to overhit something that I felt कि भाई नहीं करना चाहिए. But wow. I mean, so India, you also probably means that these guys now can't be part of the second
Yeah,
set.
they cannot bat. Even Rohit can't, I think. Or can Rinku bat?
No,
Can
nah,
Rinku?
because he no, nah, because he came in as runner, so I don't think he can.
Yeah.
So well, that's great. So now who are India's three batters then? Definitely Virat Kohli, Shivam Dube then, or do you not go to Shivam Dube?
Kohli, Shivam Dube, and Samson. What all options do you have anyway? यही तो options
Samson,
है. Because number 7 is Washington.
wow. Chalo, so Akhil Nair, trauma, in interest of everybody involved, Akhil, if you cannot comment about the third super over, it will be really good on you. This already extra long day is just gone into another drive now. And yeah, let's just look back at what's happened there. That's a length ball, yaar. Matlab, change of pace, yeah. Change of pace, yeah. And see, this is the three buys, Paji. Uh,
Hmm.
Gurbaz did not throw. He did
Yeah.
not worry about that run out. Wow. Crazy. And Trout can afford to have a smile because, I mean, why not? But yeah, Paji, who do you think will bat?
For
दो तो
India,
फिक्स है, I think.
for India, it's clear. Kohli, Samson, and
Dubey?
Dube. I think Avesh will bowl, and for Afghanistan, I think Oh, Rinku's coming out, or Rohit's coming out to bat.
ये क्या है भाई? नहीं, रोहित can't bat.
Rohit can't bat. Yeah, but Rinku's coming out.
How is Rinku coming out? Wasn't he the one batting? And how is Rohit coming out again? ये क्या है भाई? Let's Anirudh bhai, if you
Anirudh,
can please.
please help us with the rules here. What is really happening? Sorry, apologies to all the viewers as well, to the 123 of you live right now. We are also
Thanks.
confused, just like you, because from what I understand, if Rohit was retired out, he cannot come out to bat again. Rinku, I can still understand. So, really not sure what is happening over here. Let's see.
बिल्कुल, this is just one of those perks के भाई कभी कभी commentary मिस करते हैं हम because information वैसे आ सकती है. But कोई
Yeah.
बात नहीं, we have people at cricket.com blog which will where we'll ensure once they get an idea they can let us know कि भाई ये क्या हो रहा है.
In fact, I'm just opening
But
the
yeah,
website.
I think everybody is मतलब wondering कि भाई क्या है, how is this happening? Wow. तो भाई लोग अब तक जो लोग आपके साथ हम तक अभी तक जुड़े हुए हैं, please ensure that you send a like, and if you not subscribed, you know you should subscribe by now, क्योंकि that is what it's worth it. Been here since time and Rohit has indeed come out to bat. तो ऐसा है कि आउट नहीं हुआ था, आप जब तक चाहिए तब तक बैटिंग कर सकते हो.
No, but I think he's been given out on the score sheet, so I don't know.
Wow. And yeah, we have firecrackers here for some reason. I'm not sure why, but yeah, somebody is celebrating the super overs.
Yeah, but this is the first time I have seen this.
If Mukesh can't bowl, how are the same batters bowling? Same batters batting. But ठीक है, let's just wait for some sanity and some updates. So reading up. So they are asking to because they cannot prepare other records. They are asking around them. So that's smart thing from India. Okay. So only the bowlers के लिए rules apply होते हैं as
वो bowlers के लिए वैसे ही ये गेम थोड़ी unfair है. So that's about it. But क्या कर सकते हैं? But Anirudh, if you are there, if you can come in and explain us what is really happening over here.
बढ़िया. Anakina says नहीं यार अखिल, I don't agree with that. And I think Comsby also, everybody's as surprised as us, but again, first ball and Rohit clubs it down the ground for a six.
Six.
It is a six. So it is Farid Ahmed who's bowling, the left-arm opener who got a lot of wickets early on. When the first game was on, मतलब पहला edition जो actual 40 ओवर वाला जो game था उसका. Okay, India will look for at least 3 sixes is what you hope. कि भाई इतने तो चाहिए minimum given how Afghanistan batted and Avesh Khan is going to bowl.
By the way, I've checked Cricinfo, I've checked CrickBuzz, and I've also checked cricket.com. No one seems to have a clue ki what is the rule. Like, can Rohit be allowed
And
to bat or not?
that's a boundary that's as crucial a boundary as it can get for India.
I'll be checking Twitter as well if someone knows ki what really is happening, because this is
Chalo, so at least the edge wala bit is sorted. Matlab, till the time we get updates on the commentary bit, कि भाई how is this happening? Chalo, then 1614 Farid. Can he try one short one? Will he try one short one? Just to surprise Rohit. Full to I think.
by the
Rohit
way,
will
both the teams have hit the same number of boundaries as well.
नहीं, पर बाउंड्री अकाउंट पे तो रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर नहीं हो रहा है. बस अगर कोई कंफर्म कर सकता तो ये बताओ कि कब तक चल सकता है. That's at this point of time all I want to know is till when can this go on? And Darshan is asking, can Nabi bat again? Then of course he should. Didn't get out. So yeah, Rohit Bilal आज बैटिंग मैं ही करता रहा. Yep, मतलब and very rare that it happens that you are batting thrice in a game. But yeah, this is as good as a gully cricket game can get, right? तुम पहले बैटिंग कर रहे हो, तुमने सेंचुरी भी मारी, फिर तुम
एंड
सुपर ओवर में भी बैठ।
गली क्रिकेट में ये भी अलाउड होता है कि यू कैन गेट इंजर्ड एंड कम आउट टू बैट
हाँ, तो
अगेन। ये तो होता है, ये बहुत बारी किया है, सबने किया है।
yeah, so yep, let's see then. Rinku sir has the strike. 3 balls, 11. Fine, third man is up. Fine leg is up. I don't think he's looking to paddle. Hope he goes straight all over covers. Let's see. Let's see where he goes. Back left high, in he bowls, and that is a swing and a miss. Is that a wicket? They're appealing for him. Rohit, Rinku is not working. Of course,
Gurbaz
he can
is
review.
pretty confident.
Okay. Guruba says, I heard something. Okay. If well he heard. Okay, there is one review in the super over, if you know, matlab, if you all did not know. So there is one review available, and then Rinku is working now. Is he working? I think he is. Yeah. That's pitched, and the only thing that can hit is bat.
I पता नहीं यार, I'm
भाई अक्षय साहब क्या गेम ढूंढा है for him to go, and Darshan, the throat bit might be catching up with me already. So let's see.
yeah.
Phew. चलो भाई. I know the bowlers who can't bowl, the ones who bowl the first set. Yeah, आवाज कुंटे चलता रहेगा ये भाई. हाँ, अभी तो the only thing that comes in my mind is हाँ ये कर लो पहले, मतलब कर लो यार, रिव्यू कर लो, ले लो, बताओ. हाँ, Suchant
But
not
this
getting
is full
tired.
gully cricket feel.
हाँ, of course 100%. अभी क्या हो क्या रहा है, मतलब why is ultra edge not coming up? Ah, that's edge. That's as we expected. Tanmay but just tweeted it. It is June World Cup has started. India players have not raised US yet because they're still playing in Bangalore. I mean, given how Akhil jinxed it, that's all that you expect to happen. चलो लेकिन रिंकू is out first ball, so Kohli should be, unless they say नहीं, Kohli is तो नहीं है definitely because he's there in the dugout. Is it Dubey? It's
Samson.
Samson. Okay, so running is definitely not something that they're taking care of. All you're looking at is Jai Mata, this stuff. But great then. But then Samson against left arm pace in super over. Wow, this is
Yeah,
something to
but
look out
दो
for.
balls हैं, दो balls में क्या matchup?
अरे मैचअप के लिए कौन बात कर रहा है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ दिस narratives how
But
you build your
Anirudh here with the update. Anirudh is saying that according to the old rule, the batter dismissed in the first super over cannot bat in the second. He's not able to find the new rules. I'm not
just
sure
like
anyone.
everybody. भाई
But
साहब,
I think cricket might be the only sport where, in such amount of frequency, you realize and find out there are new rules or there are rules existing which nobody has a clue about. It just happens so often in cricket.
yeah, बिल्कुल. And again, that's a full toss that's
Oh,
missed.
go out.
Oh, why have you not replaced Rohit when you had to? I mean, this is absolutely
Oh,
comical.
yeah, this is so.
This is the game is coming back to haunt you. You replace Rohit to run in the last ball, and this time Rohit runs out. Wow, this is just as crazy a game as can get. Phew. I mean, he's not even in the frame. Wow. 11 runs then, Paji. Do you think they are enough?
No, I don't think so. But then, given how this game has gone, I won't be surprised if Avesh gets 2 in 2 and laughs at all of our faces.
My sab, this is. Have you seen a crazier game than this? I don't think I have been. I have seen one.
Yeah, yeah, surely not a irrelevant bilateral like this, which has been as crazy as this one. There have been crazy games, but yeah, not a bilateral like this. But yeah, this has surely been very, very crazy.
this is this is as Jay Matadi as it could get. कि भाई, and again this is also tells, as you know spoke about the rules, कि भाई, how sometimes they are just so much skewed in favor of one department that,
Yeah.
I mean, you did not get out, you can't bowl, but you bowled one over, so you can't bowl the other one. How is it? And is it Bishnu who's going to bowl? No, it is
No,
Avish.
no, it's Avij.
Ha, bhai sahab, what a crazy game! What a crazy game! 12 runs there, and Sundar is doing catching practice. Bishnu is doing bowling practice. I don't know what to make of anything that we are seeing on TV. Ah,
Yeah. No, I think okay, but both of them are throwing the. Maybe they are playing mind games for Afghan batters. Maybe they are making
ऐसे
them
कैसे
think.
माइंड गेम्स, you have to tell the people. ऐसा थोड़ी है. गले क्रिकेट चल रहा है, मैं भी डालेगा नहीं तू भी डाल.
Okay, okay. To be fair, 4.25 घंटे के बाद थोड़ा बहुत तो logic is going to take a hit, especially after looking at all of this, like where you really don't know what is happening, what rules are being followed, and what is really going on.
We have Samish's comment. Please take it. I have a perfect pose for Avnish right now, who at this point of time outside Bangalore will be waiting like this with the mic. कि भाई क्या चल रहा है? आप लोग बाहर क्यों नहीं आ रहे? Why is the game not ending? Why am I here? And again, Rohit is at his expressive best. Let's see. दुबे will bowl? नहीं यार. सौरभ भाई, इतना इतना तो नहीं लिबर्टी लेंगे ये लोग कि दुबे बॉलिंग करेंगे. Definitely looks like Avesh from all sense. So Anirudh is there with the update that according
No,
to
I'm
the
just
old
asking him if it is through the new.
rule, that is, तो यार सबको 2 बार बैटिंग करनी चाहिए.
आपको भी सर्दी होगी क्या? दिल्ली में तो है सर्दी.
This is just caught up out of nowhere, and maybe the game is what has got to me and not the cold, क्योंकि बाकी सब तो बंद है. And Trot is talking to Gurbaz, who is going to come out to bat with Nabi. But yeah, I mean, that is exactly what Samish was saying कि poor Avnish waiting for fan come out से ने बोला भाई लोग जल्दी करो, क्या टाइम नहीं, he'll go. क्या मजाक चल रहा है भाई, मतलब Akhil, please don't speak. This is the best time to go mute if you ever want to, क्योंकि तीसरा सुपर ओवर ना मेरे को चाहिए, ना मेरी फैमिली को जो इतनी खड़ी है अभी, ना लोगों को.
मेरे को तो बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए. I am hungry. I haven't eaten. Like I last ate something at. I think I ate something at 4:30. After that, I went to the gym. After that, I came back and sat for this. So it's been 6 hours that I haven't eaten anything, which is which those who watch this stream regularly and know me know it's a huge sacrifice. Huge sacrifice.
And I'm only thanking my stars कि मैंने सैंडविच मंगा ली टाइम पे. So that is all that I can say as of now. But yep, it is Bishnoi then. As Paji said, पागल बनाया जा रहा है. Avesh का warm up कर रहा, पर डाल Bishnoi रहा है. Okay, Avnish call is what we are informed by our producer Saab. He is doing well. Of course, he'll do well. He's left us proper to cover 2 super overs. But yeah, we don't mind. What else we here for? So Bishnoi it is then. Whew. Very keen to see where he bowls. He bowled 2 full, and Nabi drove him. Let's see where he goes. 12 runs is the target. There goes Bishnoi. Sure, that's a top edge, but that's straight down the ground. Not a top edge, that's a 6. Oh, that's out.
Oh!
The instinctively top edge nikla, that was right. He did not hit it well. And
चलो अब
Bishnoi has a wicket. This is
अब
as
अब
crazy.
नेक्स्ट बॉल पे विकेट.
नहीं, अभी नेक्स्ट बॉल पे छक्का, एक चौका, फिर एक वाइड और फिर एक विकेट, ताकि तीसरा सुपर ओवर. पाजी स्मार्टली सुन नहीं रहे.
नहीं, मैंने सुना. मैं साथ में ट्विटर भी लगे हुए हैं. But yeah, this is. But see, Bishnoi ne finally pulled his length back and he gets the reward.
But then this is very risky. As I said, it's the margin of error is very very less. कि भाई
हाँ नहीं वो है, but sometimes it's sometimes the game's way of telling you कि भाई जो नहीं हो रहा वो छोड़ दो. Just
see,
try
again,
out.
I completely agree with it. कि you have to back your strength. There is more chances of it coming off, as opposed to trying something and it not coming off. तो चलो फिर जन्नत भाई, 2 बॉल में 2 विकेट करके गेम खत्म करते थे, unless गुरबाज has another idea. Yeah, Bishnu has another idea. Full mud डालना बस. Oh, that's a Yorker, almost.
Yorker. Another dot. No,
They ran.
Okay, they ran. Yeah, they ran. They ran.
So, okay, Rohit wants the square leg to be, I don't know, more square. He's probably anticipating a sweep from Gurbaz or a pull. Let's see. Does he bowl wide? Because there is a deep extra cover. There is a long off. Let's see where Vishnu bowls. I feel he'll probably look to drag it. But as long as the
Will he bowl a
speed is
slower
right.
one? Like,
That should be
I
catch.
think
That should be a
should be
catch. That
gone,
should be a
should be
catch.
gone,
It
should
is.
be
It is a
gone.
wider
So
one.
maybe this
And
game is over.
India, finally, this game is done.
I've turned 29 after just turning 28 a week ago. Given how long this game was, I'm
And
sure
Menville by
Nikhil feels older as well. Thankfully, there are no white hairs in my beard or Nikhil's hairs, but that's how long this game
है
has
भाई.
been.
नहीं आपको नहीं दिख रहा है, बट है व्हाइट पेयर आ गया है ऑलरेडी. थोड़ा बहुत इसी गेम में आ गया, बट what an incredibly crazy game. And hats off to both the teams. I think they both
Yeah.
played their parts in terms of trying to win and trying to lose at times. But
Yeah.
what a crazy game. What a crazy end to the series. 3-0 for India, but something that will tell you that it wasn't that easy. Not this game, at least, by
Yeah.
any stretch of imagination. And
Gulbadin
great.
looks distorted. So does Gurbaz. Very, very disappointed. And rightly so, because, they'd really put in a lot of effort to chase this, but did not happen.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
yeah, Darshan, thank you so much to all of you who hung in there with us. If you haven't liked this team yet, please do it, because 420, that is as long as any game can get in terms of T20, with 2 super overs, with all of this mental craziness that has happened. But thank you so much for tuning in. And
And
yeah, Pranav Anand, we agree with you. Khana
don't
also,
forget
yeah.
to subscribe. Don't forget to
Subscribe, yep.
subscribe. Please like the video if you haven't. If you are on the stream, it really helps us grow as a channel, reach out to more people. And
Batao, yeah.
regardless of that, those who regularly and continuously have been following our content, you guys know the kind of job we have been doing. So please spread the word. Please ask other
Mine,
people to not only
ah.
just like our YouTube channel, but download the app, read our pieces on the website. Our team of writers does a very good job. They are the ones who are not at the forefront, but they are the ones who've really helped us build this platform. So there is that. On that note, I feel I should not really go on longer anymore. The game has been long enough. So thank you so much for joining us, and it's a goodbye from here. Bye.
Cheers. See you after a while. Bye.